right. Hey, all. Thank you so much for coming. We are going to go ahead and start in about 1 minute. So.
Yeah, come on.
You can stand anywhere.
My place in the back.
Guards in the front, center's in the back.
I'm always in the back. Come on.
Come on. We're Sullivan. Make sure Sullivan is here. Hey guys, thank you for being here today. We'll be very brief in our opening comments to allow plenty of time for Q&A. I'm David Perdue from Georgia. We've got 7 people here today, actually 8 people here who will actually make comments and answer your questions. We're here today to talk about a letter we sent to leadership last week. And basically, the message is very clear. You've seen the letter, is that we're willing to forego some or all of the August work period because we've got some very important issues that we've got to get done and get results for the people back home. The president basically said the first of the year that there were 4 major priorities this year. One was health care, one was regulation, one was tax, and one was the Supreme Court. We're moving on most of those, but right now, even if we get through health care in the next week or two, between now and the end of the fiscal year, we only have 31 working days left. And we have the debt ceiling to get through, the budget for 2018, the reconciliation that goes with that, and the appropriation process to fund the government before September 30th. And then, even if all that were to get done, we've got tax, which is the last thing in the president's agenda that we want to get to this year. We just want to make sure that we have plenty of time to get all that done. So with that, I'm going to open it up. I think Steve Daines is the first one on the list. We're just going to go alphabetical order, and I'll ask him to make an opening comment. Thank you.
I'm Steve Daines from Montana. Senator Perdue, thank you for hosting this press conference today. You know, many of us here on the stage came from the private sector. There's a lot of private sector experience here. One of the great gaps between the private sector and what goes on in Washington, D.C. is a word that Senator Perdue used, that is results, or the lack thereof. Look at a couple of the scorecard issues, I think, for the United States Senate for Congress. The budgeting process has worked 4 times in 42 years. That's a 10% score. Of the 197 presidential nominations to agencies, the Senate's confirmed 48. That's a 24% score. 2 out of Trump's 23 judicial nominations have been confirmed by the Senate. That's a 9% score. The Senate's confirmed 23% of Trump's 216 nominations. That is an 11% score. As Senator Perdue mentioned, we've got health care, we've got budgets. We only have 31 scheduled days in the Senate between now and the end of our fiscal year, September 30th, to get a budget passed. This past year, we were 7 months into the fiscal year before we finally passed a budget. So I don't see any reason why we need to be leaving this town in August. We should be here doing the people's business. If you were going to school and you were getting failing grades in your spring semester, you better stay in school for the summer and go to summer school, not take a recess.
Let's see, who's up next?
It's Senator Kennedy.
John Kennedy.
I think most Americans don't really care politically up here who's winning or losing, or who's liberal or conservative, or who's left or right, or who's up or down, or poll numbers. They care about results. And when you look at the issues confronting us, health care, which we're not likely to vote on until next week at the earliest. Jobs and growth, which I think can only be achieved through tax reform. We've done everything we can do on the monetary side. We've got to address the anemic growth in America on the fiscal side. The infrastructure bill that the president has talked about, the budget, the appropriations process, the debt limit, and a bill that's extremely important to my state and a number of other states, the National Flood Insurance Program. Now, anybody who thinks we can get all of that done from by the end of the year, that's just a testament to the power of human denial. We have got to work longer and harder. I don't mean to step on anybody's toes. I know I'm new here, and there are a lot of traditions, and people have things to do back home. But we can't pass bills back home. We've got to be here. And that's the reason I'm here today, is to suggest respectfully to my colleagues that we need to work all or a portion of the August recess and show some results for the American people. I don't know many working class Americans who get to take a whole month off.
Mike Rounds.
Well, good afternoon. Mike Rounds out of South Dakota. I had the opportunity to serve as governor of South Dakota for 8 years. During that time, our legislative body would meet for basically 40 days and sometimes 40 nights. But at the end of that time period, like most of the other states, we'd get our job done, get things completed in an appropriate fashion before the fiscal year actually started. People could make their plans. They could lay out, based upon what our budgets were, they knew what to expect in state agencies. The individuals who had come in and asked for dollars knew what had been awarded and what had not been awarded in a timely fashion. That's not the way things have worked in Washington for probably 43 years now, and I think, as Senator Perdue has indicated, this process has actually worked 4 times in 43 years. Until such time as we can actually fix this process and allow really good people that work here to get their job done in a timely fashion, and we're probably going to have to spend some extra time here in Washington rather than back in the states during those state work periods. I know there's folks back home that they really don't mind it if we get back in and they get a chance to express their opinions once in a while, but at the same time they expect us to get our work done in a timely fashion. We can't do that right now without spending some extra time here. The reason for the letter, in my opinion, and the reason why I signed on to it is that I wanted to let leadership know that if they could see a way to put together some additional time during August in which we could be productive, that they would have our support. And that this was our way of expressing to leadership our support for their interest in extending the time period, and that they would have support within our conference to do that. I think that's very important that we send that message to leadership, that if they feel that they can keep us in a productive mode during that time period, that we would support them in that effort. And in doing so, we can actually get more of this done. Wouldn't it be nice for the first time in years to actually go back to the American people and say, while we're trying to fix a system which isn't working, we'll at least let you know in advance of the beginning of the next fiscal year what we intend to spend. Wouldn't that be something that the American people haven't seen in over 40? I mean, wouldn't it be nice to be able to go back and say we've actually accomplished something along that line? Healthcare in the meantime, this is something that I think we're moving in the right direction on. I think we can move it forward, but we're going to need some more time and allow more members to actually ask the right kinds of questions that they want to and feel comfortable with what they're doing. We're impacting 18% of the entire economy. Allow the time to actually get this done correctly. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Well, I'm proud to join my colleagues today. I'm the newest member of this body, and I'm still learning its ways. But I'm signing the letter because the people of my state and people of this country elected a president to come change the ways of Washington, someone who will work from morning till late at night, through the weekends, to address the issues that have been discussed by my colleagues. We're not doing that when we're on vacation, when we're traveling around the world, as important as those things may be. The people of my state work very hard, the ones that pay taxes and expect their government to listen to them and to deliver. Do not take kindly to the idea that we're not solving the problems they sent us here to solve. We're taking time off to go back and tell them, essentially, that we haven't gotten done what they sent us here to do. So I'm respectfully urging the leadership to keep us here through the weekends. Let us work late at night, early in the morning. After all, soldiers, men and women around this world, are working all hours of the day and night to protect our country. We owe no less than to address the issues and take the time necessary to do it. So I respectfully ask the leadership to consider that. I'm talking about the leadership of my party, and I hope the Democrats will join us, of course, to try and solve some real problems that affect real people's lives. Thank you.
Dan Sullivan.
Dan Sullivan, Alaska. So, you know, the bottom line here is we have this big agenda, and you've heard a lot about what it entails. It also entails rebuilding our military, growing the economy, unleashing America's enormous energy opportunities. You know, when you look at that agenda, what the president ran on, what a lot of us ran on, a lot of it is actually a bipartisan agenda. And what we don't have is time. What we're running out of, you see from this chart, is time. So what do? We can create more time. We can create more time. We can do that. And, you know, you get a sense here, a lot of the members on the dais talking about this are some of the newer members. Mike Lee's the senior statesman right now. He just joined us. But you get the sense when you talk about August recess or any other element of recess, it's some kind of sacred issue you can't touch. Well, I think what should be more sacred in our view is getting things done. And we can do that. We can create the time to do it. And that's why we are respectfully encouraging our leadership and hopefully the Democrats to help create that time. And also to seat a government. You may have seen a Wall Street Journal editorial today talking about some of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle slow rolling, even undersecretaries, assistant secretaries. You know, it's time to get to work for the American people. We can create that time, and that's why we're all standing up here.
Years ago, I heard someone say that the worst thing that ever happened in Washington, D.C. was the invention of the air conditioner because it allowed members to stay in session longer than they should have. Well, the fact is, air conditioning has now been invented. It works, and it works well. There's no reason why, when we have as much to do as we do now, why we ought to take as much time as has been planned. We have an enormous amount of work to do. And whether you are at the left end of the political spectrum or at the right end or somewhere in between, it's difficult to dispute the fact that there is a lot that needs to be done. At this time, it doesn't make any sense for us to just take the month of August off, and I think we ought to continue to work through it. I also think that as we also even need to look at things like weekends, particularly as we're up against certain time crunches. We ought to be prepared to work long hours and certainly not take this recess. The American people elect us to make laws. And when our own ability to make those laws is thwarted by our own artificially imposed deadlines, our own artificially strict calendar, it doesn't serve anyone's interest well. Not ours, not that of the American people, certainly. And so that's why I applaud Senator Perdue and my other colleagues who are standing firmly on this issue and hope that we can make some progress. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Tom Tillis from North Carolina, and I just want to thank Senator Perdue and my colleagues for signing on to the letter. And I also want to thank Leader McConnell because he shares our concern that for a variety of reasons we're losing capacity in the chamber. They say chamber time is the coin of the realm in the Senate. One of the ways we can get it back is to compress the schedule for recess. And I, for one, think that if we send the clear message as we have that we're prepared to work through August to work on fulfilling the promises and ultimately fulfill the promises on health care, taxes. We could talk about a number of other things that we have to get done before the end of September. This is pivotal in making sure that we have the time to do it. I fully support it, and I again want to thank all the members that are on the podium here, and I want to thank the leadership for working through a very difficult time. I'm optimistic we'll get to a health care outcome. I'm optimistic that we'll get to all these other outcomes, particularly if we stay back at work in August a little bit more than we're planning on right now. Thank you.
Well, thank you. You've heard from 8 of the 10 that signed on this letter. Joni Ernst and James Langford had a conflict, but they have also been supportive of this. With that, now we'll take your questions. Yes.
Republicans have been holding fewer town halls. Could this be looked at as a way to avoid going home and talk to constituents who aren't very happy about what is being done here?
Only in Washington would you, ask a question of, is there a negative motive to this of trying to hide away from the questions back home? Believe me, everybody on this stage goes home every weekend. We're talking to our constituents every day here in Washington, every day when we're back home. That's not the purpose of this at all. There's only one purpose, and that's to get the results that people back home who we are talking to are asking us to get. Good question. Yes.
Hi, Senator. Would any of you care to respond to that email chain with Donald Trump Jr. showing that he did, in fact, was aware of Russian government wanting to give him information on the Clinton campaign?
I'd like to respond to it in this way. It has nothing to do with what we need to get done in August. The process is going to follow out, and we'll let the committees of jurisdiction or the appropriate folks in Department of Justice sort that out. But that's the very thing that we need to not be distracted by. We have specific things that we have to do here. We've got to come up with a health care outcome. We've got to come up with a tax plan. We've got to come up with a spending strategy. And we've got to be disciplined and not get distracted by things that may be legitimate, but not right now in our lanes.
Yes.
Kelly Madrick with CQ. My question is, do any of you have congressional delegation trips, CODEL trips overseas? And if so, do you have contingency plans to cancel those since you want to stay here for August?
Yes.
Okay, so what are those? When will you cancel your going on CODEL?
As far as I've told my schedules, I'm sure my colleagues have as well, just assume that August has just been rescheduled. Right. I'm prepared to do that any day of the week, any hour of the day.
Gentlemen, are you at all concerned that, you talk about needing more time, that time is not the answer to bridging some of the debate on healthcare, that there might just be people on your conference who are too far apart and whose priorities are too different to get to a common ground on healthcare?
Well, look, I think we're going to vote next week. That's my understanding. I hope we do. There's been an enormous amount of time in our caucus spent on the health care bill and the health care delivery system. Senator McConnell talks about 30 different meetings, but I've been to probably 50 by now. I think everybody understands the bill. In my judgment, it's time to vote. Just put it out there. Let people offer amendments. Let's just hit it head on. It's not going to get any less complex. The Affordable Care Act is not going to get any better. My position on the health care bill has not changed. I don't think anybody up here has changed their position. They can speak for themselves, but I don't think the Affordable Care Act has worked for the American people. First chance I get to repeal it, I'm going to vote for it, for the repeal. Now, I've also said that if there's a replacement bill that's better than the Affordable Care Act, although it may not be perfect, I'm going to vote for that. But the bill's changing by the minute. We'll learn more about it today at lunch. But, there comes a time you got to fish or cut bait. And that's where we are. It's time to vote. And if you don't like the bill, amend it on the floor. That includes the Democrats. I welcome their support.
Let me just add to that one though, on the question of time. It's not just about health care. When you look at the agenda that we're all talking about here, you know, the Senate can walk and chew gum at the same time. You can, if you're here, we can be working on, you know, starting to mark up a tax reform bill, which is critical. Anything to grow the economy, which we all, again, bipartisan, we have to do that. We can be working on an infrastructure bill as we move forward. I mean, we can be moving forward on a whole bunch of different fronts, on a whole bunch of different priorities. Again, most of them bipartisan. We just marked up the NDAA 2 weeks ago. That's a very important bill. Very bipartisan, by the way. And so the point is, but we got to be here. And we need the time to do it. But we can be attacking these different issues that are key priorities for all of our constituents, whether Democrats or Republicans, for this country. But if we're not here, and if we're essentially working 3 days a week, which is what we do, we're not going to get it done.
Thank you, Senator. So you all wrote this letter to Leader McConnell. Have you received any response to that letter?
Well, several of us have talked to leadership about this ongoing for the last few weeks. Sorry. Several of us have actually talked to leadership about this over some period of time. This is not a shot at leadership. Basically, this is a positive letter saying that, look, this is the work we know we have ahead of us. We're willing to amend the tradition here in the Senate. I think the last time this was even attempted was 1994. And so this is the time. I mean, people back home put a new president in the White House. They put, most of us are new. In fact, all of us are relatively new. And so we're very close to what people back home are telling us, and that is they expect results up here. And this is much bigger than just health care. We need to get to this tax bill. This tax bill is the final chapter in getting this economy going that the president laid out earlier this year.
Let me touch, just want to, what Senator Perdue is saying is absolutely correct. You know, we've had the opportunity to get back home on a regular basis over the summertime. We've been to coffees, as we call them in South Dakota. Some people call them town halls. We've done the programs where we do our parades, we do our powwows in South Dakota. And then one message we get time and again is they sent us here to fix some things. They didn't send us here to let the status quo just continue on. And part of the way that you do that is you actually get together and you get things done. What we're finding is that this Senate schedule is such that when you have the delays that are being imposed right now, and it is the Democrats' prerogative to delay, they can do that. That's their right. But that means then that we've got to do, as the majority, what we think is right, and that is to get our job done as well. You've not only got tax reform that we have to address, we've got a budget that's got to be done. I mean, none of this stuff is new to any of you. You've been covering all this. But simply to look at the 30 days or so that are in August and simply to say that because a number of us have looked at CODELs and so forth, and I know some of our senior members are really serious about the CODELs. They think they're very, very important, and they are. It's one way to learn about a lot of different issues, and we're not going to discount their importance. But we think even if we can't do the entire recess or the entire state work days back here in Washington, then let's at least try to do 1 or 2 weeks back here in Washington rather than on CODELs or back during the state work days or the state work periods, and spend some more time here on the floor of the Senate to work through this process. I mean, wouldn't it be a refreshing thing if the American people could actually see a seriousness about doing things on time for a change, even if it meant disrupting a planned schedule for the United States Senate? And I think that's our message and I think leadership is looking for that kind of a message coming from the members.
We have time for one more question.
I'm sorry. We'll do both of these. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
This is particularly for Senator Sullivan, Rounds, and Lee. Senator Kennedy said that his position has not changed on the health care bill, but I want to know from the three of you where you stand right now on the health care bill.
My position right now is still that this is better than what we have, and that our biggest challenge here is trying to get over an Obamacare hangover. We have to move back into a competitive market position again. But right now what's happened is the cost of health care has gone up so dramatically since Obamacare was installed in the country. The American people can't afford to simply have us do a repeal only. We have to do a repeal and a replacement. Otherwise, people are going to get hurt. And so what I think we have to do when we're talking about 18% of GDP and we're talking about real lives here that are impacted by what we do, we've got to continue to send the message out there that the plans that we're looking at still protect against pre-existing conditions. They still provide more money for Medicaid than what there is today because we're only slowing the rate of increase. We're not stopping the rate of increase on Medicaid. And what we're really trying to do is to get this into a sustainable fashion for the next generation. That's the message that we've got to be able to send, but we can make this a better product than what it is today. If this is all we can do, it's still better than what we've got today. We can make it better if we're given the time and the opportunity to do so.
I want to make sure you understand my position, though. I don't know what's in the bill right now. We've seen a draft. It's changed. I think everybody up here reserves the right to read the bill. I don't want to make the mistake that the Democrats made in the House. So I haven't decided what to do on this bill. I want to see it.
I've said it all along, my preference for full repeal of Obamacare. It is what we campaigned on as Republicans. Basically every Republican who campaigned for federal office for 7 years has promised that. I think that's what we ought to do. The bill, the last iteration of the Senate bill, is one that I cannot support. I've pointed out to my colleagues there are some changes that could be made to it that could bring me along. Among those changes that could be made would be to allow people to use pre-tax dollars to pay their premiums using a health savings account, and another amendment amounting to the consumer freedom language that we've discussed. That's one way to get me to yes on the bill. If it's not that particular amendment, some other form of meaningful relief from the Title I regulations in the Affordable Care Act.
So,
I'm sorry, one quick.
well, just very quickly, I mean, I've been arguing that there's probably no state in the country that's been more negatively impacted by the Affordable Care Act than Alaska. Our premiums in the individual market have more than tripled, if you saw this HHS study, from a very high level already. The average premium for just one individual now is almost close to $1,100 a month. One person in my state. So what I've been very focused on and continue to focus on, I'm going to look for, I'm going to continue to press for opportunities, is make sure the bill has provisions that address the structural high cost of insurance and healthcare in extreme rural states like mine.
Senators, I know you say you don't want to deal with distractions, but isn't it more than a distraction at this point if we have email evidence that Donald Trump Jr. and the campaign manager met with someone who was described as a Russian government lawyer with dirt about Hillary Clinton?
Look, the question I ask myself as one of the members of the U.S. Senate is, to what extent does that swim in the lanes of Veterans Affairs where we're trying to discuss the Next Choice Act? It doesn't. To what extent does it involve my role in the Committee on Aging? It doesn't. To what extent does it involve my role on Senate Armed Services? It doesn't. So for my purposes, it's about discipline in the areas that we have to focus on that, just as Senator Sullivan said, we can walk and chew gum. And that's what we need to do. And to the extent that there are members in this body who need to focus on that, then those questions really need to be levied towards them so that we stay focused and we get the most out of what will hopefully be additional legislative days between now and the end of August. Thank you all.
That's it, guys. Thank you very much. I just want to reiterate one thing that you heard from everybody up here. This is a positive, constructive effort to get results for the people back home. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good job, guys. All right.
Beauty before age.
1,100 bucks.
Cool. Here's the list of everybody.
All right, everyone. So that's the end of that news conference. Senators questioning whether they should cancel all or at least part of the August recess that they typically have every August so that they can focus on getting work done. We are now going to give you guys an update on that plane crash that took place in Mississippi. I was with you last night as we covered this plane crash extensively here, an unfortunate situation, a Marine Corps plane crashes 16 people on board, all died. We did get a press conference update this morning. I'm going to go ahead and take you guys to this press conference now so you can get an update as to what exactly happened. Stand by.
I don't have that. All I can tell you right now is 15 Marines and one's Navy corpsman.
When you said this plane originated out of North Carolina, though,
The leg of their flight, yes.
do you know if those service members were from North Carolina? Can you tell us about where they were from?
They were from VMGR 452, which is based out of New York.
Out of the 15, what was the flight crew? What were Marines?
I don't have that information right now.
Okay, so just 15 Marines, one Navy corpsman so far.
You said VMGR 452?
VMGR, Victor, Mike, Golf, Romeo.
An earlier press release talked about the air traffic control losing them on the radar. Can you talk about, was there a mayday? Was there anything as far as them asking for help before they were down?
That information didn't come from us, ma'am. I saw that as well, but all of that is going to be looked at as part of the investigation to figure out what happened. So there will be taken statements from air traffic control and any witnesses on the ground that may be able to contribute something to what happened.
And what's the sense of who's helping this investigation? We're talking FBI, federal, military, local.
We're getting outstanding support from the Mississippi Emergency Management Association, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, and there's a few other agencies here as well. They are giving us outstanding support to the particular time.
Was it going to make any other legs of the stop from here through to California, do you know?
I don't have that right now.
Is there a specific reason why the FBI is involved in the plane crash?
I don't know. I think maybe just because of geography, and it may be, you'll have to ask them.
Is there any reason to believe there was any foul play at this point?
And I know you said it before, but tell me again where they were headed to in California.
They're headed to Naval Air Facility El Centro in Southern California. El Centro. El Centro.
How does something like this just affect the greater military family, considering the stops and there's kind of pretty much every part of the country was involved in this flight, or many parts of the country?
I don't know if that is true, but if you're asking how is the family handling it, how much are we handling it, I can only imagine it's probably one of the worst times they can be that. But that's what we are here for, to provide them with chaplain support, mental health, anything that they can that they need as well part of it.
For many Marine families who are concerned about the integrity of these type of planes, can you speak to that?
Not at this time. I can tell you that having been an aviator myself, that we have some of the best maintainers in the world. I trust my life to those guys numerous times, and every Marine has that same. We have that trust with our maintainers and our people.
And Major Rhonda, is the people who died on this flight in this incident, is that the entire squadron, or are there people who were left behind in North Carolina that are hearing this news too that could have been on?
I really couldn't comment on the could've, would've of that, but it was, I can tell you it was an air crew and some passengers, air crew that were part of the squadron, but I'm not familiar right now with what the passengers were, if they were all part of the squadron or not.
The exact model of the aircraft?
The KC-130T.
Moving forward in this investigation today, can you tell us about what happens from here? The Marine Corps, are they working to clean up the wreckage? Is that outside agencies?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with all the details of a mishap investigation, but every resource that we have that we can pull from will be used to determine what happened, and every resource that we can give to the families as well will be made available to them.
Any other similar news events planned in the coming hours?
Right now, it's all tentative, but if we do have something, we'll let you know.
Gotcha. Will it be here, probably here at the same
Probably.
location? Gotcha. And your first and last name one more time, sir.
Andrew Aranda.
And your rank, sir?
Major. No other questions? Thank you.
Marine Reserves or?
I'm active.
Actually, Major, I have just one more question. Are you able to? It was reported that this flight was a refueler. Is it normal to have that many people on board this type of plane?
It's the aircraft is adaptable to numerous types of missions, so there is I can't really comment on what's normal or not. It has capability to carry passengers or fuel or a mix. It's a transport aircraft that has a lot of capabilities.
And could you, in your memory, do you recall any other time that this model of aircraft has crashed in the past? Just one more time, I'm sorry.
Not off. I don't have any recollection of a crash like this in my memory.
Is there anything that the United States Marines that you're going to do differently going forward?
Everything is going to be looked at, and if there's lessons that can be learned, there will be implemented.
The men that were killed, were they reservists?
Yes. Or actually, don't quote me on that. I don't know all of the. I actually don't know if they were all reservists or not.
Okay, but
they were from a reserve squadron, and our reserve squadrons are made up of a mix of active duty and reservists. The active duty maintain the squadron, and the reservists come in and drill and train, and
so it could have been a combination of the two.
Possibly.
Was the corpsman?
I don't know.
Okay. Now the actual squadron that the men are from, that is, one more time.
VMGR.
VMGR
452.
The VMGR stands for?
The V stands for fixed wing. The M stands for Marine. And the G and the R, I know that the R stands for refueler. I don't have to get back to him what the G stands for.
Gotcha. VMGR
452.
Thank you, Major.
Major, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Major.
Thank you.
It's okay. Just cut on the edge. It's okay. It didn't die.
Thank you so much for that. You know that, like, tough because you keep giving things out.
Updating us on this plane crash here in Poole County, Mississippi, late yesterday afternoon. Some new details which have emerged in the last half of an hour. We now know this plane originated in North Carolina and headed for a facility in El Centro.
All right, everyone, that wraps up that event. Just having some technical difficulties. I'm trying to switch you to the funeral of the officer who was killed in New York City, but we are having some technical difficulties, so stand by while I restart the computer.
There are reservists, some that do live on one side of the country and the other without the extent.
All right, everyone, we have restarted the program, so we will take you now to New York City for the officer's funeral.
On behalf of the mayor, the police commissioner of the city of New York, and the family, I want to thank you for your expressions of sympathy and support. Detail dismissed!
Guys are all a real good piece of work on the practice desk.
All right, everyone, so that was our feed from New York. I want to go ahead and take you guys to the feed that we had earlier today from inside the church where the memorial service took place. This is the feed from earlier. There you see Mayor Bill de Blasio arriving for that memorial service honoring the NYPD officer that was killed, that was gunned down while sitting in her police unit last week. An unfortunate situation, gunned down in the early hours of July 5th. People gathered to remember and honor Officer Familia in the Bronx.
Amazing Grace. Just play something.
Amazing grace. If you know it, sing it with us. How sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Amazing grace. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like Good morning, everyone. This day we have come to celebrate the life and legacy of Pio Miosotis Familia. On behalf of the Mayor of the City of New York and the Police Commissioner, we would like to thank you for spending your time with us today as we remember and reflect upon Pio Familia. We would like to acknowledge all elected officials, dignitaries, clergy, line of duty families, the community, and the law enforcement officers that have come from near and far to support and be with the family of Pio Miosotis Familia and the New York City Police Department. We would also like to thank the lead pastor, Jonathan Davidson III, and the World Changers New York Church, where Dr. Creflo and Taffy Dollar are the founders and senior pastors, for opening up their doors to us. Today, we will celebrate Pio Miosotis Familia through prayer, through song, through reflections, and the word. Before you take your seats, we will have the invocation by our chief chaplain, Rabbi Dr. Alvin Cass.
Almighty and eternal God, thou who controllest the destiny of all peoples and in whose hand lies the fate of all nations, we've come here today with hearts too heavy for words and souls too sorrow-laden for utterance to express our love for police officer Miosotis Familia and to express our she helped us to understand that life is to be measured not in years, but in experiences, not in breaths, but in deeds and in feelings, not in figures on a dial, but she showed that it is possible to travel a long, long journey in an incredibly short period of time. Miosotis's family name was Familia, and family was at the core of her existence. And her personal family bears a particularly heavy burden today. But they must surely know by now that the size of their family has been augmented geometrically because every member of this department wants to stand next to them and give them whatever strength, support, encouragement, exhortation, and uplift it is possible for human beings to afford one another. The prophet Isaiah reminded us that the heavens are higher than the earth, and so God's ways are higher than our ways, and God's thoughts are way beyond our thoughts. And yet ours is an unshakable faith in God's love and the conviction that it is but the dust that returns to the earth, but the Spirit returneth unto God who gave it. Miosotis's mortal days here on earth have been abruptly and cruelly ended, but her spirit lives on in the heart of every police officer and every decent citizen, a spirit of freedom and dignity, of peace and security for people of every race, religion, color, and creed. Another who died a martyr's death, the late President John F. Kennedy, bade us not to shirk responsibility, but to welcome it, realizing that here on earth, God's work is our work. Miosotis made God's work her work. May she rest in peace, and may this city and this nation be forever blessed by her legacy of heroism. Amen.
You may be seated. My name is Reverend Dr. Barbara Williams Harris. I am one of the department chaplains for NYPD. And today, again, as I said earlier, we are here to celebrate the life of Pio Mio Sotis Familia. We will now have the scripture reading, the Old Testament by Bishop Victor A. Brown, Psalms 91, and the New Testament by Father George Anastasio, St. John 14, 1 through 7. These are both our department chaplains.
My delegated assignment at this time is to offer you a psalm that, along with Psalm 35, Officer Familia would read each day before she would join her colleagues in protecting the city of New York. I now offer you the 91st division of Psalm. He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress. My God, in Him will I trust. Surely He shall deliver you from the snare of the fowler and from the perilous pestilence. He shall cover you with His feathers, and under His wings you shall take refuge. His truth shall be your shield and buckler. You shall not be afraid of the terror by night, nor of the arrow that flies by day, nor of the pestilence that walks in darkness, nor of the destruction that lies waste at noonday. 1,000 may fall at your side, and 10,000 at your right hand, but it shall not come near you. Only with your eyes shall you look and see the reward of the wicked. Because you have made the Lord, who is my refuge, even the Most High, your dwelling place. No evil shall befall you, nor shall any plague come near your dwelling. For He shall give His angels charge over you, to keep you in your ways. In their hands they shall bear you up, lest you dash your foot against a stone. You shall tread upon the lion and the cobra, the young lion and the serpent ye shall trample underfoot. Because He has set His love upon me, therefore I will deliver him. I will set him on high, because he has known my name. He shall call upon me, and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him. With long life I will satisfy him and show him my salvation. Thus ends the reading of this prolific passage of Scripture, and the word of the Lord is blessed.
When Jesus' disciples were troubled and bewildered, they looked to Jesus for comfort, and Jesus offered them the following words, and it is our most sincere prayer and hope that these words will also comfort your grieving hearts and souls. Let not your heart be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would not have told you. I go to prepare a place for you, and if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there you may be also. and where I go you know, and the way you know. Thomas said to Jesus, Lord, we do not know where you are going, and how can we know the way? Jesus said to them, I am the way, I am the truth, I am the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. If you had known me, you would have known my Father also. And from now on, you know him and you have seen him. This is the word of the Lord.
As we get ready to go forward, Ken, I want you to understand that we're here to celebrate a life. We're celebrating the fact that she lived. She was tremendous. She was awesome. She was a wonderful mother, sister, daughter, friend. So can you just look over at somebody and say, we came here to celebrate her life. We came here to celebrate her life. She's a hero. So, excuse my word usage, but we're not going to act like we're dead today, because we're not. We are alive, and her spirit is yet alive in us, and we are going to show forth that in our song, in our words, in our praise. And we're also here to uplift and hold up the arms of this family, this mother, these daughters, this son, these sisters and brothers and family members, to the family of blood and to the family of blue. Today we celebrate. We celebrate the life of Pio Miosotis Familia. We're going to have greetings from the lead pastor, John T. Davidson III of World Changes Church here in New York, and they've been so gracious opening up their doors to us, anything, everything, over and above what we could ask or think. So we so appreciate him. Let us welcome the lead pastor, John Davidson III.
Good morning, everyone. Let's just begin by just giving God praise, a hand clap of praise for Officer Familia's life and what she meant to everyone on this earth, giving her life to change the world. Amen. So I am Pastor John Davidson, and on behalf of our senior pastors, Dr. Creflo and Taffy Dollar, it is our willful pleasure to serve you as you serve us every day by putting your lives on the line to ensure to the highest regard the safety of this community, this church, World Changes Church, New York, and our members. Now, yesterday we paid our respects. So if you came to pay your respects, that day is gone. Today we came to celebrate the life of Officer Familia, amen? We came to celebrate her life, and we came to celebrate her legacy. She has a legacy here on earth with her children, and an everlasting legacy in the eternal heavens above. To Genesis, Delilah, Peter, everywhere you go, for the rest of your life, you'll take a piece of your mother with you to all the corners of the earth. Delilah, she'll be delighted at what you turn out to be as a great journalist. And Peter, she'll be so happy to see you in the NBA and to be an accountant so you can have a backup plan. She taught him well. To Mama Valoy, que Dios te bendiga. Estamos orando por usted y su familia. In conclusion, I will read 1 Thessalonians 5:23-24. And it reads, "And the very God of peace sanctify you wholly. And I pray, God, your whole spirit and soul and body be preserved blameless unto the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. Faithful is he that calleth you, who will also do it. Now, this scripture, along with other scriptures in the Bible, is very interesting because it simply says that you are a spirit, and we're all made in God's image. He's a spirit, so we're a spirit as well. Amen? We're a spirit, and we possess a soul, which is your mind, your intellect, and your emotions, and we're housed inside of a physical body. It's sort of like when you go home, you have your clothes on, and when you take them off, your clothes fall to the body because that's not the real you. It's just holding. The clothes are holding the real you. So I say that to preface this next statement, that is not the real Officer Familia laying in this coffin right here before us. We are a spirit, we possess a soul, and we're inside of our physical body. Her body is laying there before us, but her spirit is in the presence of God right now, and her spirit is the real her. So just to offer you another perspective, I don't want anyone to go around and say, oh, we lost Officer Familia, because when you lose something, you don't know where it is. But we know exactly where Officer Familia is, correct? She is in the presence of God right now in the eternal heavens. I just want to set the tone straight so we don't go on sorrowful for the rest of this service. We are celebrating because the Bible says that in the presence of God, there is fullness of joy, and at his right hand there are pleasures forevermore. So from our perspective here, we're grieving, and that's quite okay because that's a natural thing. But from heaven's perspective, the gates opened up wide, and they welcomed her with open arms. And she's experiencing things that we can't experience here. There are no negative feelings in heaven. She's experiencing joy, and she's getting her party on right now. She's in fact probably telling everyone your personal business in heaven. She's partying it up, living it up. And if you knew what she's experiencing, you'd all want to go to heaven right now. So let us just take the time for the remainder of this service to celebrate her life, what she meant to us on this earth, her legacy, and what she left behind. Because I'll tell you what she did. She was an example of God's love and God's grace on this earth. So let's just give God praise, another hand clap of praise for his son Jesus Christ and his grace that he bestowed upon her life so that she can live her life as a living epistle, an example of God on this earth. Thank you. Hallelujah.
We're now going to have our prayer of comfort by Monsignor Robert Romano, Assistant Chief Chaplain, followed by a selection from the World Changers New York Music Department, Our God Reigns.
Let us pray. Dear God, our Father, as we gather here today, nothing seems to help us with the great loss we feel of our beloved sister, Mia Sotis. Our hearts are broken and our spirits mourn this loving mother, daughter, sister, family member, friend, and from now and forever, a hero of the New York City Police Department. We come to you today to lean on you, because when we are the weakest, your love makes us the strongest. Be with this family of blood and this family of blue. Lord, grant to them the consolation that they most desperately need. Let them know that they are not alone and that all New Yorkers and Americans share their grief. Their loss is our loss, their pain, our pain. Their tears are our tears. Let these children, Genesis, Peter, and Delilah, know that their mother is an American hero and will never be forgotten, and that from this day forward, their family will be enhanced by thousands of new aunts and uncles in blue. Heavenly Father, we ask you, as we pour our grief out upon you, knowing that one day, when your love wipes out all the evil in this world and all its suffering is extinguished, we will be reunited with Minnesotas and united with you in the home you have prepared for each and every one of us in heaven, forever and ever. Amen.
Would please stand to your feet and greet 2 or 3 of your neighbors. I don't know about you, but I still believe that this is the day that the Lord has made, and we'll rejoice and be glad in it. Amen. Somebody shout rejoice. All right, that was about 3 of you. Somebody shout rejoice.
Grande y glorioso es nuestro Dios. Nuestra confianza es en ti, Señor. Puedes salvarnos y rescatar. Nuestra confianza es en ti, Señor. Say blessing and honor, blessing and glory and power to our God forever and ever. All of the praise is yours. It's yours forever. Come on and clap those hands and say, we celebrate you, God, and say, yes, he does, yes, he does. Hallelujah. Maravilloso es nuestro Dios. Nuestra confianza está en ti, Señor. Oh, yeah, ya no hay temor, tú estás acá. Nuestra esperanza está en ti, Señor. Say blessing and honor, glory and power. Forever and ever. All of the praise is yours. It belongs to you, Lord. We clap our hands and say, I dare you to put a smile on your face and say, come on, come on, come on. Yes, he does. Now we say this. Oh, our God is in control. He's steadfast, unmovable. Nothing's impossible. 'Cause our God, he reigns forever. Our God is in control. Steadfast, unmovable. Nothing's too hard for him. Nothing's impossible. Our God, he reigns.
your way. Your joy is everlasting, God. Your peace is everlasting, God. Hallelujah. Come on and clap those hands and give him praise. Woo! Just look around and say, we're celebrating. It's okay, even if you're in uniform, just look at somebody and say, we are celebrating her life. And we are giving God the praise. Come on, put your hands together. Really, it's okay. You just take your two hands and go like this. That's, come on. You can do this. Come on, just. We're now going to have remarks from the Honorable Bill de Blasio, Mayor of the City of New York. Let's give him a hand as he comes.
Thank you so much, Reverend Williams Harris. And everyone, please join me in thanking these wonderful singers and musicians and everyone at World Changers Church for hosting this celebration of life. Give them all a round of applause, please. Our hearts are broken, but at the same time, we're here to appreciate. We're here to lay a hero to rest, but we have to remember the many ways she was a hero in her service to this city and her love for her family and all she did for everyone she came across in life. Officer Miosotis Familia lived life the right way. We mourn together. We're here to support each other. We're here to support her family. But most especially, we're here to honor her and all she stood for, all she believed in, all she did. We grieve with this extraordinary family, and they are extraordinary. I've had the honor of spending time with this beautiful, warm, large family, here for each other, so clearly, so deeply. I want to give a special appreciation to Miosotis' mother, Adriana. Adriana, you gave your daughter so much strength, and you gave her to all of us. She was a gift to the world. Muchísimas gracias, Adriana. We're here to grieve with and support Miosotis' 9 big brothers and sisters. Extraordinary family, each one of them who taught her to be the woman she was. And we're here especially for her 3 children, who she loved more than anything in the world. Genesis and Peter and Delilah, you were her light in so many ways, and you continue to be. Miosotis loved her family so deeply, and they loved her back with every fiber of their being. She had another family she loved deeply, the family of the NYPD, and particularly her brothers and sisters of the 4-6 precinct, an extraordinary place. The time I spent at the 4-6 precinct reminded me that someplace you work can also be where you build another family brothers and sisters there for each other, and it's a precinct people speak of with a glow in their hearts. So we're with all of you, too. I want to take us back for a moment. That night of July 4th. And we say the words July 4th and we think of celebration. It's a time when we celebrate the wonder of this country. This country where a smart and motivated young woman like Miosotis Familia could become everything she dreamed of. She was strong but kind, resourceful and energetic. She embodied the American dream. A child of immigrants, the first in her family to go to college, a beautiful New York City story, a striver. She always was working to better herself and her family. And she had a goal. She wanted with all her heart to be a New York City police officer. She knew nothing would stop her, and nothing did. And she put on that uniform with such pride. She died the night her nation was born. And she died a patriot, defending all of us. Back in 1776, it was farmers and craftsmen put on a uniform to fight for freedom. Centuries later, in that same spirit, it was Miosotis Familia who put on a uniform to fight so others could live in freedom and peace. And she loved this city and she loved this country because she understood its magic. She saw what was possible, what it meant for herself and her children. She lived for them, but she died for all of us. Now let's be clear. It isn't easy to say this because it's so painful. She was killed solely because she wore a uniform. She was murdered while acting as an agent of peace. And we've watched with horror these attacks on our police here in this city and all around our country. And it sickens us. And we know they cannot be tolerated. And we know they must end. But in fact, brothers and sisters, hermanos y hermanas, we must end it. We, every one of us, we, the civilians, we must be the guardians of those who protect us. It's not a one-way street, my friends. We must help our police in every way, just as we ask them to help us in our moment of need. When something goes wrong in our life, we expect them to be there. They have the right to the same expectation. So I say to all of us, if someone threatens a police officer anywhere, anytime, in person or online, we need to alert the police to that threat. If an officer is in danger, we need to help them. And I want to tell you a story that I always come back to because it speaks to the ability of the people to be there for our brothers and sisters in blue. It was a few years ago in Brooklyn. 2 rookie officers saw a man getting on a bus without paying his fare. They walked up, they encountered the man, and suddenly this man pulled out a weapon and fired upon the officers. One of the officers went down. His partner immediately went to his aid. The perpetrator ran. What happened next speaks to the society we must build together. There were 2 off-duty EMTs who saw this and ran immediately to the aid of the officer. There were community members who ran to the aid of the officer, and then, as the perpetrator fled, other community members ran after him in pursuit. More officers arrived, and neighborhood residents pointed the way to where the perpetrator was hiding so the officers could arrest him, take away his gun, and take him off the streets. Thank God that rookie officer recovered from his wounds. And in that one moment, we saw community and police as one. And that is what we need more of. We need to understand the police are us. They represent all of us. We have an obligation to provide them with physical protection. We will do that. We will give all the equipment that they need, but they need more than equipment. They need us. They need us to be their eyes and ears. They need our solidarity and support, because they are of our communities, by our communities, and for our communities, and no one epitomized that more than Miosotis Familia, who lived so near where she served, who was there out of love for her neighbors. You know, her name, it's not a name we see a lot, but it comes from a flower. Miosotis is derived from a flower known as the forget-me-not. And it's a reminder to us to never forget her. And we know her spirit will live on in so many ways, in the streets that she made safer, in the lives she protected, most deeply in the family that she nurtured. I want to conclude by speaking to these 3 wonderful young people, to Genesis and Peter and Delilah. I have to tell you, you could not be more special. You could not be more of an example of everything good about your mother. Peter, that horrible night, you asked Commissioner O'Neill, what do you do now? A young man trying to understand a tragedy. Well, as I've talked to you, I've learned that the answer is already clear, because your mother gave you all the tools, all the strength, all the intelligence, all the wisdom. There's not a lot of 12-year-olds who want to be accountants. Kind of admire that. But you love math and science. You have a wisdom about you that will serve you well. And Delilah, you are already on your way. You're already writing things and seeing them published in the school paper. And you love the spoken word and the written word. And you have big dreams. You already know the high school you want to go to and the college you want to go to. And they are wonderful places worthy of you. And you're on your way too. And Genesis, you are now the rock for this family. I know you know it, and I know you accept that man leadership, even though it isn't easy for a 20-year-old young woman. It's been thrust upon you way too early. But you are so full of life and energy, just like your mom was. And that love of learning she gave you, it sent you all the way to England in pursuit of, as you said, you wanted to learn how to speak English from the people who came up with the idea. You have her passion, you have her intelligence. She gave you everything you need. You're on your way too, and you always have each other. My friends, Police Officer Miosota's familia did not die in vain. She made sure to teach the next generation well, and she showed all of us the right way. Now it is up to us to live it. Thank you, and God bless you all.
All right, everyone, that was part one of the memorial for Officer Familia, who was killed last week. We will show you part two a little bit later on. I do want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the State Department briefing room. We are awaiting State Department spokesperson Heather Nauert, who will be coming up in just a moment to hold her daily briefing. Again, Heather Nauert coming up in just a moment. The daily State Department briefing starting soon.
You can look at it. Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry. It's 9 plus an adult? No, 8 plus an adult. Okay, so put the 8 here, put the students here, and the adult on the right. Here, so there's 2 here. Yep. All right.
So once they once she starts, there'll be no questions from back here, no leaving and coming back in, no pictures while she's doing the actual briefing, even though some of the journalists may But like they said outside, once they get her out and the journalists, she'll come back in and speak with you. But you may even recognize some of the journalists as they come in because they're the ones that you see asking questions all the time.
Also, just a little tidbit, if you guys already have your phones on vibrate.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
And you just want to put them on airplane mode so that if you're getting alerts, like this is not the time to draw attention to the background.
Yeah.
Does anybody need something to write with?
Everybody has pen and paper?
So given that we're going to have a little time before things get started, I can help you out. You may want to think some about what you're going to say on Thursday evening, so you can maybe think about your script a little bit.
Because a lot of people didn't know about things.
What school is this?
Start asking like the fact.
Okay.
We didn't really ask the facts questions.
And you're all in high school?
Do you know anything about like the... But like, so we asked them their opinions on like traveling and stuff.
Sure.
So we put like our flash at the end of the video center. So a lot of people didn't know anything.
Yeah, I think it might be great to have like either a voiceover or you guys on the screen to say like, look, our original plan we had to change because, or even not, we had to change it, but like the reality is a lot of people don't know.
Especially after that.
Yeah, and so that's, I mean, that's part of your research of that maybe because you've just spent a month looking at it, your like perception of knowledge, even though you knew they weren't going to know a lot, was even less. And having something about that would be great. Just thinking about like making sure the main even of your uses to like inform, like one, look at how many people don't know. This is like part of the engagement with this topic is to help that.
Do you think there's anything we can do?
About the refugee policy?
Yeah.
Not my area of expertise.
What is your... What should we...
Medium
What should like our presentation?
So we started doing that this morning. So each trio, like your video group, sort of has a third. So your group is sort of the intro piece. And I think anybody will correct me if I'm wrong. Your guys, Narda was talking about like sort of general overview of on track. Right? So we've got about 45 seconds to a minute.
Sometimes,
That's
yeah.
about at a minute, and each of us are going to speak. So we've got about a 9 minute slot. You'll have us live at
some kind of
sort of got
economic.
started, but you can obviously rearrange that and we'll practice some of that. Like
I don't have to know
what
what.
work on videos and
Be an expert on
work
the
presentation.
event.
But thinking about like
I do have to know
what
how
is
to
the general sense of like press. What is sort of our elevator pitch? Why? What are we doing? Like the next time someone speaks up, like if you were Miles, what would you say? Slash, if Miles didn't talk, but here, what would you communicate about who you are?
But because the press office has different grade levels, you know, you can do that. I like the press office because I get to work with the media.
So long as it's not
Sometimes I like it. And I get to work with public. You guys. I get the best of both worlds in my office. Oh, no problem. Does anyone need to use the restroom? Water? You had the opportunity. Okay. Can't block the aisle because
Welcome, everyone, to the Fox 10 News Downstream, part of FNN.Phoenix.com. We are awaiting the State Department daily briefing. Get you caught up on some of the latest headlines. The Republican leader says the Senate will delay the start of the August recess until the third week of the month. In a statement today, the Majority Leader Mitch McConnell said the delay is necessary to complete work on legislation and deal with Trump administration nominees. McConnell complained about the lack of cooperation from Democrats on the nominations. The Senate has been scheduled to begin its 5-week recess starting on July 31st. That delay will push it back to the week of August 14th. McConnell said that once the Senate completes its work on health care reform, it would deal with the defense policy bill and nominations. It's possible the Senate could recess earlier. And a longtime Senate Republican says he's very pessimistic that GOP senators will settle their differences and push a health care bill through the chamber. Iowa Senator Charles Grassley made the comment today as party leaders were strategizing for a vote on their legislation next week. The bill will fail if 3 of the 52 GOP senators vote no, and far more than that have voiced opposition to their initial bill. Grassley said Republicans have been pledging for years to repeal President Barack Obama's 2010 health care law. He says there are consequences if lawmakers don't deliver on campaign promises, and he says there ought to be. Over the weekend, Grassley tweeted that Republicans would lose their Senate majority if they don't pass a health care overhaul. And in other news, federal safety officials are investigating why an Air Canada jet nearly landed on a taxiway holding 4 other planes instead of a runway at San Francisco International Airport. Federal Aviation Administration spokesman says that the pilot of the Airbus A320 inadvertently lined up to land on Friday night on a taxiway that runs parallel to the runway. According to air traffic control audio posted online, a United pilot on the taxiway says the jet flew directly over us. Air Canada says it too is investigating the flight from Toronto, which had 135 passengers and 5 crew members. And a Marine Corps refueling plane crashed and burned in a soybean field in the Mississippi Delta, killing all 16 military members aboard in a wreck that scattered debris for miles and sent a pillar of black smoke rising over the countryside. It was the deadliest Marine crash in the U.S. or abroad since 2005. 15 Marines and a Navy corpsman were on board the KC-130 tanker when it corkscrewed into the ground yesterday afternoon, about 85 miles north of Jackson, the state capital, military officials said. A witness said some bodies were found more than a mile away. The Marines gave no immediate details on the cause of the crash. The FBI joined the investigation, but Marine Major Andrew Aranda told reporters that no foul play was suspected. And Republican senators are downplaying revelations that the president's son agreed to hear damaging information on Hillary Clinton as part of the Russian government's effort to help his father. Senior Republican Senator Orrin Hatch of Utah calls the matter overblown, describing Donald Trump Jr. as a very nice young man. Other GOP senators appearing at a news conference declined to respond to questions on the development insisting that Republicans must stay focused on their agenda. And a police detective was questioned for a third day today about the events at a Penn State fraternity house earlier this year that led to the death of a 19-year-old pledge who died after a series of falls during a night of heavy drinking. Lawyers for members of the now shuttered fraternity house have been pressing State College police detective about his investigation into the pledge ceremony and subsequent party that preceded the February 4th death of Tim Piazza of New Jersey. Among the issues is whether Piazza, a sophomore engineering student, would have felt pressured into drinking as he and other pledges were directed through a series of drinking stations involving beer, wine, and vodka. The State College police detective said joining in the drinking was, quote, a rite of passage and the way to get into the fraternity. The defense attorneys have also questioned the detective about whether Piazza fell down a set of basement steps the next morning or could have walked down. The detective said both scenarios are possible. The hearing is for the fraternity chapter and 16 of its members. Some are accused of involuntary manslaughter and aggravated assault, while others face less serious allegations. 2 defendants waived the hearing. The judge will decide if prosecutors have put on enough evidence to send the charges to the county court for trial. And in other news, America's poorest families would lose thousands of dollars in health benefits so that millionaires could get huge tax cuts under the Senate Republicans' health bill. That's according to a new analysis by 2 nonpartisan research groups. Families making less than $10,000 would lose on average more than $2,500 in annual benefits once the plan is fully phased in. Families making more than $1 million a year would get tax cuts averaging about $50,000. The bill represents a huge shift in wealth from the poorest to the richest Americans. One reason it's drawing opposition from some moderate Republicans. Some conservatives think that the bill is too generous to the poor, creating a stalemate that has Republican Senate leaders scrambling to find a compromise. And for the financial markets, U.S. stock indexes were mostly lower in afternoon trading today as losses among banks and other financial companies outweighed energy sector gains. Investors were looking ahead to the start of the second quarter company earnings season and Federal Reserve Chair Janet Yellen's testimony to Congress. The S&P's 500 fell 4 points. As of 1:18 Eastern Time, the Dow Jones Industrial Average just lost 7 points. The NASDAQ Composite gained 3 points. And the quote of the day, we're in sort of a wait-and-see pattern right now ahead of Yellen's testimony in front of Congress. That was according to a U.S. equity strategist at J.P. Morgan Private Bank. Also, people are waiting to get more clarity with earnings kicking off in earnest with the banks on Thursday and Friday. Traders are looking ahead to potential news out of the Federal Reserve when Yellen addresses Congress tomorrow and Thursday. Investors will look for clues as to how aggressively the Fed will continue to raise rates and start to unwind its big bond buying program. The latest U.S. economic reports, particularly for jobs, have been upbeat. and earnings coming up on deck, investors were making modest moves ahead of the next corporate earnings reporting season, which ramps up this week. PepsiCo served up the results early today. Delta Airlines, JP Morgan Chase, and Wells Fargo are among the big companies due to report their latest quarterly results this week. And in other news, a new survey says a whopping 41% of U.S. adults have experienced online harassment ranging from offensive name-calling to stalking and sexual harassment. That's up from 35% in 2014. Looks like we have maybe a field trip here as well at the State Department press briefing, as you can see people taking some pictures right now. Going back to that report, the Pew Research Center said Tuesday that 66% of respondents have witnessed other people being harassed, while some people's experience could be shrugged off as a nuisance. The report said some 18% said they were subjected to severe forms of harassment. This included physical threats, stalking, and harassment over a sustained period. And an active duty U.S. soldier has been arrested on terrorism charges that accuse him of pleading allegiance to the Islamic State group and saying he wanted to, quote, kill a bunch of people. The FBI took Sergeant First Class Akia Kang into custody over the weekend in a Honolulu suburb after a year-long investigation involving multiple undercover officers and confidential informants. The 34-year-old from Hawaii made an initial appearance Monday in federal court. And in other news, coming out of North Carolina, a black man killed by a North Carolina state trooper earlier this year was shot in the back and died after massive blood loss, according to an autopsy. The report by the state medical examiner's office found that 31-year-old Willard Scott was hit once in the lower back and once in the buttock during the confrontation in Durham in February. He was taken to a hospital but died of the wounds, the report released yesterday said. The Durham NAACP chapter released a statement saying that Scott's family is urging prosecutors to consider charging the trooper. The shooting happened around 1 a.m. on February 12th after authorities said the trooper, who is white, observed Scott driving erratically and tried to pull him over with his siren and flashing lights. A Highway Patrol news release from February said the trooper followed Scott after he failed to stop, and the driver eventually got out of his car and fled on foot. During the foot pursuit, an armed confrontation ensued. The news release said authorities said a handgun that didn't belong to law enforcement was found at the scene. The State Bureau of Investigation, which is probing the shooting, released a statement in February, said that the trooper shot Scott after the chase, but didn't elaborate on where Scott was hit. The SBI identified the patrolman as Trooper Jeremy Mathis, who was placed on leave. The autopsy report said Scott was taken to a hospital but died during emergency surgery because of massive blood loss from the bullet that damaged a major artery and other organs. The NAACP described the autopsy as confirming, quote, our worst fears, and said that the family is urging a thorough investigation and further training for troopers on de-escalating conflicts. The statement said that the district attorney must, quote, prosecute the trooper to the fullest extent of the law as warranted by the investigation. And employees have been fired and other personnel actions have been taken at one of the premier nuclear weapons laboratories in the U.S. after small amounts of radioactive material were mistakenly shipped aboard a commercial cargo plane. Officials at Los Alamos National Laboratory declined to provide any details about the personnel actions, only to say that those who had a role in the mix-up, from individual workers to those in the management chain, have been held accountable. Once again, we do appreciate everybody joining us here live on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are awaiting the State Department daily briefing, but we are also giving you the top headlines that are coming in to our news desk here on Fox 10 News Now. We always appreciate you guys watching live here with us. We do stream Monday through Friday, starting at noon. We go all the way to midnight there out on the East Coast, and that's 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. for everybody out on the West Coast. So we do appreciate you guys being here with us here on the stream. And the nation's top law enforcement agency will continue operating out of its deteriorating downtown Washington headquarters for the foreseeable future after the federal government announced today it had scrapped a decade-long plan to look for a new building in Maryland or Virginia. The General Services Administration, which oversees federal office space, said it does not have enough money to move forward on a new location. The Obama administration had sought $1.4 billion for the project, but Congress left it underfunded by about $882 million. Moving forward without full funding puts the government at risk for cost escalations and could reduce the value of the existing building, the GSA said in a statement. The cancellation of the project does not lessen the need for a new FBI headquarters. GSA and the FBI will continue to work together to address the space requirements of the FBI. The hulking J. Edgar Hoover building overlooking Pennsylvania Avenue has long been the government building everyone loves to hate. The FBI has complained that the blocky concrete behemoth named for the agency's first and longest-serving director is obsolete, inefficient, and no longer meets the needs of an organization that has grown dramatically in the last 40 years. Those concerns were confirmed by a 2011 Government Accountability Office report that agreed the building didn't meet the agency's long-term security needs. Despite the Hoover Building's unquestionable sentimental value, the FBI had been pushing to move thousands of employees spread among the leased annexes in the region into a secure, consolidated headquarters that would fit with an agency whose focus has evolved to intelligence and counterterrorism. 3 finalist sites in Maryland and Virginia were announced in 2014, but the General Services Administration delayed its choice multiple times. One of the finalists for the $1.7 billion contract was Vernado Realty Trust, which owns buildings with Donald Trump and the family of Jared Kushner. A Vernado spokesman did not immediately return a call for comment. Local and federal office officials in Maryland, Virginia, and D.C. have been intensely jockeying for the new facility, which would have been a massive economic development project with the potential to bring thousands of jobs, expand the tax base, and boost area retail and service industry. Some lawmakers decried the decision to scrap the move. Quote, "The Hoover Building is crumbling around the FBI." Maryland's Democratic Senators Ben Cardin, Chris Van Hollen, and Representatives Steinhoiner and Anthony Brown said in a statement, "Our national security mandates that we move forward with building a secure, fully consolidated FBI headquarters." All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Downstream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are going to continue to wait for this State Department briefing. We'll keep our eye on it, but we're going to take you to Texas now, where we are awaiting also Attorney General Jeff Sessions to talk about the opioid crisis there. Let's bring that to you live here.
Everyone, please give a round of applause to Show Texas Youth Chorale and Destiny World Graceful Stars our appreciation. Good afternoon. I hope you are enjoying Texas and our conference workshops and activities. As you all know, DARE has for years held in the highest regard a very close working relationship with the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration.
The DEA and DARE have shared many common goals, one of which is demand reduction at all levels of society, but in particular with our youth. This year, to present the 2017 DEA DARE Law Enforcement Executive Award, we are honored to have with us a good friend and supporter of the DARE program and drug prevention, Principal Deputy Administrator Robert Patterson.
Good afternoon. So originally I'd written something down and I thought about it, and these are one of those moments when sometimes it's better off just being a little bit unscripted. So there's a lot of things about this job that aren't always the most fun and things that you have to deal with on a daily basis, but these types of events always actually remind you of why we do this job, and it's for everybody that's sitting in this room. The DARE and DEA's relationship is incredibly important to DEA. The education of our youth moving forward has never been more critical than it is now. And really what I'd like to say is that the Executive of the Year award that we give out comes from people that are nominated to continue that mission day in and day out in their respective agencies. Every year, DEA executives submit nominations for chiefs, sheriffs, superintendents of the people that not only push the DARE agenda in their communities, but also DEA's agenda. This year is no different. So we get a host of nominations in. They're always difficult to sort through. Everyone is very qualified. Frankly, it's always good to see. But this year's award recipient for the year is Loudoun County Sheriff Mike Chapman. Also doesn't hurt that he's a former DEA employee, as well as he got the DEA Museum out into Loudoun County. So with that, I welcome Mike Chapman to the stage.
Hey, thank you, Rob. I really appreciate that, and it really is an honor to receive this award. I have a 39-year law enforcement career, 23 of which was with the Drug Enforcement Administration. And moving around as much as we did, I actually have 6 children of my own. We only were able to have 2 of my children go through the DARE curriculum. One is 27 years old, and he's an Air Force Academy graduate, and he's still serving in the Air Force. And to this day, he still talks about when he comes back and visits us on holidays, the lessons that he learned from the DARE program. I have a daughter who's 17 years old who went through it in 5th grade as well, and she still talks about the lessons that she learned. So this is really, it's an incredible program. It really directs the children on the right choices to make, and it's been great in Loudoun County, the partnerships that we forged, and being able to really try to expand this program the way we did. We took it from what was a 5th grade curriculum and then advanced it to the middle schools and got that throughout all of our schools, and really got everybody involved. In addition to that, working with DEA, we conducted many sessions for parents throughout the county at all the high schools when it comes to drug prevention, drug education, because we all know that we can't win this battle without hitting it from all sides. It takes prevention, education, and enforcement, and we've tried to do all of that. We expanded our program also into a heroin operations initiative, which really addresses the opioid crisis that we're seeing out there, and incorporated schools, incorporated mental health, incorporated substance abuse professionals, held forums, and as Deputy Administrator just mentioned, we had a DEA museum out there in Loudoun County as well, worked with the schools, had field trips come out there, had people throughout the county come out there, held forums. People had a chance to open up about the crisis that they were suffering when it comes to the drug problem that we see out there. So it really has been a combined effort, and it really is an honor to be receiving this award, and it's been a great relationship with our DARE counterparts, certainly with the Drug Enforcement Administration. One last thing, we were also able to get Chris Herron, who's a former NBA star who got hooked on heroin and was able to overcome that, to come out and speak with 900 of the students out there in Loudoun County. So again, a comprehensive effort, pulling it all together, and really, it really is a team effort, and we're trying to address this problem that we're seeing out there from all sides. And I couldn't be more honored and more proud to be receiving this award. And also when I see what the kids are going through out there and the challenges that they face, it's just great that we have such competent, talented people with the DARE program, with DEA, with law enforcement across the globe that are all part of this thing and making it happen. So again, thank you very much. It's an honor to receive this award, and I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please welcome the President and Chief Executive Officer of DARE America and DARE International, Frank Paguris.
We have just a slight change. President Paguris will be on in just a second. Attorney General Sessions has just arrived and is making his way to the dais. So if you give us about a minute or two, we'll have President Paguris and the Attorney General. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to the Fox 10 News Downstream. Taking a live look here in Grapevine, Texas, where we are expecting the Attorney General Jeff Sessions to make a statement at the 30th DARE International Training Conference about the opioid epidemic at the Gaylord Texan Resort and Convention Center, once again in Grapevine, Texas. So we'll have that for you as well. We're also monitoring feeds coming out of the State Department for their daily briefing. So pretty much right now we're sort of in a holding pattern here, but seems like in a couple moments we will be getting a statement there from the president of DARE, and then, of course, the keynote speaker this afternoon, the Attorney General Jeff Sessions. And just coming down on a news alert, President Trump calls his son Donald Trump Jr. a high-quality person and applauds his transparency in the email matter with the Russian lawyer. And we do appreciate everybody joining us here live on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, awaiting the Attorney General Jeff Sessions to make a statement there in Texas about the opioid epidemic there. Coming from local media reports there, the Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has joined a group of state attorneys generals who are investigating the marketing and sales of prescription painkillers as they work to determine whether drug makers have broken any laws amid a nationwide epidemic of opioid addiction. The Attorney General and his counterparts are tapping a variety of legal tools, including issuing subpoenas for documents and testimony, to pull back the curtain on the role of opioid manufacturers in creating or prolonging the epidemic, the Republican announced last Thursday. Opioids are a family of drugs, including prescription painkillers like hydrocodone, as well as illicit drugs like heroin. Prescriptions and illegal opioids account for more than 60% of overdose deaths in the United States, a toll that has quadrupled over the last 2 decades, according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control. Texas. Okay, looks like we got our event starting here.
It is my distinct privilege and a personal honor to introduce our Attorney General of the United States, Jeff Sessions.
Thank you. What a group. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is a warm welcome indeed. It's great to rendezvous with you in Texas. It's a great, great state, no doubt about it. And Francisco, thank you for your leadership with DARE and all you do to help prevent the spread of drug addiction in this country. The DARE team is ready to meet this new challenge, no doubt about it, just like you did in the 80s and 90s, and I remember it well too. Nobody here remembers it. I've added 10 grandchildren since those days, but things were out of control. People were excusing drug abuse, and nothing should be done about it. And prison is bad, and Nancy Reagan tried to say, "Don't just say no." They mocked her, and that this is ridiculous. But the truth was, we needed to start talking about the dangers of drug abuse. And it's even worse today. This danger and the deaths that we are seeing is unprecedented in the history of the Republic. It's become an epidemic today, and it's taking an unprecedented number of American lives. For those Americans under the age of 50, drug abuse is now the leading cause of death in this country. In 2015, more than 52,000 Americans lost their lives to drug overdose. 1,000 every week. More died of drug overdose in 2015 than died from car crashes or died at the height of the AIDS epidemic. And numbers we have for 2016 show another increase, a big increase based on preliminary data. 2016, it appears that we've lost over 60,000 lives to drug overdose. That's unprecedented in our country. It'll be the highest death toll and the fastest increase in a death toll in American history. And every day, more than 5,000 Americans take painkillers for the first time. The epidemic is growing. It's only going to get worse, it does appear, unless we take action. It's being driven primarily by opioids, as you know, prescription drugs, heroin, and synthetic drugs like fentanyl. Last year, there were 1.3 million hospital visits in the United States because of those drugs. And according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, heroin use has doubled in the last decade, in 10 years, from those 18 to 25 years of age. Meanwhile, drug dealers are lacing heroin and cocaine with fentanyl, a drug 30 to 50 times more powerful than heroin. As a result, the drugs on the street are now more powerful more addictive and more dangerous than ever. Even marijuana THC content is up several times. And they're not just dangerous for users. Even being accidentally exposed to just a few grams of fentanyl can kill a police officer or paramedic, as I know most of you well understand. So now, this is not the country's first drug abuse crisis. In the 1980s, we confronted, when I was United States Attorney, skyrocketing drug abuse rates across the country, but the nation rose to the occasion and we successfully reversed those trends, and it can be done again. In 1980, half our high school seniors admitted they had used an illegal drug sometimes that year. But through enforcing our laws, good law enforcement, and by developing effective prevention programs, we were steadily able to bring that rate down. But it took years. It didn't happen overnight. And that's why I'm so pained. It hurts me so badly to see the trends we're on today. They've got to be reversed. You were at the beginning of this fight. In 1983, when DARE was founded in Los Angeles, DARE became fundamental to our success by educating children to the dangers of drug use. I firmly believe that your work saved lives, Francisco. No doubt about it. It helped turn the tide. And I want to say thank you for that. And whenever I ask adults around the age 30 about prevention programs and what they remember the DARE program. They consistently do. I just left the United States Attorney's Office. There's 100 or so, a lot of around 30-year-old prosecutors. Who remembers the DARE program? The hands went up around the room. So now some people today say that the solution to the problem of drug abuse is to be more accepting of the problem. Just kind of live with it. Don't talk about it. Don't do anything. They say marijuana use can prevent addiction. You've heard them say that. Unbelievable. They say the answer is always treatment. Only treatment do they suggest. They say don't talk about enforcement. Gosh, we can't have prosecutions. They say don't say no to me. Don't tell me what I can't do. So that's the kind of mentality. But I'm going to tell you, that was a mentality in the late 1970s and early 1980s, too. To me, that just doesn't make sense, though. In fact, thank you. In fact, I would argue that one reason we're in such a crisis today, right now, is that we have subscribed to this mistaken idea that drug abuse is not a threat to us. And it's not just a choice, it's a destructive behavior. Ignoring the problem or the seriousness of the problem won't make it go away. Prevention, through educating people about the danger that's involved, is ultimately how we're going to end the drug problem and for the long term. I'm convinced of that. Treatment is important, but treatment often comes too late, doesn't it? By then, people have already suffered the effects of drugs. Then their struggle to overcome addiction has become a long and painful process, and it can often fail. It often does fail. I bet many of you have seen families destroy their entire savings trying to help an addicted child beat the addiction and see that effort fail. When fewer people start drugs, fewer people will become addicted. Ultimately, that's prevention. Look, this is a law enforcement community. We are going to work hard together in partnership to crack down on drug distributors, drug dealers who are out there pushing drugs and destroying lives. But jail is not our goal. That's not what we want. What we want to see is drug use go down. We want to see fewer lives destroyed. We want to see more children graduate from college not drop out of college. We want to see families. We want to see families strengthened, not broken apart and destroyed, and children traumatized by a parent who's addicted. So I just would say to you, I fully understand the importance of what you're doing. I fully support it. I support you. The President supports you, and we're determined to see if we can't make a big difference in America today, and I believe that we can. So there are three. There are three basic legs on the stool to deal with a drug crisis. One is law enforcement, one is prevention, and one is treatment. I just would say this to you. Law enforcement, and I want to talk a little bit about that too right now. Law enforcement is prevention. It's a part of prevention. And we at the Department of Justice are going to work harder than ever to keep drugs out of our country, to reduce their availability, to reduce their price, and to increase their price, and to reduce the purity and addictiveness of the drugs that are on our streets. That's a law enforcement function. We do have a role to play in this matter. Don't let anybody tell you different. And when you're talking to young people and other people, I would caution that you not say that law enforcement is not the answer or won't work. Law enforcement is a part of the answer. It's part of creating a climate of hostility to drug use in America. It's part of creating a circumstance in which young people see that their culture, their very communities themselves, are united in opposition to this. And it also hammers these arrogant drug dealers and people who are making a fortune off misery of people. It creates a certain justice system, too, for that. So we know also that drug trafficking is an inherently violent business. If you want to collect a drug debt, you can't file a lawsuit in court. You collect it by the barrel of a gun. That's the way it's done. There's no doubt that violence tends to rise with increased drug dealing. Law enforcement plays a critical role in making our communities safe, and drug abuse is a threat to safety in our communities. We had, under the previous administration, some policies that were directed to our U.S. attorneys that I just visited with earlier today. And it directed them not to charge the most serious offenses that would carry certain minimum sentences, mandatory sentences. Prosecutors were required to leave out true facts in order to achieve sentences lighter than those sentences required by law. This was billed as an effort to curb mass incarceration. What was the result? Well, it's not gone well, in my opinion, and a lot of our policies throughout the country have misinterpreted the challenge we face. Sentences went down, but crime has gone up. Sentences for federal drug crimes dropped by 18% from 2009 to 2016. Violent crime, which had been decreasing basically for 30 years, suddenly started up again. In 2015, we had an increase of 10.8% in murders. 2 years after this policy change, the United States suffered the largest single increase in overall violent crime since 1991. In May, after study and discussion with criminal justice experts, I issued a new memorandum for the Department of Justice regarding charging and sentencing policy that said we were going to trust our prosecutors again, allow them to honestly charge the offenses that as Congress intended. And this simple, two-page guidance instructs them to apply the laws on the books to the facts of the case and allows them to exercise their discretion where a strict application of the law would result in an injustice. Instead of barring prosecutors from faithfully enforcing the law, this policy empowers and trusted professionals to apply the law fairly and exercise discretion when appropriate. That's the way good in law enforcement has always worked, and that's what we're going to do now. But you know, it's not our privileged communities that suffer the most from crime, drugs, and violence. Minority communities are disproportionately impacted by violent drug trafficking and addiction. Poor neighborhoods are too often ignored in these conversations. Regardless of their level of wealth or race, every American has the right to live in a safe neighborhood. Those of us who are responsible for promoting public safety cannot sit back while any American community is ravaged by crime and violence at the hands of drug traffickers. We can never yield sovereignty, not ever yield sovereignty over a single neighborhood, a single city block, or a street corner to drug traffickers. Also, under President Trump's strong leadership, this country is finally getting serious about securing the southern border. Most of the heroin, cocaine, and methamphetamine and fentanyl in this country got here across the border by powerful cartels across the Mexican border. According to the National Institute of Drug Abuse, Mexican heroin production alone increased sixfold in 4 years. From 2005 to 2009, there were 50 metric tons sent into the United States. That number is now 70 million tons, and it has just kept rising. According to the Office of National Drug Control Policy, Mexican opium poppy, the heroin source, plantings increased by 64% from just 2014 to 2015. It's a remarkable increase. As a result, over the last decade, we've seen sharp increases in purity of our drugs and accessibility to heroin. We've also seen steep decreases in drug prices on our streets. But this country has paid an increasingly high price for this drug abuse. We have paid for it in broken relationships, broken lives, death rates, the likes of which we've never seen before. This is why it's important to protect our country from drugs and crime by securing our border and having a lawful system of immigration in this country. It's why I've urged cities and other jurisdictions to cooperate with federal authorities and turn over criminal aliens for deportation, which is what 80% of the American people want us to do. And I'm proud of Texas, too, for the action they've taken recently. That will help ensure the kind of partnership between federal and state law enforcement agencies that are so critical to success. Violent transnational gangs like MS-13 take advantage of cities and states that shelter them in order to smuggle in drugs, recruit school children to join, and pillage and plunder whole communities. The Department of Justice is working with our powerful state and local enforcement partners, you, to fight back against these cartels, drug traffickers, and gangs like MS-13. I firmly believe that our law enforcement efforts are an essential part of our nation's work to prevent drug abuse, addiction, and to save lives. The department is also holding drug manufacturers accountable for their actions. I am announcing today that the department has reached a $35 million settlement with Mallinckrodt Pharmaceuticals for failing to notify the DEA of suspicious drug orders in large numbers. These failures resulted in millions of OxyContin pills being sold on our streets. As a result of the hard work of DOJ attorneys and law enforcement, the company has agreed to do everything it can to help us identify suspicious orders in the future. And we've sent a clear message to the drug companies. This Department of Justice will hold you accountable for such illegal activities. I believe that will prevent drug abuse, prevent new addictions from starting, and save lives. For too many, opioids are being prescribed today. Far too many are being prescribed today. I believe this country is just simply moving too many prescription pills throughout our country. And every doctor, and hospital and dentist and other group that have the ability to move prescribed drugs need to review what they're doing. Is 68 dilaudid necessary? Can we get by with 10 and have people come back if they need more? I think we are making some big mistakes here. We are creating addiction, as DEA says, that leads people to heroin later when they can no longer get the prescription opioids. At the Department of Justice, we're going to increase our work with our local and state allies to stop these drug traffickers. We will track them down. They will be given no quarter. We will work together every day to keep the American people safe. But we need you. We really need DARE to prevent new victims from being produced. We need your strong leadership to deny the drug dealers new customers, to help more and more Americans, especially young people with bright futures ahead of them, to reject drug abuse. Experience has shown, sadly, that it's not enough that dangerous drugs are illegal. We also have to make them unacceptable in our communities. We need to create a culture and a climate that is hostile to drug use. In recent years, government officials were sending mixed messages about drugs. I could feel it. I don't know if those of you who've been around, did you hear some of these comments? Members of Congress and leadership in our country say things about drugs that are just shocking to me. I knew that this was not good messaging. It was undermining what we spent 30 years trying to create, a climate that honestly and properly told young people and Americans, stay away from these things. They will destroy you. And it's worse today than the challenge we face is really bad today. DARE is, I think, as I indicated, the best remembered anti-drug program today. In recent years, people have not paid much attention to that message, but they are ready to hear it again. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of the work that you're doing and will do. And I'm proud of the individuals in this room that will be going out into schools, giving their time and effort to try to reverse the trends that we're seeing. So our message is, let's stay at this. Let's stay at it. We know it worked before, and we can make it work again. Please continue to let your voices be heard. I promise you that I will let my voice be heard. Our young people must understand that drugs are dangerous, that drugs will destroy their futures, or worse yet, end their lives and their futures. Let's get the truth out there and prevent new addictions and new tragedies. Let's drive the drug dealers out and make all of our communities safer. Thank you for what you do. May God bless America and your efforts. Thank you. Thank you.
Gather up so we can get in a picture here. Attorney General, these are members of our youth advocacy group, high school students from around the country and different nations as well. And on behalf of all the children of the United States, they wish to present you with a plaque in appreciation.
Oh, that's
for joining us
fabulous.
today.
Hey, very
Step this
good.
way to get a picture.
Come on, okay.
And that was Attorney General Jeff Sessions talking at the 30th Annual DARE International Training Conference about the opioid epidemic there in Grapevine, Texas. We're now going to be switching gears for you, taking you to another live event happening right now and already in progress. It's the State Department Daily Briefing. You're watching live with us on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
And protection for civilians who have been affected by conflict, including those displaced internally and also refugees. The United States is also providing safe drinking water and supporting hygiene and health programs to treat and prevent disease outbreaks for all the 4 crises, including in Yemen, which is experiencing the world's largest cholera outbreak. The United States is the largest single donor of humanitarian assistance around the world. The aid we provide represents the best of America's generosity and its goodwill. Today marks, actually Sunday marked, the 2-year anniversary of the launch of China's government nationwide campaign of intimidation against defense lawyers and also rights defenders. The State Department remains deeply concerned about the continued detention of at least 7 defense lawyers and rights defenders and reports of their alleged torture and denial of access to independent legal counsel. We urge the Chinese authorities to immediately release those still in detention and drop the charges, and also allow them to reunite with their families. We urge the Chinese authorities to view lawyers and rights defenders as partners in strengthening Chinese society through the development of the rule of law. And finally, I'd like to announce something that's taking place here at the State Department, a busier place than usual today. There is a meeting of the Global Coalition to Defeat ISIS that's underway this week. Today, members of the Global Coalition to Defeat ISIS are in Washington for the first of 3 days of meetings on the next phase of the campaign. The meetings come at a key moment in the fight against ISIS, just as Mosul has been liberated. The coalition's working groups on stabilization support, counterfinance, foreign terror fighters, and counter-messaging are convening to evaluate the progress and also discuss how to build upon momentum that are achieved in each of those areas. Tomorrow, representatives of the 72-member coalition will participate in a day of workshops to share the best practices to ensure that we maintain simultaneous pressure on ISIS across the globe. On Thursday, senior diplomats at the coalition's small group will meet to build on the work of the previous day's meetings. They'll also talk about future priorities, coordinate efforts to continue setting ISIS on an irreversible path to defeat. Just as ISIS is working to survive, we are dedicated and committed to defeating ISIS. And with that, I'll take your questions.
Can we go to Qatar?
Sure, let's start in Qatar. Hi.
Can you update us on the latest efforts by Secretary Tillerson? And I know we saw the statement that was issued, and he basically said, quoted to have said, that the Qatari position is reasonable. Could you elaborate on that?
So the secretary was in, I'm sorry, UAE. No, he was in. He's based in Kuwait and has had a few series of trips. He went to Doha today to talk to the leaders there, and he will travel to Saudi Arabia tomorrow, and that's where he'll meet with the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Egyptians, and also the Bahraini officials. An important piece of news to announce is that we worked out an arrangement with the Qataris, separate from the Qatar feud, if you will. And this is something we're pretty proud of, and this is something that the President has made a major initiative of his that was worked out at the Riyadh conference. And that is the Qataris and the United States have signed a memo of understanding between the United States and Qatar on counterterrorism financing. So some of the details, I understand, are still being worked out at this hour. The Secretary was pleased to be able to announce that piece of work today.
Do you see this as paving the way for Qatar to go back into the good stead of the other 4 countries that cut off relations with it?
We certainly hope so. We know that all of those countries, as we talked about in Riyadh, share the concern about ISIS, the global terror network, and they recognize that we are all stronger when we are working together and coordinating in the fight against ISIS. So we believe that this memo of agreement between the United States and Qatar is a good first start to get that underway.
Initially in this, what we heard from the Saudis was kind of take it or leave it. Here are our demands. So how would you say that through the course of the Secretary's meetings, the willingness level has changed or hasn't among the other countries besides Qatar?
So I know that the countries and the Secretary are committed to trying to work this through and come to a resolution. It's been more than a month now. We've continued to ask them to do that. I think those nations all understand the concern and the importance to work together to come to a resolution on this.
And Tillotson spokesperson during part of this trip had said, when he was talking to reporters, that there are no clean hands here. Was he talking about Saudi Arabia, or what? Can you clarify that?
I think I know what you're referring to. I think when he referred to no clean hands, what he was talking about, and I wasn't there for this, but I think what he was talking about is that all parties can do a lot more to work together, that all of the nations have issues that they need to address and work together on, and I think that this new counterterrorism financing and funding initiative that the Secretary was able to announce today with the Foreign Minister of Qatar is a good first place to start.
And when you said that some of those demands were just completely untenable, but some could be workable, can you give a little more detail on what he was talking about?
So I'm not going to characterize any of the specific demands, but we know overall from taking a look at the initial lists and subsequent lists that some of things would be harder for certain nations to do than others. Some of them would frankly not be workable for some of those nations. I'm not going to point out the specifics. That's for each of those nations to look at and highlight themselves, but we're hoping that they will come to an agreement on this. Hi.
Heather, State and Qatar have described this agreement that they signed today as a separate agreement, that process that had begun in Riyadh before this blockade began. But given that the most cited grievance that these countries have against Qatar has to do with terrorist financing, and this is a terrorist financing agreement, could you characterize this as linked or as a breakthrough to try to end this impasse?
Well, I think to highlight that the United States and Qatar have this agreement on terror financing, it sends a really good message to all of the nations that, hey, look, we can get to this agreement on this. We can get to an agreement that terror financing is a major issue and a major concern. So I think that helps set a good example for the other nations that, you know, we hope that they will come to the table with this as well.
And there's an expectation or a hope that Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Egypt, these other nations will sign similar agreements with the United States?
That I'm not sure. I wouldn't want to get ahead of the Secretary's discussions because he has a lot of meetings ahead of him and a lot of hard work ahead as well. Okay. Hi, Cal.
Hey, does the Secretary, just to clarify, want other nations to sign onto it, considering that the Qatari Foreign Minister said that they are the first nation to sign onto this memorandum?
I'm not certain if this memorandum is going to be extended to the other nations. There could potentially be, but I don't want to get ahead of the Secretary. I suppose there could be separate memorandums that would come of these conversations. But again, I just don't want to get ahead of what those discussions might look like.
And when will we be getting the details of what was in this memorandum? It seems like it's a bit unclear right now.
Well, this is all fresh. It's all new. The President had asked the Secretary to go over there and personally handle this. So we're just going to keep an eye on it, keep an eye on the situation because it's still developing. Okay. Anything else on Qatar? No, let's stay with Qatar. Are we done with Qatar?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. Hey, Josh, go ahead.
Is there any clarity so far on the monitoring of the Syrian ceasefire? Obviously, Lavrov said yesterday that it was going to be done with the United States and Jordan from a center in Amman. Do you have any more details on that?
Mr. Lavrov likes to talk a lot and get out ahead, I think, of some of the negotiations that are underway. That is all still being worked out. We are a little over 2 days into the ceasefire in that part of Syria. We're pleased with that. We think it's holding fairly well at this point in terms of who is doing what, when, where, how. Some of those details are still being worked out.
Is there a level of urgency in working that out? Because it seems like if you don't have a monitoring or an enforcement mechanism of a ceasefire, it sort of incentivizes people to break it because who's monitoring?
I think the first objective was, and this is no small feat, that the United States, that Jordan and Russia were all able to work out an agreement to bring in a ceasefire in a separate new area. You know, this is aside from the Astana process, which had the the other zones. This is the de-escalation zone that is a fifth and separate region. So I think it's a terrific feat that they were able to identify this region and agree to a ceasefire and allow that ceasefire, for the most part, to take hold. So this is something that I know is important to get to the position where there are monitors, and who those monitors will be, I don't know at this point. I know we have folks in the region. I know that our special envoy to Syria is actively engaged in these conversations, so I anticipate we'll get that information in the near future.
Do you think you might be able to provide a map or an outline of the specifics of the region, or just give more clarity on what
I'm
we're
not
talking
sure that
about?
we'll be able to do it. That may be classified at this point. I can certainly look into that.
Is there any assessment about, there was some flashpoints that happened in the last 24 hours in parts of the area that might have been considered the ceasefire or might not have, a regime offensive in Suwayda or Swayad?
So my understanding is
on the outskirts.
that is actually outside of the area where the ceasefire has been called or has been identified. Again, for the most part, this seems to be holding right now. I'm not going to say that there aren't going to be skirmishes or things here and there, but so far this is holding, and a pretty incredible feat that the United States, Russia, and Jordan were able to come to this. Okay, anything else on Syria?
But a quick follow-up. Are you concerned that this ceasefire would allow extremists, from ISIS, from other groups, especially Jabhat al-Nusra, to be funneled to make all the way up to Idlib, and even coming out of Mosul and Raqqa and going there where they are going to congregate? Is that still?
I think
are these groups are still free targets? They don't fall under the ceasefire.
This is still a fresh agreement, so we're going to wait a little bit and let this agreement play out. We have a lot of folks who are in the region, a lot of coalition partners who care about trying to keep this ceasefire holding at this point, and then we'll try to build on it from there.
Thank you.
Syria? Russia's intentions here at this point, or would you say that the situation seems better than that this time?
Well, I think the Secretary and the President have talked about our difficulties and our relationship with Russia, that we remain at a low point, but we're looking for areas of agreement. I think when you find areas of agreement that you can work on, you start to build from somewhat of a point of confidence and comfort level. If we can get that initial building block in place, perhaps we could work on the next step. I know one of the commitments we share at this point is not just the ceasefire, but also allowing humanitarian access to get in. That's badly needed. And so the hope is that we can get in humanitarian access and help the folks there in that
Would you say
area.
that the State Department's stance at this point is optimistic, or is it not at that point?
I think optimism in a country that has seen a brutal regime, that has seen so much misery over 6 years. I think optimism is perhaps too strong of a word, but I think it is promising in a certain sense that we've been able to get this ceasefire underway, and for the most part, it's been able to hold so far, and we'll keep building to do more. Okay, anything else left on Syria?
Syria.
Okay,
Syria.
who is Syria?
Here.
Sir, hi.
Yeah. Is the deal sustainable without Iranian buy-in? And do you know if the negotiators are in contact at all with Iran?
I have no information on that whatsoever. Okay.
Syria.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have something on Syria?
Yeah, follow up on Syria. I'm Tanya Kalmukova. I'm correspondent for Russian news agency RIA Novosti. I want to go back to previous statement of Mr. Tillerson on proposal to establish joint mechanism, and specifically that includes establishing no-fly zones in Syria. Is that something that we're going to see in the near future? Are you working on that with Russian counterparts, or for now it's like just a proposal?
I'm not going to get ahead of any of our diplomatic conversations that could be had. I think the focus today is on this ceasefire. We're pleased to see that. We also have had some movement from the standpoint of meeting with the Russians, and that's something I wanted to announce today, that Undersecretary Shannon will be meeting with the Russians with his counterpart here in Washington on Monday. So that was something that the Russians, we had on the schedule with him previously, and Russia had canceled that meeting, as you all know, in St. Petersburg. Undersecretary Shannon has been hard at work as we have been trying to find areas that we could deal with some of these so-called irritants, and that meeting's set to happen here in Washington on Monday. Pardon me?
Is that meeting an outgrowth of the discussions?
I don't know. This is something I believe that I know that Undersecretary Shannon, Mr. Shannon had this conversation about a week and a half or so ago, and so I think this is sort of as a result of that.
Is Radcliffe coming over, or is it somebody else?
I believe it's Ryabkov coming here to Washington. Okay. Anything else on Syria?
Syria.
Okay.
Russia.
Iraq. Syria. Okay. Let's go on over to Iraq. Hi, sir.
The Pentagon issued a statement which resonated what other U.S. officials from the State Department have said about the liberation of Mosul. It said we need to address the conditions that led to the rise of ISIS in Iraq. So I want to know whether the United States mission from now on will be to address those conditions in Iraq, and what are those conditions?
I think our mission in Iraq will do what we can to support the Iraqi government and the people of Iraq. We are not going to unilaterally decide what's best for the Iraqi government. We have had close cooperation with them, and we are very, very pleased to see the liberation of Mosul. Let's not forget it was not that long ago where the most horrific things on the part of ISIS were taking place in Mosul, where we saw the beheadings of civilians, where we saw the crucifixion of Christians, where in various parts of Iraq and Syria we've seen people burned in cages, we've seen people drown. So I think it's a real welcome sight, not that the fight is over, but a welcome sight that Mosul has been liberated. Again, a tough fight ahead for the Iraqi government, other governments in the area, coalition partners. That's something that we're addressing here in Washington, but we remain committed to that and also to the Iraqi people and the Iraqi government.
On the Amnesty International report, they have made some accusations against the coalition and the Iraqi forces, arguing that war crimes might have been committed by the coalition and Iraqi forces in Mosul.
I'm familiar with the Amnesty International report, and some would say, let's take a step back and take a look at this. The coalition and its forces do everything that they can to avoid civilian casualties. That's something as Americans, and I know the coalition as a whole, takes very, very seriously. Let's remember why we are engaged in this fight against ISIS. Let me remind you of something I just said. The beheadings of civilians, the beheadings of children, the crucifixion of Christians, the burning of the Jordanian pilot in the cage. All of these things, I can go on and on about the atrocities that have taken place in that region over a few numbers of years. So we will continue to take that fight to ISIS and continue to allow Iraqi civilians to come home. The United States, coalition partners have had that win, if you will, but we know that it's not over yet.
Amnesty's findings.
I have not seen those findings myself. I know that they did not contact the Department of Defense or our coalition partners in putting together that report.
Thank you.
Okay. Leave it at that. Hi.
ISIS could not have controlled Mosul without support from at least some local elements. So my question is, anyone, perhaps the Iraqis, perhaps you would know something about this, is anyone planning on establishing a mechanism for the victims of ISIS to seek justice, to hold accountable those who were involved in the terrible crimes that you've just described?
I know that the United States has continued to offer Iraq our support in doing what is needed to help them, to not only help stabilize the country, but to help provide additional assistance. I believe that's something that the Iraqi government, I cannot speak for the Iraqi government, could potentially be looking into themselves, but I think that's something for the Iraqi government to decide.
Be encouraging them to look into it?
Again, I'm not part of the diplomatic conversations that are underway. I'm not aware of any that are taking place about that specific issue, but I know just historically we would certainly support the government and what it needs to do to bring people to justice. Okay. Anything else on Iraq? Iraq? Okay. Let's. Hi. How are you?
Can you provide any sort of update on the cyber framework that Secretary Tillerson announced on Friday? The president had described it as a cybersecurity unit, but the secretary had used the term framework. So just sort of any details you can provide and whether or not it is happening.
So I know a lot of people like to pick apart the exact words that are used. Sarah Huckabee Sanders over at the White House addressed this issue yesterday, in which she gave a little bit more color about this. One of the things she said is that we recognize Russia as a cyber threat. We also recognize the need to have a conversation with our adversaries, and I think that sort of formulates what part of what the president's discussion was. She went on to say that the discussions may still take place over that particular issue that you mentioned, but that's as far as we can really look ahead right now.
It won't be part of, for example, Undersecretary Shannon's meeting next Monday.
I'm not aware of that. I know that this was a meeting that the Undersecretary has been trying to get on the books for quite some time. Again, it was canceled, as you all know, about 3 weeks ago or so, and so we're pleased to have that meeting on the books.
And can you say, the Secretary was saying after that meeting as well that both presidents agreed, rightly in his opinion, that we needed to move on from this issue of a cyber intrusion. Does that mean that there will be no sort of repercussions for Russia because of the meddling in the U.S. election?
Well, I'm not going to speak for the White House or the president, but I think Secretary Tillerson has been very clear about that, and that's part of the reason that the Russian government was asked to leave its dachas here in the United States,
So
because we knew that there were some activities taking place in those dachas that were not permitted under U.S. law.
But no further repercussions by this administration?
I can't speak to what the White House could potentially be working on or not working on at that point.
So any support for I know you don't want to comment on legislation, but the sanctions bill, I know at least one senior administration official had expressed support for it. Is that the position now of the State Department?
Again, I don't know which particular member of Congress you're speaking about.
No, it was, I believe, Mark Lauder with the White House had said.
All right, everybody, we're going to go out to Bucks County, Pennsylvania. We're getting another update on those 4 missing men there in Pennsylvania. Let's go there live.
As I've said before, we're working in collaboration with just about any law enforcement entity that will give us help and assistance, and any law enforcement agency that has information. If we contact Philadelphia or vice versa and we make a determination that that could be relevant and have some import here, of course we'll follow that up.
But you know by this point, when you match equipment that the officers and agents are using right now to search that property.
We're using anything from major construction equipment all the way down to the finest sifting equipment that you can imagine, because some of it is just heavy, bulky work, construction work, and others is we want to be careful not to miss the tiniest piece of evidence. And I suspect that we will find both types.
Cadaver dogs?
The cadaver dogs have been in there.
Have you asked Mr. Donato not to bail his son out?
No, I have not.
Is Mr. Donato...
Can you talk about the relationships at all, or reveal anything between the 4 young men missing and Donato?
We still have our detectives and investigators working on that. I am not at liberty to disclose that at this point, but we are still seeking information in that regard from the public.
Do you believe Donato picked... So you look at the possible person of interest in this case as well?
I'm sorry, who's that?
Is Mr. Donato, the father, possibly being looked at as a person of interest in this case?
I would not classify him that way, no, Walter.
Are you having ongoing talks with him?
Pardon me? Not at this time that I want to classify like that.
Matt, the family owns a concrete company. Are you looking for any concrete on this property here?
We're taking what we find there. I don't want to say we're looking for concrete necessarily, but if that becomes germane to the investigation, and I can't say whether it is or it isn't, we're going. Let's.
That we're seeing from the aerial views from the news people. We see things spread out in parks. What are we seeing there?
I can't disclose that. I think you're fortunate to be able to get those views, but frankly, that's investigative material that I can't share with you.
Have any firearms been recovered from the scene?
I'm sorry?
Have any firearms been recovered from the field?
I cannot disclose that at this time.
Has Donato been cooperative at all?
We've been in touch with them. I can't say.
What about Donato locked up, the son? Several buildings there. Were they all kind of occupied, or what was their use?
I don't know the answer, but even if I did, I wouldn't be able to share it with you at this time.
Is Donato himself the person of interest in cooperating with us?
I can't comment on that.
Can you give any indication of what you are looking for there?
In respect to other investigations in this county.
Take the biggest one you've ever seen and multiply it by 1 million. And that's what we're dealing with here. It's not just this single property. We have people combing the entire county trying to work on this case, and the amount of manpower that we've employed just at this property is mind-boggling. But that's what it's going to take, apparently, and we're committed to see this through all the way to the end, regardless of what that may be.
But did you take guns from the Donato home?
I can't comment on that. All right, one more question. Yes, anything is possible. I have hope. I think that it's very important to hang on to hope until there is no room left for it. And I would ask that everybody share my thoughts and prayers in that regard. All right, thank you very much.
Have you found
I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, one last thing. I'll see you tomorrow at 11, and then I've been asked to make the next one at 3 o'clock instead of 3:30. 11 and 3. 11 and 3 until further notice. I hope to have information on progress tomorrow. I'll see you all. Have a good day.
All right, so we just got another update there, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, of that 4 missing men, still trying to locate them. You're watching the Fox 10 News Downstream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are going to take you now back out to Heather and the State Department briefing.
Are you on Asia?
Yes.
Okay, hi.
Same topic. The U.S., there have been reports, is circulating a draft resolution at the UN Security Council for additional sanctions on the DPRK. Do you have an update on how those discussions are going? And also, was it discussed in the meeting with President Xi and President Trump?
Okay. A couple of things. In terms of potential sanctions at the United Nations, I know that that is something that is a hot topic. A lot of people are talking about that right now. The sanctions are, I know it's something that Ambassador Nikki Haley has touched on briefly about that. She has said any new potential sanctions or resolutions, I should say, should be proportionate to the new escalation that has been faced as a result of North Korea's actions. I hate to say this again, but I don't want to get ahead of some of those diplomatic conversations that are going to take place at the United Nations. We're going to be talking with the nations there and the members of the UN Security Council to see what is the best move yet. One thing I think is clear, and that is the world is very concerned about the escalation in terms of the threat that the DPRK faces, not just with regard to the region, but with regard to the world.
And then also one more on Liu Xiaobo's condition. There have been reports that he's in critical condition. Are you concerned for his health? And also, is the U.S. ready to accept him into the country to receive medical treatment?
So Liu Xiaobo, we've been following that case very closely. You've heard me talk about it here for the past few weeks. We continue to call on the Chinese authorities for his full parole and also for the release of his wife. At China's invitation, and we were pleased to see this take place, U.S. and German medical experts were able to come in, visit him, and also visit his family. I understand that his wife, who had been under house arrest, was able to be with him at the hospital. We're happy about that. However, we continue to call on China to release him so that he can receive medical treatment wherever he desires. If it's in the United States, I think we would certainly welcome that. The State Department was involved in helping to get a U.S. doctor from MD Anderson to China to be able to take a look at him. I know there was also a German doctor that was in attendance too. We would like for Mr. Liu to be able to make his own health choices about where he would like to go. Okay? Anything else on China? Okay, go ahead.
So I was wondering if you have a reaction to your counterpart at the Chinese Foreign Ministry, spokesperson Geng, rejected the idea that China has a responsibility for mitigating the North Korean nuclear crisis.
Okay, I'm not aware of those comments, but I know that we have been very clear that China has a unique kind of leverage with North Korea. About 90% or so of the trade that North Korea does is done with China. We've continued to have conversations with Chinese government officials at all levels, at the highest levels, and we continue to say, thanks for what you've done, but we expect and we want you to do a whole lot more. So we'll continue to have those conversations.
Do you see this? Have a chance to read through the statement that he made. Could you follow up? Could you follow up once you actually have a chance to look at the statement? Would you mind following up on that?
Which statement?
The Chinese spokesperson's statement.
Okay.
Sure.
I mean, I can.
Well, you said you haven't had a chance to look at it yet.
as I'm sure you've heard me here say before,
Yes.
say, every statement that comes out from every person around the globe, well, whether it's a spokesperson or a foreign minister, I'm not going to comment on those things. Sure. Okay? All right. Anything left on China or DPRK?
India.
Okay. We'll go to India. Hi, sir. How are you?
Fine. Thank you. Are you aware about do you know about the terrorist attack in Indian state of Jammu and Kashmir where 7 pilgrims were killed, shot dead by terrorists yesterday?
That took place on July the 10th.
Yeah.
That is what you were referring to.
Yes.
And yes, we are aware of that. We're familiar with it. We consider it to have been a terrorist attack in the state of Jammu and Kashmir in which 7 religious pilgrims were killed. That's of great concern to us. These were civilians. They were killed as they were exercising their right to worship. And that is, in large part, what makes this so reprehensible. That is a great concern to us. Our thoughts and prayers go out to those people and to their families as well. Our prayers are with the victims and those who were injured.
And do you know who were behind these attacks? The state police is saying Lashkar-e-Taiba from Pakistan were behind this
Sir,
attack.
I'm not aware of who may have been responsible or may not have been responsible for that.
Is there any cooperation between Indian and U.S. on this terrorist attack?
I'm not aware of that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, sir.
Thank you. This is Jahan Saif Ali from Airway News TV, Pakistan. I just want to ask questions about some Afghanistan. As we all know that you are going to announce, the current administration is going to announce the new Afghan policy. So what kind of designation you are giving to the Afghan Taliban in that policy? Because the Obama administration, in this last 2 or 3 tenure, they stopped calling Afghan Taliban as terrorists. So what kind of designation you are giving to the Taliban in the new Afghan policy?
Well, our Afghan policy review is still underway. That has not been announced just yet. So they are looking at our officials who are involved in that Afghan policy review, which goes from the State Department to the Department of Defense to the National Security Advisor and his team and plenty others I'm sure that I'm not mentioning right now. So that review is underway. That review continues. I'm not going to get ahead of what's in that review. We'll just have to wait and see what comes out.
Terrorists or not, the Afghan Taliban?
Sir, we're going to wait for that review to take place, okay?
Is there any update on kidnapped American citizens in Afghanistan?
And who exactly are you referring to?
Referring to, I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you asked me about who kidnapped?
Yeah, American citizens kidnapped in Afghanistan. Is there any update on that?
Let me get back with you on that, and let me see what I have, okay?
I have a few more questions if you allow me.
Pardon me, sir? Let me move on. We have a lot of other people, and so we've got a lot of questions, okay?
Quick question on the Palestinian-Israeli issue, really
Sure.
quick. Today there was a high-level meeting in Jerusalem between Mr. Jason Greenblatt and the Palestinian chief negotiator, Saeb Erekat. And also present was Ambassador David Friedman, along with General Counsel Donald Bloom. Now, in the past, the meetings with the Palestinians did not include the American ambassador to Israel. It's been like a protocol. Has there been, in your view, a downgrading of your view of the Palestinian Authority, or is this just something because it has not been done since like the 90s?
So I would say it's in fact the opposite, not a downgrading, but perhaps even an upgrading.
Right.
The fact that our U.S. ambassador would be included in this meeting and that the Palestinians, as I understand it, would welcome him into this meeting shows a step forward in terms of our cooperation. We're very pleased to have the ambassador's expertise in this, and I think it raises the level and indicates just how important it is for this administration to try to come to some sort of peace agreement. As I've said many times before, and I'll just throw this out one more time, we know that that process is not going to be easy. We know the process is going to be difficult. We know that both sides are going to have to compromise, but I think this is a good step, and that we'll continue to have additional meetings.
Because in the past, it was the Consul General who basically behaved as, or conducted himself as an ambassador to the Palestinians. So is this changing now?
Saeed, I don't know why you want to get into the bureaucracy and the diplo-speak of all of this, but I see it as a positive thing that the ambassador is there. It doesn't. I don't really think it matters if that position had not been there at the meetings. What matters is the Palestinians, as I understand it, they welcomed him, and that he was a part of that meeting, and I think that really underscores the importance that this administration is putting on that issue. We're still hopeful, okay? We're not giving up yet.
Palestinian follow-up question?
Okay, last one.
Last week, AP asked a question about the difference between restrained and unrestrained settlements. And the AP reporter specifically asked about whether the location of the settlement differentiated between restrained, which would be somewhat acceptable, versus unrestrained, unacceptable. So my question is, you said you'd follow up on that.
Yes.
Do you believe that settlements on the Palestinian side of the barrier, that would be unrestrained, and and within the settlement blocks, that would be restrained, or how do you differentiate in terms of locations?
I think that's something that is still under review. As you know, Mr. Greenblatt in the region, Mr. Kushner has made many trips there, and so I'm just going to defer to them on that issue for right now. Okay?
Turkey?
Okay, last thing, Turkey. Yes,
Thank you. Yesterday, Washington Post had an editorial titled Mr. Tillerson's Betrayal of Democratic Ideals with regards to Turkey visit, and it basically argued that Mr. Tillerson went there but did not mention any of the human rights issues, including press freedom and all the other issues. And this is the second time Mr. Tillerson went to Turkey and did not meet again with the opposition figures. What's your comment on this criticism?
Well, first regarding the Secretary's schedule, he has had an absolute whirlwind of a week from the G20 to then heading over to Ukraine in Kiev to address the ongoing issues there, and then to Turkey for a short stop in which he was very busy on that stop, and then now handling the GCC and the Qatar resolution of that dispute. So he's had an awful lot going on. We have continued from this podium and through our statements and elsewhere and in our concerns with what we see as certain areas of concern, human rights violations, for example, mass imprisonment of people in Turkey. We continue to raise those concerns with the government of Turkey, and that has simply not changed. Okay?
So you are saying that if there was more days, Mr. Tillerson would have met with the opposition figures. It is not a policy issue, but there was no time for that meeting?
I don't have the Secretary's schedule in front of me, but I know it was a tight schedule. I know that he has had an awful lot on his plate. I would go back to our previous statements where we have expressed, in Turkey as well as other nations around the world, expressed our great concerns about human rights and so forth. And so that has not changed. The Secretary has been clear about that. Guys, we have to leave it there. Thank you.
In his conversation with the president?
I don't have a readout of that meeting, but if I can get something for you, I will.
Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
All right, everyone. Now we're going to take you out live here back in Arizona. We're going to get you some details on what Sky Fox just came on scene with. All right, everybody, we are continuing. We just had our feed frozen. We're working to reestablish it. There we go. Okay, so this is the very latest that we know. Unfortunately, this is happening at 19th Avenue and Camelback, where a stroller was involved. There was a baby in the stroller, and minor injuries at this time that we're being told. No life-threatening injuries. Obviously, an investigation will be happening here, and that's an image, frankly, you never want to see. But Sky Fox up in the air, getting us these aerials of breaking news coming up at 12:45, almost 12:45 this afternoon. 19th Avenue and Camelback. You're watching live here with us. So obviously police will be looking into, okay, why did the car there skip that curb and go into almost the parking lot there? All right, we do see other officers there now on scene. We're continuing to follow live here for you. Sometimes our Sky Fox will go a little bit in and out. We're working to always reestablish that connection for you. Obviously a very sad situation as well. Anytime you're dealing with a toddler involved there, you do see that stroller just right in front of that car. But good news here, no life-threatening injuries as of yet. That's the best news you can get on a situation like this. 19th Ave and Camelback. Thanks to all our viewers watching worldwide right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We do see another police SUV coming to the scene as well. Investigation is ongoing. Obviously seeing that car there jump that curb. Right in that area of 19th Ave and Camelback. Also looks like we do have the tow truck now coming to the scene to get this car out of there. So obviously, you know, the pictures have been taken by the police for that investigation, and now we're going to get the tow truck here and try to get this car out of here and resume normal activities at this Church's Chicken restaurant. It does appear that Sky Fox will be leaving the scene there. Of course, any updates, always go over to fox10phoenix.com for always the very latest there. Now I'll show you a shot of the White House there as we get one more video loaded up for you before Samia Khan comes up for the next 2 hours. And we are also learning, let's take a look at the Capitol right now. The House is in recess until approximately 4 p.m. Eastern. So in about 10 minutes here, the House will reconvene. This is what they have on the agenda today for some hearings, for hearing H.R. 2810 for the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2018. That's going to be happening at 5 p.m. Eastern. And then also happening at 7 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have a markup of the subcommittee markup fiscal year 2018 Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Appropriations Bill. That'll be happening at 7 p.m. Eastern. Earlier today at the House, there was assuming first sponsorship. Mr. Yoder asked unanimous consent that he may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 392, a bill originally introduced by Representative Chaffetz for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 7. And then the Speaker announced that the House went into a lunch recess. They will be meeting back live on the House floor coming up in the next 9 minutes. And one of the biggest news, though, to come out of the Capitol today is the Republican Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell said that Congress will postpone its August recess in order to make progress on its major legislative goals, in order to provide, quote, more time to complete action on important legislative items and process nominees that have been stalled by a lack of cooperation from our friends across the aisle. The Senate will delay the start of the August recess until the third week of August. McConnell said in a statement, lawmakers will wait until the third week of August before taking a break, as opposed to sticking to their scheduled recess, which was slated to begin on July 31st, a span that would happen for the entire August month. The announcement comes amid frustration over a lack of progress on the White House's major policy goals, including health care and tax reform. A health care bill is still being debated by the Senate, and a revised version is expected to come out on Thursday. The Congressional Budget Office will release a score of the bill early next week. Of the 52 GOP senators in the chamber, Republicans can only afford to lose the support of 2 for the bill to pass. The GOP also faces a dwindling window to pass both health care and tax reform through the reconciliation process. They will need to include instructions for tax reform reconciliation measures in the next budget proposal, expected to be completed before the new fiscal year in October, at which time they will no longer have the fast-track mandate for health care. The White House has insisted that health care reform will be completed this summer and tax reform by the end of this year, while administration officials have said they have been working with lawmakers on formulating a tax proposal, though a concrete bill has yet to be introduced. And in other news, a new survey says a whopping 41% of U.S. adults have experienced online harassment, ranging from offensive name-calling to stalking and sexual harassment. That's up from 35% in 2014. The Pew Research Center said today that 66% of respondents have witnessed other people being harassed. While some people's experiences could be shrugged off as a nuisance, Pew said some 18% said they were subjected to severe forms of harassment. This included physical threats, stalking, and harassment over a sustained period. The 2016 presidential election has brought the issue to the forefront for many people. In fact, 14% of respondents said they have been harassed online specifically because of their political views. Twitter and other online companies have promised to crack down on abuse. On Monday, for example, Twitter introduced new controls aimed at curbing harassment or at least preventing the targets of abuse from seeing what is said about them. Now users can disable notifications when someone they don't know tweets about them. Still, this doesn't necessarily remove the abuse from Twitter, just hides it from those who are targeted. Pew's report calls social media, quote, especially fertile ground for online harassment, and found that 79% of respondents think online services have a duty to step in when abuse occurs on their platforms. And Washington is one of 7 states that does not have a personal income tax, but this week, one of its cities approved one on just its wealthiest residents. Late Monday, the Seattle City Council voted unanimously in favor of a personal income tax on its top-earning residents. Individuals with incomes in excess of $250,000 and those filing jointly with incomes in excess of $500,000 would be subject to a 2.25% tariff. People with incomes below those thresholds would not be affected. Seattle believes the tax will raise around $140 million per year and could help close the wealth gap in the city, while the mayor also cited President Donald Trump's economic agenda as a reason to introduce the tax. Seattle is challenging this state's antiquated and unsustainable tax structure by passing a progressive income tax. Seattle Mayor Ed Murray said in a statement on his website, "Our goal is to replace our regressive tax system with a new formula for fairness while ensuring Seattle stands up to President Trump's budget that cuts transportation, affordable housing, healthcare, and social services. This is a fight for economic stability, equity, and justice." And we'd like to always remind you that you are part of the Fox 10 News Now stream. We do stream Monday through Friday from noon all the way to midnight out on the East Coast. And for our friends out here on the West Coast, it is 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. That's Monday through Friday. And we stream breaking news alerts and the latest press conferences from across the country. I'm Mike Paish. I've been with you for the last 2 hours. Sami Khan, she's going to be coming up next here. She'll be with you for 2 hours, followed by Mary Kate, and I will see you guys all at 8 p.m. Eastern. That's 5 o'clock out on the West Coast, folks. So it's been a great 2 hours with you. Wishing you the very best this afternoon. I'll see you in a little bit.
Hello everyone, Samia here. I just wanted to say hello and let you know we are going to be back live with some more news now in just a moment. Stay tuned. All right, everyone, there is a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing going on right now on the topic of congressional and criminal investigation, a hearing examining lessons learned from concurrent congressional and criminal probes. Let's go ahead and watch this now, happening live.
The Iran-Contra Committee had 181 staff, the Church Committee had 133 staff, and the Benghazi Committee had 46 staff. So this is not to say that the current staff aren't fabulous, but they're human beings.
Well, that's arguable, but...
And you're looking at them behind us.
So let me just sort of tell you what we've done. We've tried to find out what the tools are in the toolbox of Russia abroad, how they interfere with elections over there, how these tools have been applied here to come up with solutions to the 2018-2020 problem. So we've done that. We've had very good hearings. As to staff, quite frankly, if I feel like we need more, we'll ask for more. Here's my frustration. I can't imagine a major witness that Congress would want that Mueller wouldn't want. Don Jr. We saw the email today. I think everybody in Congress wants him to explain what was that all about. I don't know if Mueller wants to find out what that was all about, but I would imagine he would be interested. Y'all have done this before very quickly. What would you advise us to do with people like Kushner and Don Jr. and Manafort?
Well, they are what I would call pretty close to the top of the food chain.
Right.
Ordinarily, in building an investigation and generating facts, you work your way up unless there's an opportunity to jump over middle management and get to the C-suite quickly. I suggest that, again, the committee, and I'm not so sure that it's a great idea to discuss it in public, but
meet with Mueller.
Would certainly meet with Mueller, but the committee itself needs to get its marching orders in order and to find agreement. The worst thing that can happen is if there are different voices coming from the same committee and you're not marching in unison. It's difficult enough, as we have heard and have little practical advice for, when there are internecine struggles for turf within the Congress.
Right.
And so on the question of investigative priorities, I think you need to sit down, get your act together, and then to meet with Mueller and to determine what areas of collaboration and cooperation you can hammer
We've
out.
already had one meeting. I think the chairman and member have had another, and there's a series of meetings. But I think pretty much everybody agrees that we'd like to know about the email. So, good case of if we call him, what damage does it do? So, Ms. Bryan,
You're not going to find out until you ask that question and get an answer.
Right.
But I would suggest, most respectfully, that you not emulate kiddie soccer, where everybody's rushing to the ball, and all the rules are put aside and all of your discipline is put aside.
I agree with you more. We need to methodically go through this. As to what would happen if Mueller were fired for no cause, it'd be wholly it'd be disastrous, and I have absolutely no reason to believe that's going to happen. But I, along with many others, have said that's a non-starter, so you don't need to worry about that. There'd be plenty of blowback.
May I suggest, Senator Graham, that when you go to the meeting, you have two tools: a list of names of people you want and a calendar, and that in effect, your consultation is a negotiation with the special counsel. And he says, number one, number two on the list, you can have them tomorrow. Everybody can have them tomorrow.
The whole purpose of that question is not to ask how we move forward organizationally, but to suggest that we can move forward. That's the point. That even though both groups may want to hear from the same witness, which I imagine we will with these major people, you're telling us as the committee, we have a right to do that. We just have to exercise it reasonably and logically.
Exactly.
There's no
Does
question.
everybody agree with that concept?
Exactly.
Everyone agrees.
You agree with that, Mr. Fry? So if Mr. Mueller tells us we can consult, we can listen, but we have our own powers, is what you're telling us, and we just need to exercise those responsibly.
Yes.
Especially remembering that Mr. Mueller is focused entirely on criminality, and
Right.
you have a much broader set of questions.
I think this conflict we're talking about is going to mature, and I can understand from his point of view why it would, but just from my point of view, being the subcommittee chairman, I think your advice is good, that we need to decide among ourselves, where are we going? Let me tell you where I'm going. I'm going to try to find out what the Russians did and make sure they don't do it again.
Remember, the documents are very
And that's
important.
the goal of this whole deal.
Absolutely.
Remember that documents are a very important part of what
And
you're
that-
looking
and that-
for, and they're not subject to the privilege.
Thank
A part of what you need to do, Mr. Chairman, in my view, is what we did in the 9/11 Commission, and that was get the public behind us. And the way we did that was to have open hearings and to have the American public realize that we were asking the kind of questions that we should be asking of the people we needed to
Well,
question.
Mr. Clapper was really good that it's important. Clapper and
Yes.
and the deputy attorney, what was her name? Yeah, they were great saying this is
Sally
important.
Yates. Right.
Sally
But-
Yates. So
Yeah.
we
But
agree
we-
with you. That's why we're having this hearing. That's why we have other hearings saying this is important because 2018 will be here before you know it. 2020 will be here before you know it. Senator Whitehouse.
I'd like to ask a slightly different question. The Judiciary Committee has oversight responsibility over the Department of Justice and the FBI. There are times when, as part of that oversight responsibility, it is important for us to be able to determine that the Department of Justice and or the FBI actually did a credible job of doing an investigation, that they didn't botch it, and that they didn't bury it for political reasons, that they actually did their job. And it seems to me that that oversight comes into potential conflict with the protection of the substance and the contents of an executive investigation. And the way that I think this can be worked out, but I'd like your thoughts, is that we might not be entitled to ask the investigators what they did in an ongoing investigation? But we're certainly entitled to find out whether people were assigned to the investigation, how many there were. There's a difference between an investigation that has one person assigned to it and an investigation that has 60 people assigned to it. We're entitled not necessarily to paw through the documents that they have collected, but we're entitled to find out if they actually did discovery. Were there subpoenas? How many files of paper did they fill? Did they ever do any witness interviews? Seems to me that those are legitimate questions to ask that don't intrude on the protection for ongoing criminal investigations. And simple things like, if you're doing a RICO, did you go through the process the Department of Justice has for signing off on a RICO approval? Did you follow your own internal guidelines? None of those questions would seem to me to interfere with the legitimate protection of an ongoing criminal prosecution or investigation from legislative interference. What are your thoughts in that area? What are the types of questions that we can ask in our oversight role to assure that criminal investigations, or frankly even civil investigations, were neither botched nor buried?
Senator, I can tell you about one such investigation that was done on the House side, 2003, by Dan Burton as chair of the Government Reform and Oversight Committee. He was looking at the how the U.S. Attorney's Office had gone against the Irish Mafia of Boston, is I think Whitey Bulger was the name used. And
I'm from Rhode Island. I remember it well.
And he ran into a formal claim, a full written formal claim of executive privilege by President George W. Bush at the time, who was he had no horse in the race. He was just, his Attorney General said, "This is a tradition. We don't want to give in on it. Will you give me the claim of privilege?" And he said, "Yeah, I'll give you the claim of privilege." Congressman Burton, Chairman Burton, won. He went to the mat. He was willing to go to contempt, and he got the materials. Some things were subtracted from them, and the particular things are those that were genuine Rule 6E, that is like actual transcripts of the grand jury rather than just things that touched the grand jury or been asked for the grand jury or something out there. And that was a remarkable example because it was not that many committee chairs, Senate or House, are interested in doing that kind of retrospective oversight, but he did it.
So if you have any further comments on that subject, I'd love to give you the chance to answer with a answer for the record in writing so that we have a good record of that. I think it's an important question, and it's a little bit at an angle to what else we've been talking about. I would like to close out. We've talked, I think, a lot about immunity as a potential place where congressional investigations can conflict with criminal investigations. Another place where I think we probably need to be careful is calling a witness who may be a cooperating witness in the criminal investigation unbeknownst to the rest of the world, because they could be asked questions here whose truthful answer would reveal their status as cooperators before the investigation wanted that revealed. And we could face the more or less constant problem of a witness giving multiple testimonies and creating a cloudy record that makes it easier for defense attorneys later to cause trouble in a trial. I used to work with a prosecutor who'd like to say, "I don't eat chewed food." He didn't want witnesses to have gone before their places and given lots of testimony. Other than those areas, immunity, which we've talked about, protecting the anonymity of cooperating witnesses who have not yet been disclosed as cooperators, and creating a confused record of multiple testimonies, are there any other red flag areas that we should be alert to? Make it a question for the record, too, so that we can follow up.
As a former prosecutor, I will tell you that my experience tells me that necessity is the mother of invention in virtually all of these categories. All of these things are things that a prosecutor would rather not have happen. If he had his druthers, he doesn't want what he regards as a premature revelation of a cooperating witness's status. He doesn't want the opportunity for his witness to screw up by giving inconsistent statements in different venues and the like. So they are remedied by figuring out workouts around the problem. They are remedied by doing the work to make sure the witness is prepared adequately before he or she is handed off to some other body that's going to take sworn testimony. So these are all
So in a
things,
nutshell, areas of hazard but not insurmountable hazard.
Exactly.
To finish that thought, so if you're a prosecutor and you're a chief witness, you had your star witness, your chief witness, your only witness, all things being equal, you wouldn't send them up to Congress to get beat up.
No.
Unless you, okay, makes perfect sense to me. Thank you all very much. Been very helpful. We're going to plow ahead here and see if we can come up with a witness list that we think serves the benefit of the Judiciary Committee in our lane. Talk with Mr. Mueller and see if we can have a resolution. And my desire is to err on the side of giving as much information to the American people about what happened, why the Russians did it, did they do it, and are they going to do it again if we don't act. So thank you all very, very much, and we'll leave the record open for further questions. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, everyone. Well, that wraps up that feed from the Senate Judiciary Committee. But it did start earlier today, and we just caught the tail end. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys some of what was said earlier in the hearing.
Discharge their legislative functions. I think that's true, but it is bounded by the respect for the criminal process. So we're trying to find out where that boundary exists, how to navigate this problem, and proceed in an orderly manner so that we do not get in the way of Mr. Mueller, but we discharge our duties to the public at large. After having cut my phone off, I'll swear in the witnesses. Could you please rise? Could you raise your right hand, please? Thank you. Do each of you swear the testimony you give for this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Well, as I indicated, we have a really incredible group of people who will be very helpful to this committee as to how we move forward. Mr. Richard Benveniste is a fairly legendary fellow. From 95 to 96, Mr. Benveniste acted as chief counsel on the minority side of the Senate Whitewater Committee. From 73 to 75, he held the position of chief of the Watergate Special Prosecutors Watergate Task Force. From 2003 to 2004, he served as one of the 10 commissioners on the bipartisan 9/11 Commission. Welcome and thank you for coming. Ms. Danielle Bryan has been the executive director of the Project on Government Oversight since 1993 and issued a report recently entitled Necessary and Proper Best Practices for Congressional Investigations, and it's exactly what we're trying to find out. What are the best practices? Mr. Andrew Fry represented the government in the appeal of the Iran-Contra conviction of Admiral Poindexter and in seeking the Supreme Court review of the reversal of the convictions of Admiral Poindexter and Colonel North. And that's what we're trying to avoid here, is getting in the way of the prosecutor. Mr. Tieper was a special deputy chief counsel to the House Iran-Contra Committee in 1987. 1984 to 1995, he was the general counsel, acting and deputy general counsel to the U.S. House of Representatives. He was assistant legal counsel of the United States Senate from 1979 to 1984. Each of you, in your own way, have a tremendous insight into how Congress should behave when there's a conflict between a congressional investigation and a potential crime. And just as he's known for, perfect timing, Senator Whitehouse will now give his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Graham. Like the haircut.
Thank you. You must have ran all the way from Rhode Island.
We were just in abroad together. And so first of all, thank you for doing this. I appreciate it very much. We learned today that Donald Trump Jr. knowingly sought information from the Russian government to help his father's campaign, and that the repeated denials were false. I have no doubt that Special Counsel Mueller will get to the bottom of any violations of criminal law, but Congress has a duty to understand who knew what when regarding the Russian government's campaign to help get Donald Trump elected. This afternoon, Senator Graham and I will continue our work in the subcommittee to help the public understand what happened, to frame responses to the threat of continued Russian influence, and in today's case, to ensure that parallel investigations do not conflict. These questions are deadly serious as they implicate the President's fitness to perform the duties of his office. Let me thank Chairman Graham for continuing to persist in holding substantive and consequential hearings in our subcommittee. I hope the full committee gets energized, but in the meantime, this subcommittee is doing its job. The investigative function of Senate committees is vital. Woodrow Wilson once said that the investigative function of Congress is to be preferred even to its legislative function. The Supreme Court has held that the scope of our power of inquiry is as penetrating and far-reaching as the potential power to enact and appropriate under the Constitution. From Senator Truman's investigation of defense contractors to the Army McCarthy hearings to the Watergate hearings, the Senate's investigative function has always been important, even if sometimes imperfect. Senator Graham and I have been prosecutors, as has Senator Klobuchar. We respect the prosecutive function, and we wish to illuminate the boundaries that allow criminal investigations in the executive branch and congressional investigations in the legislative branch to proceed in parallel without harm to either. We are pleased to have experts in this area to help shed the light of their study and experience. One particular issue is the still undisclosed tax returns of Donald Trump and the separate means for criminal investigations and congressional investigations to gain access to such materials. There are different rules and procedures for the executive and legislative branches, but the bottom line is this. While it would be wrong for Senate investigations to peer over the shoulders of executive investigations and look into the contents of their files, there is nothing wrong with both investigations looking at the same evidence acquired separately and consistent with law. One last point before we turn to the witnesses, the assertion in legislative hearings of executive privilege. Attorney General Sessions refused to answer senators' questions based on what he called long-standing Department of Justice practice, protecting the right of the President to assert
In short, there are no compelling reasons why congressional and special counsel investigations should not proceed concurrently. The system works best when congressional committees are in internal sync, where the chair and ranking member are speaking with one voice in planning and executing an investigative strategy that will be both appropriately aggressive and at the same time thoughtfully deferential to legitimate prosecutorial objectives. In my view, the best example of this kind of bipartisan cooperation was seen in the relationship between Tom Kean as chairman of the 9/11 Commission and Lee Hamilton as vice chair, demonstrating how much intellectual energy and investigative firepower can be harnessed when political beings put the national interest above narrow party goals. In conclusion, unlike Congress's goal of educating and informing the public, prosecutors are bound by rules that promote secrecy and discourage, even criminalize, inappropriate extrajudicial disclosure of their work process. Imbued with tremendous power, prosecutors must have the experience and judgment to separate the wheat from the chaff and exercise discretion in deciding to bring or not bring charges. In the investigation of the ramifications of Russian state interference in America's 2016 presidential election, Congress has the responsibility to collect and present, by way of public hearings, why this event deserves every American's serious attention. And the judiciary committees of both houses have an additional obligation, in my view, that Special Counsel Robert Mueller be permitted to complete the work he has been duly appointed to oversee, including a fair and thorough investigation of Russia's interference in our presidential election, and whether any U.S. citizen was complicit in or aided and abetted that interference. It must be made clear that serious constitutional remedies would follow any improper attempt to curtail or interfere with Special Counsel Mueller's inquiry. Thank you, and I thank the members of this subcommittee for your attention.
Chairman Grassley, Chairman Graham, Ranking Member Whitehouse, thank you for inviting me to testify today. POGO's mission has long included working to strengthen the capacity of Congress to do fact-based oversight. POGO's Congressional Oversight Initiative has educated over 1,000 Hill staffers during the past decade from both sides of the aisle and both chambers about the oversight powers and responsibilities of the Congress. And thank you, Senator Grassley, for being an honorary co-host of that work. As to the subject of this hearing, let me be clear. Congress and the executive branch are capable of conducting concurrent investigations. The oversight functions of Congress are constitutionally mandated and are essential to legislating, holding the executive branch accountable, and for ensuring that our democracy's system of checks and balances is working. Clearly, the controversy and debate over Russian interference with the 2016 presidential election demand congressional attention. The lack of common understanding across the country on the facts, what did or did not happen, and whether our rule of law is being properly followed is fueling a damaging rift to our democracy. It is the role of the Congress to provide the public with the facts. As Chairman Graham mentioned, we recently released a report on the history of congressional investigations that shows the public benefits when both the legislative and executive branches examine the same events. And we identified 4 important elements to successful investigations: that they be bipartisan, that they have a clear scope, that they be have leadership support, and having the chairman of the full committee here is evidence of that. And 4th is being well-resourced, which is something we can talk about in the Q&A later. Investigations led by a special counsel can play a critical role, but they are limited in scope, are not public, and of course remain vulnerable to executive branch pressure. Congressional investigations have a broader mandate, often have a quicker pace, and can unearth troubling information that may be significant but not necessarily criminal in nature.
All right, everyone coming out of this, Schiff is talking about the Trump Jr. Russia interaction.
Information they believed would be damaging to Secretary Clinton and helpful to the Trump campaign. Some of this information they stole from the computers at the DNC and elsewhere. In June, we now know that through intermediaries, the Russian government sought to approach the Trump campaign to see whether they would be interested in damaging information about Hillary Clinton. In late July, the president, quite out in the open, then candidate Trump, urged the Russians to hack Hillary Clinton's emails and said that they would be richly rewarded. During the course of our investigation, one of the questions we have sought to answer is, was there private activity by the campaign in parallel with the very public request that now President Trump, then candidate Trump, made for the Russians to hack and release Hillary Clinton information? Because we now know that the response that the president's son gave to the Russians was that he would love it if they would provide damaging information about Hillary Clinton. Rather than report this overture by the Russian government to provide damaging information to intervene in the presidential election in a way to help his father, neither the president's son nor the campaign reported this information to the FBI. When it became obvious that the emails were being dumped, when it became obvious this was being done by the Russian government, when our own intelligence community issued a statement in October affirming that this was being done by the Russians, did the Trump campaign then disclose that in fact they had received an overture to receive damaging information? The answer, of course, is no, they didn't. So this is obviously very significant, deeply disturbing new public information about direct contacts between the Russian government and its intermediaries and the very center of the Trump family, campaign, and organization. Obviously, we need to get to the bottom of exactly what happened, what was said in that meeting, any of the information that went into organizing that meeting, as well as if that meeting was just the beginning or that was a testing of the waters by the Russians to see whether the campaign would be receptive to their engagement and involvement in the presidential election. So this is, I think, a very key development in terms of what the public is aware of. Our work continues, so we are interviewing new witnesses each week, sometimes more than one each week. We'll be doing that until we get to the bottom of not only these additional facts, but all the others that we're exploring. And with that, I'd be happy to respond to your questions.
Congressman,
yes.
You mentioned that this seems to have been directed by the Russian government. Have you seen any evidence to say that this Russian lawyer was in fact directed by the Kremlin to meet with the Trump campaign? And secondly, have you seen any evidence of other meetings that may have occurred between Trump associates and Russians beyond this one?
I can't go beyond the four corners of what's already in the public domain, but I think that the emails themselves, which have now been verified by the Trump campaign itself, by the president's son himself, make very clear that government officials within the Russian government had information they thought was damaging to Secretary Clinton that they wanted to share with the campaign, and they made arrangements to provide a channel to do that, and this Russian advocate was that channel. Now, obviously, one of the things that we need to investigate did this just begin the conversation? Did she report that information, the receptivity to getting that information back to Moscow? Did Mr. Gladstone report back to the family that had approached him to say they would love to get this? And in fact, they would not only love to get it, they would love to get it late in the summer. And of course, it was late in the summer that the stolen emails began to be published. So these are the kind of questions that need to be answered. But here I think you have quite direct evidence that the Russian government had damaging information, communicated that to the campaign, and all of the campaign denials of whether we know this is going on or whether Russians had any involvement, whether the Russians wanted to help his campaign, obviously now have to be viewed in a completely different context.
Were you aware of this meeting?
Congressman, has the committee been in touch with Trump Jr. or his lawyer yet, and do you plan to request documents from him?
We will certainly want to have him come before the committee. I don't want to discuss any communications we're having with witnesses. They are free to disclose them themselves. We'll certainly want him to come in. We'll want everyone connected with this meeting to come in. We'll want any documents that they may have. Plainly, as we saw the constantly evolving stories from the president's son, we cannot rely on any public representations that are made by the family about their contacts with the Russians. We have now seen a very demonstrable pattern of obfuscation and dissembling about these meetings, originating with denials. We never had these meetings, then forced acknowledgement once the meetings were disclosed, and then a shifting explanation about what the meetings were about. In this case, the claim was this was about adoptions. And then we brought the campaign manager. And it's significant to me that they invited the manager of the campaign. If this was not a campaign meeting, as they originally said, what was Paul Manafort doing there? But of course, the reason the Russians were approaching them was precisely because he was the apparent nominee at that point. So we're going to want to hear from everyone connected to this. We're also going to want to see, as referenced in that email, whether the president's assistant received any communication from the Russians as well. That was another channel that was alluded to in those emails.
Do you believe that this Russian lawyer was a dangle put out by the Russians to see how the Trump campaign would engage?
It certainly appears that way, that this is, very much consistent with the Russian practices, with their essentially their operating procedures, where they will use civilians, they'll use often oligarchs, they'll use others, they'll look for relationships. And here, the emails, I think, make quite clear that the Russian government had possession of damaging information. They thought the way to get that to the Trump campaign to test whether Donald Trump wanted this information was to go through people he had done business with. And indeed, this is a modality the Russians use elsewhere. So who had they done business with? Well, they had done business with a gentleman that is known as the Russian Donald Trump, who had worked on the Miss Universe pageant, who had business discussions with the president over having a Trump Tower in Russia. So they go to this oligarch, they go to this son who knows the son of the now president. They find out, yes, there's a deep interest in this, and then they dispatch this advocate for the Kremlin. Now, why would they choose her? They might choose her because she gives them some deniability, as opposed to someone who has a more direct connection to the government. Obviously, this is something that we need to determine, but it would be consistent with Russian tradecraft to do exactly this.
Congressman,
yes.
Some of your colleagues are beginning to use the word treason. Even if you don't want to go that far or draw any conclusions yet, do you see possible violations of criminal law here, or is this just a breach of norms and etiquette governing our democratic processes?
Well, it is absolutely not only a breach of norms, but a breach of civic responsibility to the country. If you get approached by a foreign government offering to interfere in a presidential election, you go to the FBI, you report it. That's what a decent citizen would do. And I don't want to see us continue to lower the bar here and say the only question is whether this is illegal. This was unethical. It was, I think, in violation of the oaths of citizenship to willingly solicit, receive, encourage foreign intervention in our elections. So this is a very serious business, whether criminal laws were violated or not. There are a number of criminal laws that are implicated here, and we see again a kind of a shifting defense from the Trump administration. First, that there is no collusion, then there's, okay, if there is collusion, collusion's not against the law. The reality is conspiracy is against the law, and collusion is one form of conspiring. If there was a effort to conspire to violate our election laws, to essentially get an in-kind contribution of opposition research against their opponent, if there was any kind of quid pro quo, one of the messages that this Russian advocate may have taken back to Moscow is the Trump administration would be very amenable to repealing the Magnitsky Act. That is a piece of sanctions legislation that goes after Russians who are violating people's human rights. Was that a quid pro quo? Was it simply further encouragement of the Russians to intervene? Certainly they were getting all the right signals. They were getting the signals from the president then quite openly and overtly. They were getting signals from the president's son in a covert fashion. And of course, all of the allusions to this is highly sensitive and what's the best way to get you this information, does have an echo of those allegations of Mr. Kushner wanting to set up a secret back channel. Again, what I think is notable here is the pattern. These aren't a series of meetings, events, denials, obfuscations regarding China or regarding Canada or regarding Britain or regarding France. They all come back to Russia. And of course, the profound question is why, and that's the question that we need to answer. I have time for one last question.
Congressman,
yeah.
Could you please give us an update on the sanctions bill and give us an idea as to whether these events today will affect the path of that bill at all? So just bring us up to date.
Yeah, well, we stand ready, I think, on a very bipartisan basis to pass the Senate bill overwhelmingly. I have no doubt if that came up for a vote tomorrow, it would pass overwhelmingly. Certainly these events, I think, give added urgency to doing exactly that. And I think it's very important to understand, in the context of that sanctions legislation, what is so disturbing and what is so concerning about these new public revelations and why Congress has to get to the bottom of it. The most serious risk to the country, I think, is that the Russians possess compromising information, what they call compromat, that can influence this president's conduct of American policy. The Russians know about this meeting. They were behind organizing the meeting. If there are other meetings that the Russians know about, if there are other interactions with the Trump campaign the Russians are aware of, that is something they can hold over the head of the President of the United States. And the American people need to know that our president is acting on their behalf and not acting because he has a fear that the Russians could disclose things that would harm him or his family. So I think it's an obligation for the Congress to get to the bottom of this and make sure that the president's policy, whether it's in Syria or Ukraine or vis-a-vis NATO or anything else, is only influenced by what's in the best interest of the country and not because the Russians are in possession of any material that they fear would become public. Thank you.
All right, everyone. So the hot topic out online, of course, is the Donald Trump Jr. emails, this meeting with a Russian lawyer. These emails have been revealed. And according to Representative Schiff, this is very concerning because it's possible the Russian government could have incriminating information that could influence President Trump's decisions. Schiff saying it's important that the American people know that the president has America's best interests at heart. Again, we just heard from Representative Schiff there at the Capitol building. We are now going to continue showing you the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing that we were showing you earlier today.
Department obtained 20 guilty pleas and convictions.
With the Russian
congressional
lawyer.
investigation led to a number of new lobbying disclosure and ethics rules, as well as the creation of the Office of Congressional Ethics. It's important to note that sometimes it's more important to get to the bottom of a systemic problem and to find solutions than it is to hold one or two individuals accountable through criminal proceedings. In the Iran-Contra affair, 2 convictions were reversed, as was discussed before, because of grants of immunity by Congress. But despite that outcome, both former independent counsels Lawrence Walsh and Ken Starr concur that Congress should not automatically defer to the criminal justice system when pursuing its own inquiry. Instead, Congress must, after consulting with the Justice Department, determine for itself what course is in the best interests of the nation. It should also be noted that in the end, the Iran-Contra Committee's work also led to new laws, including the creation of a statutory CIA Inspector General. Executive branch criminal investigations examine the past. Congress can consider a broader set of issues, including solutions for the future. Without Congress, significant public policy questions about the Russians' attempted interference in the 2016 elections will remain unanswered. Is the Foreign Agent Registration Act working? Do we need to increase protections for the integrity of our elections? Have there been non-criminal abuses of power, and has the application of justice been politicized? None of these questions will be answered by criminal prosecutions. And therefore, I strongly encourage you to continue your work with vigor and confidence. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
afternoon, Chairman Graham, Ranking Member Whitehouse, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to offer my thoughts on the important topic that's the subject of today's hearing. Now, I think I may be carrying coals to Newcastle when I talk about the overarching issue here, which is whether the committee should defer or abandon in any way its investigation, because I get the sense that everybody has agreed that the committee should not, for reasons that have been expressed over and over by the chairman and by speakers who have preceded me. The functions that the committee will perform are very different from the functions that the criminal investigation performs. As Ms. Bryant said, the committee's efforts are in part backward-looking to gather the facts and to report to the American people what's happened and to inform and guide their own actions in terms of deciding what legislation may be needed and what corrections in governmental action may be necessary. But the emphasis is forward-looking. What can be done to safeguard the 2018 and 2020 elections from a recurrence of interference by Russia or other foreign powers, and also to help our allies in Europe from the same thing happening to them. Criminal investigation is obviously very different. They're essentially backward-looking. There's no interest in the public accounting for events. If people are not indicted, it is the policy of the Department of Justice to say nothing about the circumstances surrounding their involvement, if any, in the events in question. Even successful prosecutions are unlikely to produce a comprehensive overview of what has occurred. They're like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. You might get half of the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, but you can't make out the picture with half of the pieces. Whereas the committee, hopefully, if it conducts its investigations, will be in a position to paint a complete picture or a nearly complete picture that will be much more meaningful. And in contrast to the situation that existed under the Independent Counsel statute, the Department of Justice regulations do not provide for any general report of findings by the special counsel. In fact, the special counsel has a very limited reporting function to the Attorney General, and it's confidential. It's not public. And the regulations also provide for very limited reporting by the Attorney General to the Congress. Now, because of the divergence in goals and procedures, the important objectives of a congressional investigation cannot be served by the criminal investigation. And whereas here there's need for expedition, the congressional inquiry needs to proceed without delay. Now, in Iran-Contra, the events, the destruction of the finding by Admiral Poindexter occurred in November of 1985, and the decision of the Court of Appeals in the Poindexter case was in November of 1991, 6 years later. So it takes a while. We don't know how long in the case of Special Counsel Mueller's investigation, but you can't count on a speedy resolution of the criminal investigation. At the same time, it cannot be denied that the congressional inquiry can damage the prospects of a successful prosecution. That's what happened in the Iran-Contra cases because of the granting of immunity to Admiral Poindexter and Colonel North. Now, in part, I'm told by people who were involved at that stage that that was due to, there was a degree of overconfidence on the part of the Congressional Counsel that nothing bad would happen from the grant of immunity. That was a mistaken prediction in an area that's very hard to predict because two judges can confound any prediction that's made. As a practical matter, immunity is the issue that poses by far the greatest risk to the success of two parallel investigations. And I'm sure you'll find that the crucial witnesses are unlikely to agree to testify in your hearing without a grant of immunity. And you're going to have to work in close cooperation with the special counsel. And I've made some suggestions about mechanisms that may work for reducing the risk of immunity grants causing damage to the prosecution, and we can talk about that during the question and answer period. The point I want to close with is that you may find in some instances that there's an irreconcilable conflict between the committee's need for immunized testimony of a crucial witness and the special counsel's need to avoid immunizing that witness in order to preserve the prospects for a successful prosecution. In those circumstances, as Ms. Bryant has said, the responsibility for balancing the interests of criminal prosecution against the interest in full disclosure for legislative purposes is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senators. My name is Charles Tiefer. I'm a professor at the University of Baltimore Law School. In 1987, I was on the House Iran-Contra Committee as Special Deputy Chief Counsel. I was especially knowledgeable and experienced in the practice and procedure of congressional investigations, having advised for 4 years here and 11 years in the other place. When Mr. Fry talked about which counsel were over-optimistic about the way immunity would play out in the courts, I'm one of the people he's talking about. I was, he's right. The Iran-Contra scandal involved, in short, the Reagan National Security Council staff, principally Oliver North and Admiral Poindexter, who conducted 2 off-the-books operations, resupplying Contras in Nicaragua contrary to law, and the ultra-taboo activity of trading with Iran arms for hostages. Like the Russian inquiries today, there were 2 types of inquiries going on, as Mr. Fry has explained, congressional committees like the ones here, and the special prosecutor, then Lawrence Walsh, now Mueller, down there. It is sometimes asserted that there are certain problems, and I want to deal with them, in congressional investigations, not immunity, other problems that make for trouble between congressional investigations and special counsels. I don't regard them as particularly serious in practice when you're working at it. For example, yeah, potential defendants do get a kind of discovery by seeing the witnesses against them in public hearings, but that factor is tactical and minimal. It doesn't change outcomes. A witness who's questioned by the special counsel and again by investigative committees does create multiple statements, and they could contain something inconsistent in them. Again, this is tactical and minimal. To cut to the point of most interest, as Mr. Fry laid out well, the problem is that witnesses in Iran-Contra and probably in the Russian thing will take the Fifth Amendment and say they won't testify without immunity. Now, immunity takes a vote of 2/3 of a full committee. 2/3 of a full committee. So you don't have to worry that you're going to trip into it because one senator or one congressman is an enthusiast. You have to have 2/3 of a full committee. It's going to be thought through. We planned what we did back in Iran-Contra, working in consultation with the independent counsel, as I have every expectation you would work in consultation with Robert Mueller. Let's take, out of the 26 witnesses who are immunized in Iran-Contra, the 24 who aren't Oliver North and John Poindexter, the 24 whose testimony we needed and got by immunity. In large measure, witnesses who are not prosecution targets, not likely to face prosecution, take the Fifth because they just don't want, for personal reasons, to testify. They were loyal back then to the people in the national security side of the Reagan administration who'd done Iran-Contra, and they'll be loyal this time to take, for example, people on the campaign staff, the 2016 campaign staff of candidate Trump. They're still going to be loyal to Trump. They're still going to say, I don't want to testify. If the only way I can say it is by saying I'm taking the Fifth, I'll take the Fifth. So there is a proper and safe course for Congress. The easiest thing for the witnesses who are most most readily taking the fifth when they don't have an actual expectation of prosecution is to wait until Mueller himself immunizes them as he must to get their information, and then in consultation with him, follow up with your own immunization. There's no prosecution to be jeopardized in these circumstances. I have suggested in my testimony that as for the next higher tier of witnesses, you work in consultation with the independent counsel who says, of those four, by the four I'm talking about people of the category of Roger Stone, Carter Page, today's excitement in the news, Paul Manafort and Michael Cohen. For them, you work with the counsel, you say, isn't there going to come some point when you're going to make one of them plead, or is one of them willing to go ahead and not take the fifth? I'm saying, by the way, as for Flynn, that to immunize him would be the mistake we made with North and Poindexter. I'm not suggesting that. And I'm going to end with one brief comment. You're the Judiciary Committee. You oversee the FBI. You oversee the administration of law. You define what's criminal. Don't give your job and your turf away to Intel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. On that note, Senator Grassley.
Before my time starts, I'd like a point of personal privilege to respond to something Senator Whitehouse said.
Absolutely.
And that was in regard to whether or not we're doing enough to investigate Russia and Mr. Comey's firing. So just to show that that accusation is not true, I've sent more than 24 letters to get information from government agencies and private individuals. I've even placed multiple holds on nominees on the Senate floor and even in this committee to get uncooperative agencies to respond. And we've received a fair amount of information, including classified documents and briefings. Unfortunately, the agencies and private parties still have a lot more to do to respond to our inquiries, but we'll keep after them. We will get the facts. So I think Senator Whitehouse knows that Ranking Member Feinstein and I are in the process of moving forward with witness interviews, and our staffs are supposed to meet with the special counsel's office again this week to deconflict our work. So we're working diligently on this. We might not be responding to every news story or tweet as fast as some would like, but instead we're methodically moving forward. And I think everybody gets worked up because of everything that shows up on television, but I want to get to the facts, and sometimes that requires a lot of hard work behind the scenes that is not going on in front of cameras. Now I'd like to ask questions.
If I might respond, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that I applaud every bit of energy that you and the ranking member can put into this. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. So my first question would be for everybody, but you don't have to repeat from one person what another person says. So for the whole panel, or any and all, is a witness excused from answering Congress because they may have evidence relative to another proceeding, whether criminal or otherwise?
I'm happy to answer first. No.
Okay. Then does anybody disagree with that?
I'm with her.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay. Then a follow-up. If a witness refuses to provide testimony to Congress on the grounds that is relevant to a criminal proceeding, can the witness still be held in contempt of Congress? And if so, would a court of law enforce that contempt citation anyway?
That would not be an appropriate grounds to refuse to answer unless that individual were personally in jeopardy.
Any disagreement on that? Go ahead.
Well, at first, if the individual has been subpoenaed and they are refusing the subpoena, then it would make sense that the courts would, of course, enforce a contempt of Congress.
Okay. Then another follow-up on the same subject. What about a witness who refuses to provide documents on the same grounds? would the result be the same?
Yes,
think so.
it would be the same result unless the act of producing the documents would itself jeopardize the person who is
Are we
asked to
talking
produce.
about a witness who invokes a self-incrimination privilege or just refuses to provide the documents on the ground that they're relevant to a criminal investigation?
I think we're talking just about the documents. Yeah,
Yeah,
yes.
if the latter, that's no excuse.
There's no basis in the law for that.
Okay. So then this will lead to my last question on this first question of two that I have. So, for example, this committee has sought copies of Director Comey's memos from his friend, Professor Richmond. Director Comey testified that he provided copies to the professor, and the professor declined to respond whether he retained those copies when our committee asked. In fact, in a highly unusual move, the professor directed all questions to the special counsel. So in one case, Sinclair versus United States, 1929, congressional resolution had authorized, quote, the appointment of a special counsel to have charge of the matter, end of quote. In that case, the witness who refused to answer was held in contempt, served jail time, and paid fine. The Supreme Court upheld his conviction, noting that the existence of the special counsel did not, quote, divest the Senate or the committee of power to further investigate, end of quote. If the committee compelled Mr. Richmond, Professor Richmond, to provide any copies of the memo in his possession or to testify about them and about his communication with Mr. Comey, he would be required answering notwithstanding any relevance to Special Counsel Mueller's investigation. Based upon what I've just said, would that be a correct interpretation, the way the Supreme Court in 1929 interpreted Congress's power?
Sounds right to me.
Senator, the Congress's power to conduct investigations is found in the Constitution, and so the fact that there is a criminal inquiry doesn't diminish the powers of the Congress.
No, Chairman Grassley, I know of no professor-student privilege, nor do I think that the bare bones factual scenario you have laid out provides a defense to non-production. On the other hand, since you are in frequent contact with Mr. Mueller and the special counsel staff, I think it behooves you in comity with that investigation to try to understand what the professor is talking about and then make your decision based on the factual record that you established.
I would just say that I wouldn't accept the professor's explanation. If the special counsel had a concern about the production to the committee, that would be one thing. The professor's freestanding concern seems to me not to carry very much weight. If the special counsel had a concern, you would want to have him explain it to you at least.
Right. It ought not be determinative, but it's something you should listen to and evaluate.
I'm over my 5 minutes, so Mr. Tiefer, I'm going to submit a question to you for answer in writing, please. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Under what circumstance, Professor Tiefer, under what circumstances might Congress seek an immunity order from a court for witness testimony? What might be a reason for Congress to decline to seek an immunity order?
From the very beginning of the enactment of the immunity statute, it was always built in that objections had to be asked from the prosecutors, regular ones in Justice Department or special counsel. They had to be asked, told, notified, we're considering this, and of course given consideration. I think the image that the writers of the immunity statute had in their mind was that there might even be a hearing at which prosecutors could come and say, this will make things hard for a prosecution, please don't immunize this witness. We may want to go after him. We may want to pressure him. We may want to try to get a plea from him. And so that was the way they pictured it at the beginning. And so those are the kinds of arguments that a prosecutor could make. Don't do it because of the effects it'll have, and which would be weighed and considered by a congressional committee, which probably starts with a great deal of deference to the prosecutor and says, well, we don't want to mess up your efforts. We're not going to do that.
If I may comment on that, I may be wrong about this, but I don't believe the court has the power to refuse the committee's request for an immunity order simply because the Attorney General opposes it. What the Attorney General has the right to do is ask for a 20-day delay in the issuance of the immunity order so that he can the department can perfect its preservation of its evidence and minimize the risk of taint from the immunity order. But it cannot require the court not to issue the immunity order. If the committee or the Congress duly asks for the immunity order, the court is required to give it if the circumstances set forth in the statute are satisfied.
And if I may add, Chairman Grassley, you may find in many such cases that the objection, if there is one, from the special counsel is temporal in nature, and as the law provides us the opportunity for a certain amount of time prior to court action, it may be that the exigencies of the investigation are sufficiently persuasive to the committee so that you would agree that there would be some time limitation before you would act on an immunity grant.
Senator Grassley, historians have reviewed what happened after Iran-Contra, and some of the thoughts have been lessons learned from that, included that perhaps offers of witnesses being, immunized witnesses giving testimony in executive session would have helped to preserve the prosecution, or pushing the opportunity specifically for Colonel North to testify, to give his testimony to staff. That was an interesting fight where, even though the committee believed it had authority to demand that he provide testimony to the staff, his aggressive attorneys, defense attorneys, pushed back, and rather than fighting for the rights of the Congress for that testimony, they essentially backed off and gave up on it. And I know that you, Senator, have such a great history in protecting the authority of Congress to receive information. Your current work in fighting the recent Office of Legal Counsel opinion saying that minority requests should not be granted is such an important one. And in fact, POGO began our work in helping to train Congress on its authorities for oversight because about 10 years ago I realized that there were members of Congress who thought that FOIA exemptions actually restricted their access as well. So it's so important for the Congress not to just take no for an answer, but to make sure you're exerting your authority when it's important and necessary for your work.
You've been kind to me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the witnesses for being here, and thank you to Chairman Grassley for joining us. The question that I raised in my opening statement had to do with a congressional committee and a criminal investigation, both looking at the same piece of evidence. Let's just say tax returns, just to use an example. If, hypothetically, a special counsel had, through its own devices and authorities, obtained a subject's tax returns, Congress is not constrained in any way through its own authorities to look at the same evidence that a special counsel is. Is that correct?
Senator Whitehouse, there are two different ways to get tax returns, and your question therefore becomes first one then the other. The easiest way to get tax returns are to subpoena them from the person who kept their own copies when they turned them in. And if a prosecutor could get them that way, which is quick and easy for them, then so can you. The more difficult way is to get them through the internal authority. It's called Section 3106 of the tax code's privacy provision, and to get authorization to get them. There is a different authorization mechanism for prosecutors, much easier.
To get them through the IRS.
To get them through the IRS.
Yes.
But for the Senate committee, what it takes is a resolution of the Senate, a one-chamber resolution.
And there is nothing about a criminal investigator having a piece of evidence that limits Congress's ability through its own devices to get that same piece of evidence. My point is, we're not allowed to go knock on Special Counsel Mueller's door and say, what have you got that's interesting?
I can tell you.
But if we find stuff on our own, the fact that he's also looking at it oughtn't to constrain us. We can look at the same documents that a criminal investigator can.
I can be very concrete about that. In Iran-Contra, I got Ollie North's tax records. I never laid fingerprints on them. It's not my fault. But if anything happened to them. But I was the one who got the authority established that the House Iran-Contra Committee could get the tax returns. The committee didn't go to Walsh and say, give us your copy. We
and the
got
same
it
would be
our way.
true of other bits of evidence as well. Let's just say that the notes that Director Comey took that have been provided to the special counsel, if there were another copy of those, so we weren't having to go and take tangible evidence out of the files of the special counsel, there's no reason we shouldn't have access to the same evidence that a special counsel does, correct?
That's right, Senator Whitehouse. There's no reason for the Senate not to be able to have access. The tax returns have sort of specific and a unique circumstance, but as you're talking about any other kind of evidence, there's no restriction.
Now, if the special counsel had generated the evidence by, for instance, taking a deposition of a witness, that's a different thing. We would have to take our own depositions. We don't get to go into the special counsel's office and say, let's have a look at your depositions.
I believe that's right.
But the same witness, we can get their testimony as well.
Correct.
Wisely after coordination, but there's no bar there.
With respect to the work product of the special counsel, I believe you are entirely correct, Senator. You might think about the example of evidence that is beyond the reach of Congress, but available to a special counsel. And I would put in mind the example of the presidential tapes that were subpoenaed by both Special Prosecutor Cox and by, I think, eventually both houses of Congress. The courts rejected the congressional subpoena, but they granted the grand jury subpoena and later the trial subpoena issued by the Special Prosecutor's Office in the upcoming Watergate trial for obstruction of justice of the president's principal aides. And so there may be examples in the future where there is a dichotomy between the availability of certain types of evidence.
Wasn't that because they upheld the executive privilege claim as to the
correct.
Committees? But this is a little different question. There is a question whether in obtaining the information from the prosecutor you would be learning about the grand jury proceedings in some way, learning about the prosecutors.
But we
Which is
dealt
why
with
obtaining information from the prosecutor is the way to do it.
We dealt with that in Watergate through the court. Court, as the chief judge of the district court in which the grand jury is sitting, has authority to consider whether a congressional proceeding such as an impeachment proceeding has the ability to receive evidence that the prosecutor has generated with the consent of the court. And that is exactly what happened in Watergate when at a particular point in time, the return of indictments, we provided the court, the Special Prosecutor's Office, provided the court with important evidence, including presidential tape recordings that were unavailable to that committee at that time. and the court granted our application based on the need and the constitutional process under which those materials would be provided.
Chairman, my time's expired. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. I want you to imagine that you're a senior advisor to the President of the United States, not necessarily this president, but any president of the United States. And you were involved in an issue at the White House, the subject of which the Attorney General decided to appoint a special counsel to investigate. And the FBI was investigating too. If you were subpoenaed or asked to come before a congressional committee, as that White House aide, would you come testify, Mr. Fry?
Are you asking about the attorney-client privilege? Excuse me.
No, sir. I'm asking whether you would come testify. You're a senior advisor to the president. You were involved in an issue. You don't think you did anything wrong, but you were involved with an issue that is now being investigated by the FBI and special counsel appointed by the Attorney General of the United States. And you were asked to come down to a congressional committee and tell us everything you know about the issue.
Well, I don't...
Putting privilege aside, what would you do personally?
I don't know that I guess my first reaction, Senator, is I don't know that I could put privilege aside, because if there were no privilege, there are two privileges that at first blush strike me as potentially relevant if I'm an attorney for the president. One is the attorney-client privilege and one is the executive privilege. If neither of those were available, I'm not sure that I would feel that I could refuse to appear before.
Well, here's what I'm getting to. I don't really want to go too far on the issue of privilege, because I'm sure you could talk a long time about that very eloquently. Why would anybody come testify? This is really a question, not a suggestion. Why would anybody come testify before Congress about the subject of a criminal investigation if they were involved in it?
Well,
Senator,
that depends on the nature of involvement. If there is marginal argument for criminal charges based on that involvement, yes, it might be prudent to assert a privilege. But you're talking about not asserting a privilege. If you don't assert a privilege, then you have no basis as a citizen of this country to refuse.
Well, I understand that. Why wouldn't everybody assert a privilege? I mean, wouldn't you assert a privilege?
Why wouldn't everybody refuse to cooperate with the United States Congress?
If they thought they could go to jail, yes.
With or without the threat of going to jail, one would hope that citizens of this country respect the Congress of the United States to the extent of responding to legitimate questions that they may be asked.
Well, I'm not suggesting that they should or shouldn't. I'm just trying to understand in the real world, Counselor. You're telling me that if you were senior counsel to the President of the United States and you were involved in a matter that the FBI was investigating...
Senator,
let me just finish my question.
Sorry.
I'm just trying to understand practically why anybody would come testify before.
Well, there's two pieces to that. Would I come? The answer is yes, because it would be a matter of disrespect to the Senate not to appear. Now, when I got here, would I testify? That's a different question. And the answer to that question is the circumstances that you hypothesize may very well be circumstances in which executive privilege would apply. That's what executive privilege is for. It's to protect certain confidential communications with the president.
We also got the Fifth Amendment, too.
Well, I'm assuming that I haven't been involved in anything that's remotely criminal.
Well, but I guess my question is, how can you safely make that assumption? You don't know what the special counsel's doing. Look at Whitewater. Well, it started with a loan and ended up with, well, other things.
Well,
Senator, I think that you're also talking about so many different hypothetical circumstances that it's difficult to answer the question. If you're a senior counsel to the president, then first of all, the witness doesn't have, is my understanding, and I'm one of the few non-lawyers in this room, But the witness doesn't have the authority to exert executive privilege, but the president does. So if the Senate is told by the president that you are not allowed to call this witness because he is my counsel, then it's not a voluntary question by the witness. You're asking why would someone voluntarily testify? I think the answer is, as both Mr. Fry and Mr. Benveniste are making the point, they would voluntarily testify because of their respect for the institution.
Well,
but then to take a step further, the Senate then has the opportunity, if that witness refuses to voluntarily testify, to be subpoenaed. And if they refuse a subpoena, then there are the courts that...
I understand what
I
you're
guess my
saying.
practical question, let me just finish, Ms. Fry. This is my practical question. I'm not really trying to argue with you, and if I could have another 30 seconds. And I think I upset the counselor down here. I didn't mean to do that, but we live in a real world. Now, you're an aide in the White House. Let's take it out of the White House. You're an aide in let's say, the Department of Labor. You advise the secretary. And the FBI is investigating an issue you were involved in. And it's so serious that the Attorney General has appointed special counsel. Now, if I'm that aide and I come to you, Mr. Fry, and say, can I go down to the United States Congress and just spill my guts and tell it, I'd feel a whole lot better. I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, what planet did you just parachute in from? And I said, but I didn't do anything wrong. And you're going to say, as a practical matter, well, yeah, maybe the FBI thinks differently. That's all I'm saying is I agree with you that it's good to have these two parallel paths because one looks forward and one looks backward. But as a practical matter, no disrespect to any of you, but I don't believe any of you, any reasonable person would come testify before Congress if they thought they were going to go to jail.
Well, that changes...
Because of patriotism.
That changes the premise quite substantially, Senator. You grant that if you inject into the question that there is a reasonable basis for the witness to think that he may be caught up as a target of the investigation, yes, of course, it would be prudent for him or her.
There's always a reasonable basis, Counselor, because you don't know what's happening, what the FBI is looking at.
Well, just to take your point of why would anybody come forward, during Watergate, President Nixon waived executive privilege, and his aides did come forward.
Well, I understand you're proud of Watergate. What about Whitewater?
What about it?
Do you think that was a prudent use of scarce resources?
Well, I don't want to relitigate Whitewater, but there was nothing that was determined at the end of Whitewater that had to do with the initial basis for the appointment of special counsel. Special counsel hung around long enough so that President Clinton handed him on a silver platter something that was far beyond anything to do with the Whitewater initial investigation. But I don't mean to argue that with you. What I do wish to do is to be responsive, and if my tone was incredulous, it started out from the way the question was posed, and then the question kind of migrated to a different supposition.
We migrate all the time around here. It's part of it. I've gone on too long, and I'm not chairman of anything, so I can't go over too much.
I may just add, the reality is that many people who are peripherally involved in criminal activity do cooperate because they find it to their advantage to do so, make a clean breast of things, and it's viewed to their credit when it comes time to decide who to indict or how much to punish. So that does happen.
Thank you. We're going to migrate now to Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Each of you has a great deal of knowledge and experience in an area that I think is important to us practically as members of Congress on these committees when there are these parallel investigations. That is the granting of immunity, which can be a potential obstacle to later criminal charges if immunity is granted, for example, by Congress. You all are familiar with the law. which, even though technically might not bar a prosecution, as a practical matter, can make it almost impossible. So let me ask you, based on your experience, and I'll begin with Mr. Fry and then maybe go down the table, what would you recommend as the practical mechanics here? If we're going to call a witness on this committee or the Intelligence Committee, should we reach out to the special prosecutor on that particular individual? Would you recommend asking for a list of people who should not be granted immunity? Should we just adopt a blanket rule, no immunity? If someone is unwilling to testify, so be it. I realize that without knowing more definitive circumstances, you may have difficulty prescribing a general rule, but in a sense, a general rule may be important to have so that we're not dealing with information that the special prosecutor may be reluctant to give us and vice versa. So
I don't think you should assume that your investigation is subordinate to the special counsel's investigation. So I wouldn't have a general rule that you're not going to grant immunity unless the special counsel authorizes you to do it. I definitely would have a rule that you won't grant immunity without discussing it with the special counsel and hearing what he has to say and what suggestions he has. Now, there are certain things that in some instances can be done to minimize the risk of danger. For example, the special counsel may, in some instances, be getting guilty pleas from some people who can then be granted immunity in other areas where they might have exposure and be entitled to invoke the privilege, but as a practical matter, they're not going to be prosecuted because they're already going to plead guilty in other areas. Or you might have somebody who there's already a very strong case, let's say, of violating the Iran sanctions, and they can be prosecuted for that successfully, but they're also involved in the Russian election activities that you're investigating. Now, you can confine your questions under immunity to the latter subject that you're investigating and stay away from the area where the special counsel has a strong case that he can bring to get a conviction, or he can get his conviction and hold off on sentencing till he sees what kind of cooperation he's going to get and you're going to get on the area that you're interested in. So there are devices like that can be employed cooperatively with the special counsel as a practical matter to get testimony or to be able to afford to give immunity to a witness in an area where it won't be damaging to the special counsel's prosecutorial efforts. Now, if you look back at a situation like Iran-Contra, with people like North and Poindexter, you couldn't do that. Nor, I think, is it practical really to take their testimony in closed session, which is one way to reduce the risk. Suppose the special counsel gives immunity to somebody testifying in the grand jury, which is secret. Now, the whole world, including other witnesses who might be called upon to testify at a trial against the immunized witness, won't have access to the immunized testimony. And therefore, it's unlikely or much less likely that the immunized testimony will taint the testimony of these other witnesses. And therefore, it's practical that somebody who is given immunized testimony in the grand jury can still be prosecuted because of the secrecy. Now, the same thing could be done in theory in the congressional hearing. That is.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this Senate Judiciary Committee hearing because we have a live update on that military plane crash that took place in Mississippi yesterday. Again, we are waiting for an update, a press conference that should start any minute now. In case you missed it, a military plane went down. 16 people were on board that plane. There were no survivors. This took place yesterday. The plane went down in a soybean field in the Mississippi Delta, about 85 miles from Jackson, Mississippi. We are awaiting a press conference that should start momentarily. Stay tuned.
Hey, I'm not going to start
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You hear me? Jerry.
Yeah, and oh no, I won't. But you're saying that's up to 5.
All right, hold on. Let me go bring it up. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You good? Okay, thank you.
Once.
All right, for those of you just joining us, we are waiting for this press conference to start on that deadly plane crash that took place yesterday in the Mississippi Delta, where 16 people were killed after a military plane went down. Here is video of the scene. You can see the fire there that erupted following the deadly plane crash. Now, I do want to give you guys some information as far as what we know at this point. Now, I want to give you the information we have now so that you're up to date before officials speak at this press conference. This is what we know so far. "16 people were killed when a KC-130 air tanker crashed outside the small town of Itabena in the Mississippi Delta while carrying members of an elite Marine unit cross-country for training." Now, this is one of the deadliest military aircraft crashes involving American troops in the U.S. and abroad. Back in 2005, 30 Marines and a U.S. sailor were killed after a transport helicopter crashed in a sandstorm in western Iraq. You're looking at some pictures on the screen now of the scene from yesterday. Again, a military plane crashes. Everyone on board, unfortunately, passed away in this crash. Investigators picked through debris across a fire-blackened soybean field today, trying to determine why a U.S. military plane slammed into the ground, killing all 16 people aboard in the deadliest Marine crash anywhere in the world in more than a decade. The KC-130 air tanker was carrying members of an elite Marine Special Operations unit cross-country for training in Arizona when it went down Monday afternoon in the Mississippi Delta, the military said. The fiery crash scattered wreckage for miles around and sent a pillar of black smoke rising over the countryside. Witnesses said they heard low rumbling explosions when the plane was still high in the sky, saw the aircraft spiraling toward the flat green landscape, and spotted an apparently empty parachute floating toward Earth. Now, witnesses to the crash said they heard low rumbling explosions when the plane was still high in the sky. They saw the aircraft spiraling toward the flat green landscape and spotted an apparently empty parachute floating towards the earth. 15 Marines and a Navy sailor were killed. Their identities have not been released. Now, this crash happened outside the small town of Itabena, which is about 85 miles north of the Mississippi capital of Jackson. Bodies were found more than a mile from where the plane crashed. It was the deadliest Marine Corps air disaster since 2005 when a transport helicopter went down during a sandstorm in Iraq, killing 30 Marines and a sailor. The Marine Corps says the cause was under investigation and offered no information on whether the plane issued a distress call. FBI agents joined military investigators, though Marine Major Andrew Aranda told reporters that no foul play was suspected. According to Aranda, they are looking at the debris and will be collecting information off of that to figure out what happened. The county coroner, meanwhile, brought in body bags to remove those who died. The KC-130 is used to refuel aircraft in air flights and transport cargo and troops. The plane was based at Stewart Air National Guard Base in Newburgh, New York, and officials said some of those killed were from the base. Several bouquets were left at the main gate at Stewart, which was closed to reporters and issued no immediate statement. Now, 6 of the Marines and the sailor were from an elite Marine Raider battalion at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. It said that 7 and their equipment were headed for pre-deployment training in Yuma, Arizona. Now, the Marine Raiders are a special operations force that's part of a global fight against terrorism. They carry out raids against insurgents and terrorists, conduct deep reconnaissance, and train foreign militaries. It looks like our feed coming in from Mississippi is a bit spotty now. It is going in and out. You can see it is dipping to black periodically. Not sure why that's happening. I want to go ahead and pull up these pictures from the deadly plane crash. I'm going to go ahead and touch base with our assignment desk to see why our feed from the press conference is being a bit glitchy. Stand by. Now, witnesses spoke with the press and described what they saw as the plane went down. One witness, Will Nobel, is a catfish farmer. He said he was inside his office on Monday afternoon when he heard an unusually loud rumble in the sky. He said it sounded like a big thunderstorm. Not one big explosion, but a couple of second-long explosions. A long, steady rumble is what it was. Now, Will Noble walked outside to see what was making the noise in the cloudless afternoon and saw a gray streak disappear behind some trees and suddenly some black smoke rising. Another witness, Andy Jones, says he was working on his family's catfish farm just before 4 o'clock when he heard a boom and looked up to see the plane spiraling down with one engine smoking. Andy Jones said, "You looked up and you saw the plane twirling around. It was spinning down." Jones said by the time he and others reached the crash site, fires were burning too intensely to approach the wreckage. The force of the crash nearly flattened the plane, according to that witness. He even said that a man borrowed his cell phone to report to authorities that there were bodies across a nearby highway, which was more than a mile away. Now, Will Nobile, one of the witnesses, said he drove to the site of the crash as he and others stood by a highway. They saw an open parachute wafting down from the sky and said it didn't look like anybody was in it. Another catfish farmer found an empty open parachute later near a fish pond. Now, Greenwood Fire Chief Marcus Banks told the Greenwood Commonwealth that debris was scattered in a radius of about 5 miles. One witness said that firefighters tried to pull out the blaze but were forced back by an explosion. The Marine said the plane was carrying personal weapons and small arms ammunition, equipment that may have contributed to the explosion, and the popping that could be heard as the wreckage burned. Again, we are waiting for this press conference to start. Should be starting momentarily. Stand by.
I use Eddie Bauer. We're Eddie Bauer. The adventurer pants or whatever. No. It looks like it though, and it gives you that durability of it without it actually, being
I know some viewers tuning in have asked to see a map of the area, so of course I will get that for you now. Here is a Google map. This is the town of Ida Bena. It's a small town marked right there. You can see Greenwood, Mississippi, not too far off. The town, like I mentioned, 85 miles north of Jackson, Mississippi. So you have Mississippi there. Here's Jackson, and here is the town of Ida Bena. We know that according to witnesses, bodies were found along this highway, State Route 82 right there. So if here is Ida Bena, we assume that the bodies were found in this area of State Route 52, as one witness described bodies that were found on the freeway. You can see this open field area. It is believed that the crash happened right in this area. Again, we are waiting for this press conference to start. It should start any moment now. An update on yesterday's deadly plane crash. 16 people aboard, no survivors there in Mississippi, 85 miles north of Jackson.
Told me they're not going to start by 5. Okay. More likely.
Did he say when they're going to start?
He didn't. He made it seem like not anywhere around 5. Maybe.
Or it's not going to happen?
He didn't say it's not going to happen. He just said not by 5.
Damn, that's the tough question.
You want to interview me on camera?
Right. I'm like, who's he? What did he say? Who told you that? Did you ask him why?
And for those of you just joining us, you are looking at a live feed of a press conference in Mississippi. We are waiting for it to start following yesterday's devastating military plane crash. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys some pictures once again of that crash. It looks like our press conference feed is a little bit spotty. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the corner so we don't miss anything. But in the main portion of your screen, I do want to show you these pictures from yesterday of the scene. You can see a huge cloud, black smoke. This is a picture taken by a witness who watched as the plane went down behind those trees, resulting in a very fiery scene there in Mississippi. Here is another picture from the scene. You can see the smoke. No one survived this deadly crash. 16 people on board this military plane. The military plane was headed to Arizona. Those people on board were heading to a training facility right here in the state of Arizona, specifically Yuma, Arizona. Unfortunately, they did not make it. The plane went down in Mississippi. Investigators are trying to determine exactly what caused this plane to crash, resulting in such an unfortunate situation. This is the deadliest marine plane crash since 2005. "16 people aboard that C-130 plane." The press conference should be starting any moment now. These are, again, some viewer pictures that were shared with Fox News. We're going to take you back now live in full to that press conference. This wraps up my day here on News Now, but Mary Kate will be joining you with more plane crash coverage right here on News Now. I'm Samia Khan. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, good afternoon, Brandon.
Are we good?
Right now, a news conference is scheduled to begin any moment now, but here's what we know at this hour. As you mentioned, 16 military service members killed, 15 from the Marine Corps, and 1 Navy sailor. Now, a committee investigation is underway to confirm exactly what caused that Howard-bound plane to go down here in this rural area.
All right, everyone. Looks like they've cut away because that reporter was about to go live. Stay with us right here. We'll be back with more News Now in just a moment. In the meantime, though, I do want to show you some video from the plane crash that took place yesterday. All right, everyone. I am going to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the White House. This is the feed where we should get the press conference back. So I'm going to hold it here. Mary Kate will be joining you in just a few minutes, and hopefully we'll be getting that press conference back in just a moment. And looks like we are getting that press conference back. Stay tuned. The press conference coming up in just a moment.
All right, everybody. Hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. If you're just joining us, we are still waiting for this press conference to begin on this deadly military plane crash. We've had some press conferences throughout the day here, but this will be the latest one with the most information. We're just getting more details throughout the day. So hopefully we'll get some more information at this press conference on how exactly this military plane crashed in Mississippi. We appreciate your patience as we are just waiting for this press conference to start. We're streaming live here on Fox News Now as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. If you have any questions, comments, opinions, please let us know in the live chat section of our YouTube stream or in the live comment section on our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, and we'll try to answer them live here on the air. But thanks for watching as your leading breaking news source here, not just in Phoenix, but from across the United States. Again, I'm just pulling up some more information for you guys here so that I can keep you guys updated before this press conference begins. Again, thank you for joining me. I'm your host, Mary Kate. I'll be taking you to the next few hours of the show here today, but we have this press conference early, so we want to stay on this just in case. You know, usually they walk up pretty fast and just begin speaking, so we don't want to miss any moment of this press conference. If you're just joining and this is the first time that you're hearing a press conference about this, we actually had a few from earlier today, but they'll be holding, many press conferences about this situation throughout the day, each time with newer information. But we do know that, this was a plane that crashed in the Mississippi Delta, killing 15 Marines and a Navy employee as well. And they were moving personnel and equipment from North Carolina to a Western base to train before deploying. So I think a lot of people are shocked by this because it was a military plane crash, a military plane that you would expect to be very safe, and it's very unfortunate that, these 15 Marines and a Navy employee all passed away from this crash, and they're still trying to figure out how exactly this happened. Investigators are working very hard to determine why this New York-based, it's a KT-1302 that crashed in the western Mississippi's Leflore County on Monday afternoon. So this happened yesterday. We started receiving information into the newsroom throughout the evening. We had some press conferences last night and a few this morning, but they're still trying to figure out how this could happen. This is something they do every day where they're transporting materials. These are Marines on this military plane that you would expect to be very safe. So I think that's why everyone is so shocked that we lost so many people and that a plane like this, something that should be extremely safe, ended up crashing. So hopefully we'll be able to hear some more information shortly. This is a live press conference you guys are seeing that's about to begin any moment. But in the meantime, while we wait, if you guys are just now coming into this and you haven't heard from the other press conferences, why don't I play for you in the upper right-hand corner of your screen? I'll replay the most recent press conference that we had from earlier today, detailing all the information they knew just a few hours ago. And then when this live one starts, we'll see what new information we learn. So in just a few minutes, I'm going to pull up the old press conference and play that in the corner of your screen. Thanks for watching. So as promised, I'm going to play in the upper right-hand corner of your screen when authorities gave an update about this military crash a little bit earlier today, just to keep you guys updated on the information they knew a few hours ago before we hear live from this press conference right now. So playing this now in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, let's hear what they had to say earlier today.
The aircraft was based, was a part of a VMGR 452. And they were on a training flight from Cherry Point, North Carolina to El Centro, California. They were on a mission to just transport personnel and equipment. That's what we know right now. We have investigators on the scene trying to gather all the information that's for the investigation that will be going on. We're still trying to notify next of kin. We're still pending that, all of that. So we're just we want to give those families all the time that they need during this difficult time so that they can get all the support that they need.
Jerica Phillips here with WMC Action News 5. This is still a dangerous situation. In the press release, you talked about the explosive ordnance disposal team being here just for safety precautions. There was ammunition on board, is that correct?
There was some ammunition. I'm not familiar with what types of ammunition, but they're out of precaution. We just want to make sure that people do not approach, do get close, just out of general safety. That's the only reason.
Where was that aircraft headed?
It was headed to El Centro Naval Air Station, or Naval Air Facility, El Centro in Southern California.
Okay, and was it coming, or is that squadron based out of New York anywhere, sir?
It is, yes.
Okay, which city is that?
I don't have the exact city off the top of my head right now.
Okay.
And sir, yesterday there was reports that they had stopped in either Memphis, Tennessee, or Millington, Tennessee. Do you know if it stopped in Tennessee before going down here in Mississippi?
I don't have the exact flight plan for the aircraft, so I'm not able to confirm that.
Are you able to confirm about if it broke up while it was in the air? Are you able to tell us any details as to when it was last serviced, anything like that?
I can't provide anything like that. All of that information is going to be looked at as part of the investigation. They're very thorough, very extensive. Any contributing causes will be looked at. So I can't give you a single sort of what happened right now.
And how far out are we from the scene where it went down, where the aircraft went down?
Roughly about 2 miles right now.
Can you tell us what's going on now out there? We see some markers and
just the standard investigation for an aviation mishap. They're looking at the debris, and we'll be collecting information to off of that to figure out what happened.
Can you tell us the breakdown, men, women?
I don't have that. All I can tell you right now is 15 Marines and 1's Navy corpsman.
And you said this plane originated out of North Carolina, though.
The leg of their flight, yes, for this one.
Service members were from North Carolina. Can you tell us about where they were from?
They were from VMGR 452, which is based out of New York.
Out of the 15, what was the flight crew? What were?
I don't have that information right now, sir.
Okay, so just 15 Marines, 1 Navy corpsman so far.
You said VMGR?
VMGR, Victor, Mike, Golf, Romeo.
An earlier press release talked about the air traffic control losing them on the radar. Can you talk about, was there a mayday? Was there anything as far as them asking for help before they went down?
That information didn't come from us, ma'am. I saw that as well, but all of that is going to be looked at as part of the investigation to figure out what happened. So there will be taking statements from air traffic control and any witnesses on the ground that may be able to contribute something to what happened.
And what's the sense of who's helping this investigation? We're talking FBI, federal, military, local?
We're getting outstanding support from the Mississippi Emergency Management Association, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, and there's a few other agencies here as well. They are giving us outstanding support through this difficult time.
Was it going to make any other legs of the stop from here through to California, do you know?
I don't have the flight plan information, ma'am.
Is there a specific reason why the FBI is involved?
I don't know. I think maybe just because of geography, and it may be, you'll have to ask them.
Is there any reason to believe there was any foul play at this point?
No, not at all.
And I know you said it before, but can you tell me again where they were headed to in California? Was it
They're headed to Naval Air Facility El Centro in Southern California. El Centro.
Pardon me?
El Centro.
El Centro.
How does something like this just affect the greater military family, considering the stops and if kind of pretty much every part of the country was involved in this flight, or many parts of the country were involved?
I don't know if that is true, but if you're asking how was the family handling it, the families that will be handling it, I can only imagine it's probably one of the worst times they could be. But that's what we are here for, to provide them with chaplain support, mental health, anything that they can. That they need. It's all part of the process.
For many Marine families who are concerned about the integrity of these type of planes, can you speak to that?
Not at this time. I can tell you that having been an aviator myself, that we have some of the best maintainers in the world. Trust my life to those guys numerous times, and every Marine has that same. We have that trust with our maintainers and the people that fly on the aircraft.
And Major Aranda, is the people who died on this flight in this incident, is that the entire squadron, or are there people who were left behind in North Carolina that are hearing this news too that could have been on?
I really couldn't comment on the could have, would have of that, but it was, I can tell you it was an air crew and some passengers, air crew that were part of the squadron, but I'm not familiar right now with who the passengers were, if they were all part of the squadron or not. I don't know at this time.
The exact model of the aircraft?
The KC-130T.
Moving forward in this investigation today, can you tell us about what happens from here? The Marine Corps, are they working to clean up the wreckage, or is that going to be an outside agency? Talk to us about the investigation.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with all the details of a mishap investigation, but every resource that we have that we can pull from will be used to determine what happened, and every resource that we can give to the families as well will be made available to them.
Any other similar news events planned in the coming hours?
Right now, it's all tentative, but if we do have something, we'll let you know.
Gotcha. Will it be here? Probably here.
Probably here.
Gotcha. And your first and last name one more time, sir.
Andrew Aranda.
And your rank, sir?
Major.
Major.
And if there are no more questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, so that was a press conference from earlier this morning regarding this plane crash. 16 people were on board of this military plane that crashed in Mississippi. We're still learning more information as the day goes on. Again, we've had several press conferences. That one from earlier today, as you can see right now, they are still setting up, waiting for this press conference to begin. They have to, gather all of their information before they come out and speak to the media here. So if you're wondering, who you're seeing right there, this is, members of the media who are getting ready to put this press conference live on their stations and get ready to hear from officials here about this crash. Thanks for watching with us live here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We'll keep you updated. Again, too, as we just wait for this to begin, bear with us as it looks like reporters and photographers are just getting ready for their live shots. Oftentimes they will stand in front of the mics and just do a mic check. But we're keeping an eye on it as soon as the official press conference begins, because we don't want to miss any moment of this. Again, we've had several press conferences throughout the day, but each time we get more information. And if you're just joining us here on the show and you don't have a lot of information about this, this was a military plane that crashed in the Mississippi Delta, killing 15 Marines and a Navy corpsman, and they were moving personnel and equipment from North Carolina to a western base to train before deploying. And I think a lot of people are shocked that a military plane like this would go down and so many members of our service would pass away. And it's a very shocking story. Obviously, we were streaming for you earlier that press conference. The families are devastated and they're still working on investigating how exactly this happened. Investigators are trying to determine why this would go down. It's a New York-based KC-1302 that crashed in western Mississippi's Delta in Leflore County on Monday afternoon. Now, the plane, which the military can use to refuel planes in the air, and carry cargo, went down in sort of a rural area just off of US 82, about 85 miles north of Jackson. If you're familiar with the Mississippi area, that's where it went down. Debris was found all over the place on both sides of the highway. Again, this happened yesterday afternoon, and we've been receiving alerts into the newsroom as well as several press conferences. It takes a really long time to investigate how exactly something like this happened, and we're still waiting for this press conference to begin. They're just gathering their information right now before they speak live to the media. But I'm just reading some more information for you guys so that you're updated on what exactly is going on. The Federal Aviation Administration contacted the Marines when the aircraft disappeared from air traffic control radar over Mississippi. So that's something interesting as well. They noticed that they had lost contact with them, and they tried to contact the Marines when the aircraft disappeared from traffic control. So that's another part of this story, is that they noticed that they were no longer able to be contacted. They tried to reach out to the Marines as soon as they realized that they were no longer within the radar of air traffic control. And again, this went down yesterday afternoon in Mississippi, 85 miles north of Jackson, just off of US 82, and debris was everywhere again on both sides of the road. So they're still trying to figure out how exactly this happened, killing all of these Marines and a Navy corpsman who were just getting equipment and personnel from North Carolina to a western base to train before deploying. So, hopefully we'll hear more answers soon from this press conference. Pulling up for you right now a statement from the Air Traffic Control Federal Aviation Administration saying, quote, "Every resource we can pull from will be used to determine what happened." Yeah, exactly. So, they're trying to investigate every side of this to figure out what's going on. It was interesting, one of the reporters during that press conference that I was just streaming for you earlier asked if there was any foul play, and he looked very shocked about the question. Of course there's, no foul play. He was sort of his reaction of, no foul play, but we're still investigating what happened. But we can't rule anything out at this point. They still haven't given us a definite answer of what exactly happened. A lot of you guys commenting, hundreds of you watching right now live with us about this situation, asking questions. So hopefully we'll be able to get all of your questions answered. A lot of you commenting on Fox News Now YouTube chat, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. So hopefully all of your questions can be answered as soon as they give this press conference. But I do believe I showed you the press conference from just a few hours ago, but I believe we might have had one from even earlier today. Let me double check on that for you guys. No, I believe that is the only one we've had so far that I have right here. So I can replay that for you guys in a few minutes if we're still waiting for this press conference to begin. If not, I'm going to continue to bring up some more information about this military plane crash for you guys. Thanks for watching with us live here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Okay, it looks like we have momentarily, okay, we did lose the shot there, so hopefully we can get that back. It looks like it just went out, so hopefully we can get that feedback. Checking to see. We can get this shot back for you guys. Again, we've been waiting for this press conference for about 15 minutes now, so thanks for your patience as we do want to stream this for you and give you all the latest information. It does look like we just lost that shot though, but I promise as soon as we get it back, we will stream it live for you here. I know a lot of you have a lot of questions and you're all wondering how a military plane can crash like this carrying all of these Marines and a Navy corpsman. So we're trying to get that information for you guys here. Looks like that camera just went out. I'm working on getting it back for you. Let me give you a live look of the White House while I contact my producer and try and get this figured out for you guys. All right, everybody, well, it looks like we have lost that shot, so I'm going to take you to the next top story here in the show. If we do get that press conference back, I'll be sure to take you there. Thanks for your patience as we stream live here on the Fox News Now stream. Okay, everybody, so now taking you to a different topic here in the show. And again, if we do get that press conference back, I'll be sure to take you there right away. But this is a train versus a car. A train and a car collided 43rd Avenue in Camelback. This is here locally in Phoenix. They're transporting 2 people for injuries. Train cannot be moved, so the intersection should be avoided. So that's the information we have right now. But let me just pull up the live shot for you guys so you can see what exactly is going on there right now. Again, a train and a car collided today, 43rd Avenue and Camelback. 2 people being transported to the hospital. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody. I have my co-host Mike Pace joining me now. This train collision, a train and a car collided. 2 people taken to the hospital. Have you ever seen anything like this?
Yeah, let's look at this. We're trying to get a better look here. Our photographer there on the scene, this is raw images, so they're trying to get the shots they need for their story as well as going live for us as well, so we always appreciate that. But we wish it was on a better type of story here. This is kind of unfortunate that somebody got hit here.
And it looks like the train is moving because we were originally told you have to sort of try and avoid this area because the train is stopped, but it does look like maybe it's moving out of the way now so people can get through.
And the good thing about this one, when you look at this, at least that vehicle wasn't pinned, where now the train can just get out of here and go about its route. But boy, if they got pinned in there, that would have been much harder for the emergency services to get them out. So we have two people that were taken.
Yeah, look at the car too. That's the car that crashed into it.
So we're getting a better look now. We'll probably get a little better look once.
Wow, check that out.
Yeah, that is a lot of front end damage there, and it's a total wreck here. But
would you say, that's pretty total? Okay. And yeah, so we don't know the extent of their injuries. We just know they were taken to the hospital for precautions. So, sort of when you get in a wreck like that, you should always be taken just to be checked out by a doctor. But hopefully they'll be okay. I'm assuming, their airbags were able to protect them. But wow, I mean, can you imagine crashing into a train? I'm surprised there isn't more damage.
Yeah, and we'll learn more in probably the coming hours and coming days here, but when you take a look at this, it looks like they got a little bit too close, unfortunately, and got sideswiped. Yeah,
absolutely. Pulling up a map now of where exactly this happened, in case you guys are familiar with the area and you want to know where exactly this happened. Let me just show you guys really quickly here. So, right at this intersection, 43rd and Camelback, is where the train was coming through and the car collided. So, pretty dangerous.
Yeah, and take a look. They're not actually like the typical tracks that you would go over when you're thinking about train tracks, where you would actually feel going over the tracks. This is more of something that is just right there at that intersection, and it could be that the driver wasn't paying attention and totally sideswiped. Sometimes like how we see with the Valley Metro trains out here as well.
That's so scary too, because sometimes, like you said, if you're not paying attention, and I'm just looking at
that's great that you're able to do this street view here for everyone.
Yeah, so here it is. So here's the track.
Yeah, and so you're going over that section where if you're not paying you're gonna get you're gonna hit.
Have you been in this area? I think I drive by this all the time.
Okay.
So this is definitely, if you're not paying attention, although that would be hard to miss, although if your music is up pretty loud.
Or if you're on your phone, but so many different factors. We don't know what exactly led up to this, but we're putting out some scenarios that possibly could. Okay, we're at the end of the line here. We're going to get a real better look now at this accident and the what is left of that vehicle there. That it looks like a PT Cruiser there, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, luckily, obviously the car does look totaled, but let's see if we can see that the airbags were deployed. And it looks like, to me, it looks like the front end is pretty damaged, but they look like they're going to be okay because, again, we were told they were taken to the hospital for precaution, which means they're just getting checked out. Again, we can't confirm the extent of their injuries, but hopefully they're okay. I can't imagine how shocking that is to your system. If anything, you're going to have some serious neck issues. When you're colliding with a car, people have neck issues for the next year because of something like that.
Well, and, I said it before, I'll say it again, at least it didn't get pinned under that. I mean, it could have...
Yeah, that
could have been pinned
terrifying.
And could have been dragged maybe a little down the line there. And
So now they're going to tow this vehicle away. Again, if you guys are just joining us, this is 43rd Avenue and Camelback here in Phoenix. It's about 3:43 here in Phoenix. It happened about 30 minutes ago. Looks like they have been able to move the train now, though, so hopefully no more issues. But
so now we'll have an investigation that'll happen, and we'll try to talk to the driver then once they get that person to the hospital and kind of say, okay, what happened here?
Well, too, also when, this train is moving and then they hear a thump extremely loud, obviously it's not like a car and a car hitting where they both know what happened. It's the train's moving along. They hear a huge thump on the side of their cargo, and then, it takes a while to get that train to come to a complete stop in the middle of an intersection.
Sure. And now it looks like the tow truck is there and getting ready to get this vehicle out of here and open up traffic once again right before, this is good that it's happening now, right before rush hour here in about an hour. This would be a lot of backups right now.
Hopefully everyone's okay. I mean, that's really, really shocking. Even if they don't have, really bad injuries.
Yes.
That is going to rattle your system and shock you for at least the next week. You're going to feel very nervous to drive and feel very shocked. That's a very scary situation.
Yeah, now we got crews out there making some measurements, and now the investigation begins.
Again, if you're just joining us here live on the Fox News Now stream, I have my co-host Mike Pace up here with me as we are continuing to stream for you this train and car collision today at 43rd Avenue and Camelback. Mike's joining me now as well, saying, this is pretty shocking to see.
Yeah, you just never want to see that for anybody involved, but, when you take a look at this, when it's a single car accident with a train, more times than not, it always goes to the driver error there, not the engineer.
These these trains are so powerful. Nothing's going to bring these trains down. So when you're a car colliding with it, I mean, that's got to be really shocking to your system, to your vehicle. That car is, like you said, clearly totaled. And
yes, and it looks like we have Skyfox launching as well to give us a different vantage point.
Yes, so we'll be able to show you guys from up in the air as well of where exactly this happened. And again, we do have the Google Map view here. This is the intersection 43rd Avenue and Camelback, if you guys are familiar. So here it is. I've been through this many times. And, you hear the red flashes go off, usually the bell, and you know to stop. But I can't imagine what could have happened here today. Here's the whole track.
It could have been someone thinking maybe they'll have a shot at it if they try to go through. Or it might be somebody. Might somebody be that was impatient, or it could be somebody texting on a phone, talking to the other passenger. So many different type of looks.
Yeah, trying to make it through. That's scary. But again, if you're just thinking, I can get through this really quickly, or
and you know what? One of the worst fears for those train engineers is hitting someone. Either that they see somebody on the tracks that trying to end their life, or just seeing a car that looks like they're gonna be about clipped. I mean, that is one of the worst fears for a train engineer. And
absolutely, because they've got so much going on, especially too. It takes so much power to stop these trains and bring them to a stop. and you hear this loud thump on the side of the train car, and you think, okay, what
Yeah.
was that? You got to bring the whole thing to a stop. You're putting everyone in danger, trying to. So hopefully the two passengers in this car. Again, you said possibly a PT Cruiser or a Chevy. I can't tell for sure. Looks like a PT Cruiser though. Oh, it looks like.
And we do have Skyfox up in the air right over the accident here, and
Take a look at that.
Mary Kate's able to dial that up and show everyone.
Yeah, this is pretty incredible actually how quickly they've gotten the car up on the tow truck and the train has moved so now that people can get through this intersection all before rush hour. So that's pretty great they're able to clean this up.
Yeah, because it could have been a big backup. And they'll be back up and running here for rush hour, but obviously here, this is not the kind of day that driver wanted to have, or the engineer.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like they're cleaning up some of the mess there. From
Yeah,
this
we got a
crash.
little bit of debris as well here, so it'll be not too much longer. Everybody will be on their way there.
Still, I can't imagine driving into a train and how shocking, because your seatbelt yanks on your chest really hard, even when you're trying to plug it in
Yes.
your seatbelt too fast. So imagine that feeling of it,
And that's if they were wearing their seatbelt.
Let's hope they were. I mean, I would think if they weren't, maybe the windshield might be a little damaged, but we don't know for sure. Again, all we were told is they were taken to the hospital for precaution. Not sure exactly if that means, just to check up, or they could have a concussion. We don't know.
Yeah. So, but it sounds a lot better than something that could have got pinned.
Yeah. Have you ever streamed a situation like that where a car was pinned under the train, or?
Well, I've heard of instances where it's pinned, and not only pinned but dragged.
Yeah. The driver being dragged.
Yeah, driver's dragged until that train finally does come to a stop.
So that's the positive side of this situation, is luckily that did not happen today. I think I did stream one where the driver was pinned, and it looked, very shocking, and so luckily that didn't happen here today. But
Yeah. Usually that'll happen sometimes with those sports cars where they're so low
yes,
that they get under that, and that's where the real trouble might come into play.
And we don't know if this person was texting and driving, but it's also still a good reminder not to when you're going through an intersection and you're maybe, looking at your maps or something on your phone. It takes a split second. You think you're going through a yellow light, and then all of a sudden something like this happens. Again, we don't know if the person was texting and driving. We can't say that. But it's still just a good reminder when you see situations like this that this could happen if you were texting and driving.
Oh, yeah. Yep. So, really, when you take a look at this, it's always best to set a reminder for yourself when you get in, put your seatbelt on, and just kind of be alert. Be on that defensive driving mode, because you know that there's people around you that might not be doing the same thing as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for those of you just joining us here, we have Sky Fox up in the air where there was a train crash with a vehicle. Well, they were able to get that vehicle cleared off, and now an investigation will happen, but 2 people taken to the hospital for precaution, though. Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, and again, this was at 43rd Avenue and Camelback. Looks like they're just clearing up now. They're taking those cones away from the road there, and they're getting those vehicles out of the way so everybody can move through this intersection. The train had to be stopped for a while. That train has now moved as well, so you no longer have to avoid the area, but just be aware there's still police out there investigating the situation. It looks like that PT Cruiser has been towed away as well. Again, all happening before rush hour. We hope the 2 passengers, well, the driver and the passenger, are okay. They've been taken to the hospital for precautionary reasons, so they could just, have a minor injury. We don't know for sure. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. So there it is, everybody. There is the train track that it all happened at. So at this intersection right here, see where the cars are stopped. It could have been as simple as, they thought they were going through a yellow light.
They thought they could have made it.
Yeah.
There's always that person that says, you know what? Let me just gun it a little bit harder. That's probably the worst thing you can do.
Right. Or the left turn lane there. So everyone else was stopped, but you could still go left. So maybe he made a left. He wasn't paying attention. You can't see on the other side of those cars.
Yes.
But again, yeah, that train goes right through that intersection there. And you just got to make sure to know to stop and always pay attention to things like that. Looks like, though, the area has been cleaned up. Train is gone, police are gone, and that car has been towed. Thanks for watching with us live here on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, as well as Fox News Now. And joining me was my co-host Mike Page, keeping you guys updated as well. And again, joining me live is my co-host Mike Page, now covering for you the All-Star Game. This is in Miami, Florida right now, and it is airing only on Fox today. Mike, you know a lot more about sports than I do. I want to hear from you about this All-Star Game.
Well, all right. So you can see the fans there. They're parking. They're getting ready. They're pumped, and you're going to see the game in just a little bit. And, yeah, it's going to be only right here on Fox TV as well. But, yeah, it's happening in Miami, Florida. Last year, it took place in San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
And starting back in 1933, this is called the Midsummer Classic. This is when they decided, okay, let's get the best of the best going. Let's get the best of the American League, and let's get the best of the National League, and let's have a game. So this will be interesting, though, because for the last 5 or 6 or even it goes back to 10 years.
Okay.
10 years ago, they said they wanted to make the All-Star Game a little bit more where people would actually want to watch to the very end, because up until that point, there was nothing. It didn't matter who won or lost, right?
Mm-hmm.
So 10 years ago, they came up with the idea of saying, well, if the American League wins, then whoever represents the American League in the World Series is going to have home field advantage.
Okay.
And say if it was the National League, they would have the home field advantage. But now they scrapped that idea, and now it's just going to be, I wouldn't want to say a meaningless game, because we're going to see some of the best play.
Yes.
But, yeah, there's nothing really on the line.
Updating the lower third right now. It's going to be airing 7:30 Eastern Time.
Yeah, so just in about 30 minutes here, we're going to be seeing, so you're seeing the fans get pumped up. They're parking. They're getting their seats and everything because, well, you know, the All-Star Game doesn't come through very often in your town. So it's kind of like a rare event.
Well, and it's great, too, for cities because all of their bars and restaurants, it's great for the cities because I think, I believe they had it in Cincinnati one year, and I just remember it was a big deal because, you know, all of the bars and the restaurants downtown were getting ready. You know, the city gets a lot of money. All of these people come in from out of town. They're spending money on hotels, parking, food, drinks, and it's great for the economy of the city, which is, you know, another good part about it.
And you're getting fans from all over the country and pretty much even the world, too. Yesterday, they had the Home Run Derby at the park as well, and Aaron Judge won that one. And that was, if you guys saw that Home Run Derby, that was amazing. Just the amount of homers that were leaving that yard. I mean, he had a couple, Aaron Judge, 503, 514 feet. I mean, just absolutely killing the ball.
That is awesome.
Yeah, so that's always a nice little thing to see as well. Yesterday we saw Pitbull perform to start up. So I wonder who they'll have maybe perform today, you know, because he's from Miami as well.
Yeah. He's always a safe choice. He knows how to get the crowd, you know, going and excited.
Oh, yeah. And he really, you know, has so many different types of fans that it's a nice, well-rounded artist.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, you know, we're talking about when was the last time? Okay, last time Arizona hosted? Well, that was back in 2011. They had the All-Star Game, so not too long ago here. My Chicago teams, the White Sox.
Yeah, what's your favorite baseball? Who's
the White Sox are.
Really?
Yeah, the White Sox are, and they hosted back in 2003. And the Cubs, well, they haven't hosted since 1990.
So you're not a Cubs fan, you're a White Sox fan.
Yeah, not at all. Yep.
That's cool. Some fun facts. The first All-Star Game was played in 1933, like you said. In conjunction with Chicago's Century of Progress Exposition, like you just said. But I'm pulling up these facts.
Hey.
These are new to me. You know more about sports than I do, but I like the way you explain it because not everyone knows everything about the All-Star Game. We just know that it's a big deal and it's fun for, even if you're not a baseball fan, it's just fun to come out and see all these different types of players play against each other.
Oh, sure. And, you know, it really gets you set up, especially to for the World Series as well, because you're seeing a National League and American League all-team roster.
Yeah.
Go for it. We're seeing a little bit more traffic there in the area of the stadium. Now this is it's a pretty new stadium as well, and they put a lot of money into the stadium.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you can tell that looks like a fun stadium to be at today.
And it's indoors as well, and it has to be with that. I mean, when you're dealing with Miami summer humidity.
Yeah, let's check out the weather right now in Miami, Florida. Let's see. 85 degrees and sunny.
Yeah, but talk about the humidity.
Oh, 68% humidity.
Yeah, so it's sticky out there.
And it looks like the next few days, thunderstorms and rain there. It is Florida, everybody.
Yes.
You got to keep that in mind.
And that's why they have that. They have to have the roof there because it's sticky.
Yeah.
Would not be fun for the players or the fans that are spending all that money to get there.
So I'm looking through some more facts here.
I got a stat pulled up here.
Okay.
I like this one.
Okay, let's hear it.
I didn't even know about this. Wow. Okay, I don't think anyone's going to know about this. Here we go. The game we're talking about. The game was played at night for the first time in 1942 All-Star Game. So a little All-Star trivia here. First night game was 1942 at the Polo Grounds located in New York City. Since 1970, every All-Star Game has been played under the lights, though when held at venues near enough to the West Coast, the games start in the daylight due to the late afternoon hours scheduled for its first pitch.
Okay, so...
Yeah, so if they had it out here, they would have it at 4:30.
And they wouldn't need lights.
They wouldn't need lights until the very end.
But they would probably need 1,000 jugs of water.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yep.
It would be I'm always surprised that they do training out here for baseball players.
Sure.
Because I'm thinking, why? It's so hot here.
Yeah, but it's
yeah.
And it's a destination too, though,
Yeah.
because so many people come here for spring break.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's so beautiful out here. It's sort of like spring break all year round because the palm
Sure.
trees, the warm weather. But so what else is on this fun fact sheet?
All right. There were 2 All-Star games played each season from 1959 through 1962. Wow. Okay, that just seems a little
Say that again?
excessive.
What is it?
There was 2 All-Star games played each season from 1959 through 1962. The second game was added to raise money for the MLB players' pension funds as well as other causes. The experiment was later abandoned on the grounds that having 2 games watered down the appeal of the event. Yeah, I can totally see that. Totally.
How much does it cost to go to the All-Star game, I wonder?
Oh, let's StubHub. It's a StubHub. I bet you could get, if you're in the Miami area right now, on StubHub, you might be able to get some good deals because people that might have put their tickets up, they might be getting a little scared, and they might just want to sell it now.
Yeah, so you can get one at $156.
Okay.
And you can get a parking ticket for
$33.
$33. A parking pass, I should say. That's not too bad.
No.
You know?
But
Something
that
like
156 depends where you're sitting to. And that could be all the way, the last seat all the way up upper deck.
Only one ticket left for $156. Yeah, that could be way up there.
Yeah.
And obviously, if you're from out of town, you got to factor in the flight, the hotel. All of those prices in Miami are going to be way up for the All-Star game. I mean, obviously, they know a game like this is going to bring in a lot of money for the city. So all of the hotels are raising their rates. Restaurants can't raise their rates, but you know what I mean? They're going to have specials. They're going to have things going on. Anything to get people to spend more money. So, and flights, too. I mean, they know. It's like, when you go on spring break, they know to push those flight tickets up.
And since 1985, everyone, the Home Run Derby happened the day before the All-Star Game. So it's been happening now for 32 years. And we saw Aaron Judge winning yesterday.
That's really cool.
Let me try to get you guys a little bit more.
Baseball is such a fun sport. I think it's a really fun activity, even if you don't know a lot about baseball. Football games are fun too, but it's usually in the fall, so it's a little bit colder. Where a game during the summer, you can just go in shorts and a ball cap, get a hot dog, and hang out with your friends and family. And when someone hits a home run and you hear everyone in the audience cheering, it's such a fun experience for everybody. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It really is. thinking about the first time I went to a baseball game with my dad, and he's standing up and he's screaming. I thought, this is awesome. And everyone's screaming, and, they make it fun for everybody.
Yeah, oh, sure. They definitely do. And a little bit more facts, everyone. 87 All-Star games have been played, and you want to know who's in the lead? Is it the AL or the NL? Well, it's the National League winning 43 of those, the American League 42, and they've had 2 ties.
Is that surprising to you, or is that pretty
I
normal?
mean that's what you want to see, right? You want to have a good down the middle, because really it should be a coin toss when you're thinking about you got the best of the NL, you got the best of the AL. Let's see what they can do.
What if it was way off?
That would be like
Nationals killing them every year.
Yes.
Like, wow. So that's so cool. So they all get to sort of play against each other and see what. So for them, obviously this is their career, and a game to them is really important. Everyone's going to have fun, but for them it's really important. It's their career. But the All-Star game, is a lot more about having fun, I think, for these players.
Yes.
It's important. It is part of their career, but I think it's more about having fun as opposed to just a regular game in their season where they know they have to do well because it's part of their job. But
sure.
This is too, but it's more about fun, which is cool.
And a lot of people are asking they want to know about the stadium. They want to know about, it's called Marlins Park, home obviously of the Marlins there in Miami. And this field, they had the groundbreaking in 2009, and they had their first regular season game back in 2012. So
this is new.
So this is a pretty new stadium, and total construction cost was $661 million.
Oh, pocket change. No big deal.
There you go.
But also, you think about how much money baseball brings to a city. With every year, the tickets, the beer sales, the food sales, it brings in so much money to the city.
Yes.
So they obviously find it worth it.
And it only has a seating capacity of 37,442. It is the 3rd smallest stadium in Major League Baseball.
Really? It looks so big.
It looks so big, doesn't it? But I bet a lot of that, I don't think they'd probably get a big outfield.
But I wonder why they need to have it closed off on the top right now if it's not raining. I mean, I guess they just want to be
They
cautious.
don't want that humidity.
Yeah. They don't want the humidity. A lot of people in the chat saying that as well. Why would you go and deal with that humidity? Well, humidity's not that bad. You can kind of feel the moisture in the air as opposed to here it's the dry heat everyone talks about. I don't get that. It's still very hot.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And this facility also hosted a second-round pool of the 2013 World Baseball Classic, a first-round pool of the 2017 World Baseball Classic, so just earlier this year. The park also hosts soccer matches.
In the stadium?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Fundraising galas and other events during the winter. So that's good for all the taxpayers out there as well. At least they're getting,
getting use out of it.
Yeah, it's not just... So all you do is you play 81 games here.
Wow. It's pretty. Miami looks beautiful.
Yes.
Don't you think?
It definitely does.
Will Pitbull perform tonight too, or?
Yeah, I wonder who. Let me try to search for who's going to. I wonder.
That would be cool.
He'll probably be definitely at the game though again.
Yeah. Very fun. Again, if you guys are just joining us, we are streaming live for you the All-Star Game in Miami, Florida, airing only on Fox, 7:30 Eastern Time. Thanks for watching with us. As we're just sort of reading off random facts about the All-Star Game and what it means to you guys and the history behind the game. Also trying to figure out right now who is performing tonight. Mike said, yesterday Pitbull performed.
So Lenny Kravitz is performing. Well, he performed last night at the Major League Baseball Players Association party. Rapper Lil Jon was to perform at the All-Star 5K on Saturday night, and Don Omar at the All-Star Zumba Experience on Sunday, when Flo Rida is set to give a show at Marlins Park between the All-Star Futures game and the Celebrity Softball game. So.
Lil Jon.
A lot of people, and then Jennifer Hudson is singing a private party in Miami Beach hosted by Stand Up Cancer and MasterCard.
Oh, cool.
So lots of celebrities out there as well.
I wonder if, parents, though, that are going and taking their kids are thinking, Little John, why can't we get, U2 or something like that,
Yes.
But, with situations like this, it usually is a crowd that will, appreciate Pitbull and Little John and stuff. I always like to hear when I go to a baseball game, the player, when they come out, they play their song.
Sure.
Do they do that at your games
Yeah.
in Chicago?
Yeah, they like to give, they want to have the players pumped up, so they ask them, what's your walkout song?
Yeah, I like that.
Right now, Mary Kate, what would be your walk-up song if you were playing tonight? What would be the song that you'd say, you know what, I want when I'm going to home, I want them to play this song?
Oh, that's a tough one. Shake It Off, Taylor
There you go.
Swift.
Hey, there you go.
That's not bad.
Yeah,
Everyone likes that song.
shake off that heat, right?
Right? It's a happy song. It's about loving yourself, shaking it off. Other than that, I don't know. What would you have?
I think I would do Calvin Harris, Met You in the Summer.
Oh, that's a good. I think so
one.
many use that one too
I
when
bet.
it first came out.
Yeah.
Usually they'll pick the song of the summer, and so you'll hear some of the players come out, and it's the same one each time.
Yes.
Some will pick a country song that's really slow, and it sort of brings people down.
Yeah, they're like, no.
It's like, come on. Yeah, that's a good one, the Calvin Harris one. So.
Well, folks, we're only about 14 minutes away. You'll be able to watch that on Fox TV tonight, starting, just about 15 minutes away.
Yeah, you guys, airing only on Fox. If you want to watch it, tune into your Fox Network channel.
I wish I could stream
the
it, but we
game.
just can't stream Major League.
Yeah, we can't stream Major League because, let's face it, everyone would want to watch it here.
Yes.
Yes. We've got the best stream. But we have been showing you guys the preparations and the outside of the stadium here for the All-Star game in Miami, Florida. Some people commenting what they would want their song to be if they were walking out. SOS saying Nelly or Weird Al. Real Name saying get Leonard Skinnerd. Always Lenny Kravitz. So hearing a lot from you guys. Yeah, let us know if you're watching, what song would you have them play if you were walking out on the field. All right, you guys. Well, as we've told you, that game will be airing 7:30 Eastern Time, the All-Star Game. If we get any more live coverage of that, we'll be sure to take you there live here on the Fox News Now stream. But if you're at home and you have Fox, go ahead and tune in. You can watch the game from there. But right now, we are going to pull up for you this hearing that's happening live right now. Let me get this up for you guys. From the House Appropriations Committee, it's the transportation bill that they're discussing here. Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Subcommittee discussing their latest bill. This is happening live right now at the House Appropriations Committee. So let's pull this up for you guys and let's hear what they have to say. Here we go.
We'll check back with you a little bit later in 6 in the Mix, coming up at 11:30. For now, I'm Adam Cooperstein, live in downtown Miami for NBC 6 News.
The bill includes $17.8 billion in discretionary appropriations and $76.7 billion in total resources for the Department of Transportation. The Federal Aviation Administration is funded at $16.6 billion, which is an increase of $435 million above the budget request. We provide this increase to keep advancing the next-gen programs with over $1 billion and to advance the safe operation of our air traffic control system. We wanted to make sure that we provided funding to support the men and women who work every day to ensure that we maintain the leadership, U.S. leadership in this field, and to make sure that we continue to have the safest air system in the planet. And as we know, it is also the most complex system in the world. Through the federal aid highway programs, the bill delivers $45 billion in road and bridge funding from the Highway Trust Fund, which is almost $1 billion above the 17 level. This funding mirrors the authorized level and would provide much-needed growth and improvements within America's highway systems. The bill also provides $2.2 billion to the Federal Railroad Administration to continue our commitment to rail safety and to make critical infrastructure investments. For Amtrak, the bill prioritized funding for the Northeast Corridor, obviously the most critical and congested rail line. The bill also addressed the repair backlog on the Northeast Corridor with $500 million in investment in the federal-state partnership to the State of Good Repair grants. The bill provides $11.8 billion for the Federal Transit Administration. We did not agree with the administration's proposal to shut down the Capital Investment Grant Program, and instead we provided funding to keep projects moving through the pipeline. The bill also provides $100 million in new funding for automated vehicle research and development. As we learned in our emerging technologies hearing earlier this year, autonomous cars and trucks have a potential to, frankly, save tens of thousands of lives. And this is, I think, an important investment that will give the DOT the tools it needs to keep pace with this existing innovation, this emerging technology, which is now a reality. The bill includes $300 million for a maritime security program to ensure the nation's security during war time or, frankly, other times of emergency. As for housing programs, we work to ensure that we continue assistance to our most vulnerable populations, as I mentioned at the onset. The bill includes $38.3 billion for the Department of Housing and Urban Development. The bill includes significant increases to keep pace with inflation and to maintain housing for those who are currently served by HUD rental assistance programs. The administration proposed a number of different rental reforms which require authorization. We do not include these in our bill, and obviously because those require authorization. And instead, we direct HUD to immediately take action to relieve administrative burdens and to cut red tape. Homeless assistance programs are provided $2.4 billion. That is $133 million above the request. We provided this level to ensure the renewal of all continuum of care contracts. Housing for opportunities for persons with AIDS is provided with $356 million, which is a $26 million above the request. The bill restores a number of community development programs that were, again, proposed for elimination in the administration's budget request, such as CDBG, home and capacity building. And I will tell you that we listened to our members from both sides of the aisle, from the committee, from the subcommittee, and from outside the committee, who made sure that this was a priority of this subcommittee. These programs support decisions, the decision-making, frankly, where it should be, which is at the local level. With that, I'd like to turn to the ranking member of the subcommittee, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Price, for any comments that he may have. Mr. Price, you're recognized, sir.
Oh, there we go. All right. Reciprocating your kind words, because we have had a positive, collaborative relationship, and you've led a good process through the formulation of this bill. You continue to be accessible, receptive to concerns the subcommittee members have raised. It's been a pleasure working with you. You've already stated this year's mark includes $56.5 billion for vital transportation, housing, and community development programs at DOT, HUD, and related agencies. Unfortunately, this represents a funding decrease of more than $1.1 billion compared to the recently enacted omnibus. Mr. Chairman, you were dealt a very difficult hand. As a result of that, we're not investing enough in our housing and transportation infrastructure to even maintain it, let alone expand it. It was an unfavorable allocation. Despite that, there are some positive developments to report. Core housing programs, for example, including the 202 program for the elderly, the 811 program for the disabled. Those are going to receive modest funding increases in this bill to ensure those who currently receive assistance can remain housed. On the transportation side, key safety programs at the modal agencies are adequately funded. And the Federal Aviation Administration received targeted funding increases in various accounts to help accelerate next-gen implementation. I want to point out that the bipartisan efforts of this committee to strengthen and modernize the air traffic control system, all the while ensuring safety, remain paramount. This is in stark contrast to the partisan and controversial plan being advanced by Republicans on the authorizing committee, which would jeopardize next-gen's progress and hand over federal assets and control of the skies to private industry. The mark also includes a significant $475 million increase for the Federal Railroad Administration's Federal-State Partnership for State of Good Repair program, which will jumpstart critical infrastructure improvement projects within the national rail system. I do hope that this is intended to be more than just a one-time infusion of funding for programs of national significance. Unfortunately, that's about where the good news ends. Despite these bright spots, as a result of our unworkable allocation, this mark makes cuts to vital capital programs within DOT and HUD, programs that create jobs and spur economic growth. At DOT, funding for the highly competitive and popular Tiger program is zeroed out, despite the overwhelming need for additional infrastructure investment. Republican and Democratic mayors and governors across the country are clamoring for more Tiger grants. Sometimes it seems the program's only fault, in the view of its critics, is that it was established by President Obama. The Federal Transit Administration's Capital Investment Grants Program, often referred to as New Starts, receives a cut of $659 million. Although I must say I am appreciative that the chairman included bill language to ensure that FTA continues to rate and review projects in the New Starts pipeline. At HUD, the Choice Neighborhoods Initiative that has transformed dozens of public housing developments into thriving mixed-income communities would only receive $20 million compared to $137 million last year. Again, I'm grateful that the chairman has included this placeholder amount, and I look forward to working with him to improve this number as the progress moves forward. Also on the housing side of the ledger, the Community Development Block Grants and the Home Program are each cut by $100 million, despite calls from local elected officials across the country to preserve these important funding streams. Meanwhile, the Section 4 Capacity Building Program, utilized by Habitat for Humanity and other reputable nonprofits, receives a $5 million cut. Now, funding these programs at all, the fact that we're funding these programs at all represents a rebuke of the Trump administration, But we shouldn't use the draconian Trump budget as a baseline for anything other than a warped vision of America. We're in the middle of a national housing crisis. Only 1 in 4 people eligible for federal rental assistance can receive it. And we still have a massive public housing capital backlog. Our infrastructure continues to crumble, resulting in decaying highways and bridges and congested roads and airports. We should be increasing our commitment to these housing and transportation programs, not making these cuts. So the chairman's doing the best he can under the circumstances. The real culprit is the complete failure by Congress to address the main drivers of the deficit, tax expenditures and entitlement spending. Instead, we've returned again and again and again to appropriations, and especially critical domestic appropriations, to bear the whole brunt of deficit reduction. The result is a disaster for our economy and for the work of most of our appropriations subcommittees. We really get the worst of both worlds. We don't really significantly reduce the deficit, but we do untold damage to critical national investments. We shouldn't pretend that these bills, as currently written, have the resources necessary to meet our challenges as a nation. The majority's inability to enact a budget resolution, one of the most basic acts of governing, coupled with the plan to push forward with all 12 appropriations bills without bipartisan buy-in on overall spending levels, is going to surely result in another scramble at the end of the year, with the only question being, do we shut down the government, or kick the can down the road with another continuing resolution, or salvage some semblance of our constitutional responsibilities by passing another omnibus bill? Finally, I'm strongly opposed to several controversial policy riders that were attached to this bill that unnecessarily attack high-speed rail, roll back transportation safety for the traveling public, and harm labor rights. Mr. Chairman, I do not intend to offer amendments to the subcommittee mark tonight. I do want to point out that this bill faces many hurdles in order to garner bipartisan support. I remain hopeful, however, that we will eventually get a multi-year bipartisan budget agreement. If we do that, we can revisit this bill, revisit many of these items, and we can improve it in major ways. So I look forward to continued collaboration with you to achieve that goal in the days, weeks, and months ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Price. We're honored to have the chairman of the full committee, Chairman Frelinghuysen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the time and all the hard work of your committee members putting this bill together, and I think all the people around the table can thank the staff for all the extra effort done on an expedited basis. I did promise Mr. Quigley I'd keep my remarks short, and I'll try to keep my word to you. But just a few comments. Investments in this bill will provide funding for our federal highways and bridge programs, help address the $38 billion backlog for the Northeast Corridor infrastructure improvements, and I think fund essential transit formula grants to help communities build and maintain mass transit systems. And the committee continues to be supportive of the good work of the Federal Aviation Administration, with a $435 million above the administration's budget request to fully fund air operations, air traffic operations, and the next-gen modernization program. And I'm particularly pleased to the efforts of the chairman and the committee members to recognize that the type of housing needs that are out there for vulnerable people and families, especially veterans, certainly our seniors, but the efforts you put in there to recognize the special needs of people with disabilities. And I'm awfully appreciative of your work, and I urge adoption of this bill, and so we can move it to the full committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you and the confidence that you have on this, that you've placed on this subcommittee. Also a privilege to have the ranking member of the full committee here, Ms. Lowy. You are recognized, ma'am.
Well, thank you, Chairman Diaz-Balart, Ranking Member Price, and Chairman Frelinghuysen for your work on this bill. Today, we're marking up our 8th appropriations bill at subcommittee level. However, more than 9 months into the fiscal year, the majority continues to flounder in passing a budget resolution. and the committee has only just released its full slate of 302B allocations. This is a highly irresponsible way to operate and a perversion of regular order. However, there are some good parts of the bill before us, including $500 million for the federal-state partnership for State of Good Repair, which would directly help the Gateway project that is so important for my constituents in New York and the economy of the Northeast region and nation as a whole. However, as Mr. Price mentioned, problematic cuts make it difficult to support this bill. For instance, eliminating Tiger. Tiger is such a critical program for so many of us in our districts around the country. For instance, drastically cutting capital investment grants, especially with a crisis on the rails, for commuters and train travelers in the New York metropolitan area represent a failure to maintain transportation and infrastructure that in some cases is crumbling before our eyes. Likewise, by cutting community development block grants, home investment partnerships, and even less hazard control, this bill continues to shift the burden onto working families and the most vulnerable among us. But the primary obstacle in our entire process is the majority's failure to work with Democrats to develop reasonable top-line spending levels to make possible the enactment of responsible appropriations law. Just like every year, Democratic votes will be needed to enact appropriations law, so I do hope we will start to work together. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you.
Thank you, Ms. Lowy. At this time, the bill is open for amendments. Does anyone wish to offer an amendment or to be heard on the bill at this time? You don't feel compelled to, by the way. It's just seeing none. And if there is no further discussion, I would now recognize Chairman Frelinghuysen for a motion.
I move that the bill be favorably reported to the full committee.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. And the chair believes the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Let me remind members, if I could ask you to just please leave your copies of the bill and the report in the room. And I would ask also unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make any technical and conforming changes to the bill and report. Seeing no objection, so ordered. With that, and thank each and every one of the members of the subcommittee and everyone else, the subcommittee is adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, good work.
Okay.
All right, everybody. Well, you just heard from the House Appropriations Committee on that Housing Urban Development Bill. We're streaming that live for you here on the Fox News Now stream. Pulling up for you now the next top story here in the show. Let me just get this up for you guys really quickly. Thanks for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Trying to keep you guys updated. Earlier today we were streaming for you the All-Star Game preparations before outside of the stadium, so that was pretty exciting. But I do want to pull this up for you guys, where President Trump, and we didn't get a chance to stream this for you earlier today, President Trump had a chance to sit down with the Japanese Prime Minister. So let's get this up for you guys, and let's hear what they had to say during this discussion. Here we go.
It's a great honor to have with us the Prime Minister of Japan, and we have many things that we've been discussing and that we will continue to discuss right now and later on this afternoon. We've made a lot of progress on trade and other elements. We're also talking, obviously, about North Korea and the problem and menace of North Korea. And the Prime Minister is, I will say this, very, very focused on what's going on with respect to North Korea. So we will continue those discussions, and we appreciate your being here, Mr. Prime Minister.
ありがとうございます。本日安倍総理がここにいらっしゃることは大変光栄に思います。
今までたくさんの議題について話してきましたが、その話を計算的な、その生産的な話を続けていきたいと思います。今日の午後のセッションにも、それも続けたいと思います。貿易や他の問題についての進歩はたくさんありましたが、もちろん言うまでもないことは北朝鮮が、みんなが注目する、議題の一つです。これは大きな脅威です。で総理がこの問題に非常に集中しているということは私も認識しています。この話はこれからまだ続けたいと思います。
今回の G20 において、冒頭、ドナルドが日米韓の首脳会談、大変有意義な首脳会談を行うことができました。改めてアレンジに感謝したいと思いますが、そしてこの締めくくりにドナルドとこうして日米の首脳会談をできて、することができたことを大変嬉しく思います。
So at the very beginning of the G20 summit this year, we actually made a great start to attend the trilateral summit among Japan, the US, and the Republic of Korea, which was kindly arranged by Donald. And I was very appreciative of your initiative to hold this trilateral summit. And also, as we are about to wrap up our discussion at the G20 summit, it is a great pleasure for me to have our bilateral meeting with you.
北朝鮮をはじめ、アジア太平洋地域の安全保障環境が厳しさを増す中、強固な日米同盟の姿を私とドナルドでですね、示していきたい、タイで示していきたいと思います。
As I look at the current situation, particularly the security environment in the Asia-Pacific region, including North Korea, we believe that it has become increasingly severe. And against such backdrop, together with you, Donald, we would like to demonstrate the robust partnership as well as the bond between Japan and the United States on this occasion.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, that was President Trump meeting with the Prime Minister of Japan earlier today. Taking you now to San Diego, California, where there is a breaking news situation going on right now. Let me change that lower third. Put up the live bug so you guys know we are live. And let's take you to the scene. Again, we're being told this is a fire in San Diego. Looks like Chopper is just looking for it right now. We'll keep you updated as we are streaming this live right now on the Fox News Now stream. So you're able to see some of the smoke in the air there. So hopefully the chopper can get a little bit closer for you guys. We can get a better look of this fire happening right now in San Diego. No injuries reported yet, but I'm working on getting more information for you guys about this, on how exactly this fire started. So I believe this is a fire that is burning 300 acres along the I-8. It has shut down the freeway there, prompting evacuation orders. You can see right now the traffic that's backed up on the other side of the road there. Several emergency vehicles there at the scene as well. We did see smoke in the air just a little bit ago, so let's see if we can find exactly where the fire is here in San Diego today. Pulling up some more information for you guys. We're just getting more details into the newsroom. So now we're hearing 400 acres burning along the I-8, shutting down the freeway. This is a rapidly spreading fire near Lake Jennings that has shut down the freeway, threatening nearby homes and prompting evacuation orders. It's being called the Jennings Fire right now because it's just near the Jennings Lake. It broke out about 1:50 p.m. today off Interstate 8 and Old Highway 80 and Lakeside, according to the fire department there. And within 90 minutes, the fire had scorched over 300 acres and threatened 5 homes there in the area. And around roughly 4:30 p.m., the fire had reached 400 acres. Mandatory evacuation orders have been issued for homes along Viewside Lane in the Alpine area, and the street runs right next to the south side of I-8. Now, those evacuated can seek shelter at the Joan McQueen Middle School, which is located in the 2000 block of Tavern Road in Alpine. Emergency crews closed the freeway in both directions between Lake Jennings Park Road in Lakeside and Tavern Road in Alpine due to this fire. All bus routes, 864 trips to be exact, were also terminated at East County Square. Officials have asked the public to avoid this area around the Flynn Springs and Harbison Canyon, as there are multiple road closures right now and this fire is still burning. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. So you can see that they are using the fire aircrafts as well to drop water on this fire right now. Also want to pull up for you guys just the latest tweets that are coming in. This coming from the fire department. They're saying they are going to have a live briefing at 5:30 at the middle school where people that have evacuated their houses had to go to, and they're using the hashtag Jennings Fire. That's what they're calling this fire today. And you know, when they actually put a name on a fire, that's how you know it's going to be a big fire, because it's been going on for this long. They actually have to title it something, and they're calling it Jennings Fire because it's right near Lake Jennings. Again, over 400 acres now burning, 0% contained. They're working to put out this blaze right now, and we'll keep you guys updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. Again, it's still difficult to see the actual fire, but if you look closely, you can see the heavy smoke in the air over there. It was threatening 5 homes in the area. People have been forced to evacuate and sent to that middle school there in order to get away from this fire as they are still working to put out the blaze. See, if you look closely, it looks like Chopper is zooming in a little bit. Again, over 400 acres burning right now. It was 300 to begin with, and only an hour later, over 400 acres burning. 0% contained. Looking up, actually, the weather right now for you in San Diego. 76 degrees and cloudy right now in San Diego, but it looks like this fire is still continuing to burn. It had shut down the I-8, so the Interstate 8 there. We don't know if it's still shut down at this time, but they've warned people in the area to avoid this area here because of all the road closures. They really need space to work to put out this fire. Again, they're calling this the Jennings fire because it's right next to Lake Jennings here in San Diego. Let's see if we can zoom in a little bit here just to see the road closures. See how you can see there are no vehicles coming in or out right now, so you can see that those roads still closed down. So if you're watching, because I know a lot of you guys are watching from all across the United States here on the Fox News Now stream, if you're in this area, they are asking anyone to just avoid this right now. The roads are closed. You can't get through anyway, and it's very dangerous right now. So they're even using, the firefighting aircrafts right now to drop water on displays. Over 400 acres still burning right now. It's about 76 degrees in San Diego. They will be holding a live press conference soon. If we get that into the newsroom, we'll be sure to stream that live for you as well to give you guys any details on how exactly this fire started. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. Okay, there we go. We're getting to get a much better view here of that fire as Chopper continues to zoom in. Let's see if they can give us another shot. See, take a look at all of that smoke, that heavy smoke there in the air. We've been streaming for you guys dozens of brush fires here in Phoenix and California throughout the past few months, just because of these hot temperatures, not only here in Phoenix, but in California as well. Again, they do say it's only about 76 degrees there today, but it looks like this fire has been spreading very quickly. Again, it was about 300 acres to begin with, threatening the structure of 5 homes. Evacuations were in progress. We're still, telling people to avoid the area as they're continuing to work out this fire. See, if you look closely, you can see that aircraft over there, the firefighting aircraft there, dropping water on the fire. It could take hours because they have to continue to go back and forth, picking up more water and dropping it over this fire here. Again, even more burning. It was started out with 300 acres. Now it's 400 acres. It's right near Lake Jennings, and the I-8 there has been shut down. The freeway shut down A lot of other roads in the area shut down. As we zoomed in a little bit earlier, you could see no cars coming in or out right now. 5 homes were being threatened, so they had to evacuate families there and send them to a nearby middle school. They do say they're expecting a live press conference at that middle school to explain how this fire started and how long it could take to put this blaze out and when people can return back to their homes. So hopefully we'll get that press conference live here on the Fox News Now stream. We'll be sure to take that for you if that comes in. But in the meantime, we're still streaming this for you from the news chopper here. As you can see, we're zooming in. It looks like only emergency vehicles on the road right now. They still have this area closed off, and they're asking if anyone is familiar with this area, if you're living in this area, to avoid it until they've got this figured out and they can put out the fire, because right now all of those roads are closed. All right, everybody. My co-host Mike Paish coming up in just a few minutes to continue this coverage of the fire in San Diego.
Welcome, everyone, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Part of FoxNewsPhoenix.com. Your host, Mike Paish, going to be here with you for the next 2 hours covering fire in San Diego right now. And if, of course, we get any more breaking news alerts anywhere across the country, of course, we will bring that to you. All right, buddy. Looks like that shot did go red on us, everyone. We're going to be working to switch you out to another feed here in just a second. Stay right here with us, as I'm just getting my setup started here. Okay, if we do get any more visuals from that fire, of course, we will bring that to you. All right, folks, coming up next here, we are going to have the nominations of David Glaw to be Undersecretary for Intelligence and Analysis, U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and David Pekosk to be Assistant Secretary, Transportation Security Administration. This is all coming from the Homeland Security for Governmental Affairs. Before we go to that, let's still continue to go back out live for you. We are able to get a new feed in for you on this San Diego fire. So the very latest, everyone, is that westbound I-8 reopens near Lake Jennings as crews stop forward rate of spread of 400-acre brush fire. The eastbound is still closed. So we're taking live aerials for you right now in San Diego. This is the Jennings fire. That happens to be Lake Jennings. The CAL FIRE San Diego Public Affairs Bureau doing a great job on Twitter of doing some live updates. A live briefing is going to be happening in the next 30 minutes. It's going to be held at the Creek Middle School, located at 9699 Dunbar Lane in El Cajon. The fire right now is at 400 acres, 0% containment. You are watching live with us here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. We always appreciate when our viewers are with us worldwide here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Let us know where you are watching from. Once again, that live briefing will be happening in about 25 minutes for this Jennings fire. For those of you local in the San Diego area, for updated information on the Jennings fire, you are asked to please call 211. You can still see the crews there working their very best to try to contain. It's more than 400 acres burning near Lake Jennings in San Diego. And thank you to all our viewers checking in with us and letting know that you are watching here with us. It looks like maybe Sky Fox there in San Diego could be leaving the scene. If they do, of course, we will try to give you guys the very latest info if we do get more feeds available. Now, what we will do is take you to that Senate hearing.
Local and private sector partners. As the Department's Chief Intelligence Officer, the Undersecretary is also responsible for overseeing intelligence across DHS and collaborating with intelligence community partners. Multiple reviews of the Office of Intelligence and Analysis by this committee, watchdog organizations, and others have raised concerns about the quality and value of its intelligence, the lack of coordination of component intelligence activities, and the low morale and human resources challenges facing the office. The next Undersecretary has an opportunity to strengthen the Department's intelligence program and therefore help Secretary Kelly secure the nation. The DHS Assistant Secretary, also known as the Transportation Security Administrator, is responsible for the safety and security of the country's transportation systems, ensuring the free flow of people and commerce. The Administrator's job is to assess intelligence and threats to the nation's transportation sector and direct the approximately 53,000 Transportation Security Administration employees in protecting hundreds of millions of travelers each and every year. The TSA was created after September 11th attacks to disrupt future terrorist plots and safeguard the nation's transportation system. The agency oversees aviation security as well as rail, highway, mass transit, and pipeline security with an overall budget of over $7 billion. Aviation remains a target for foreign and domestic terrorists. To achieve its mission, the TSA needs to continually improve its screening capabilities and strive to adapt to the terrorist threats of the future. The next administrator has the opportunity to increase the TSA's screening capabilities, improve workforce morale, and deliver effective and cost-efficient security to the traveling public. With that, I'll turn it over to Ranking Member McCaskill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you holding this hearing and want to thank the two nominees for their willingness to serve. I'm particularly pleased to be here today, given the strong qualifications and distinguished careers of the nominees that are in front of us today. You have both had exemplary public service careers, and we need individuals like you leading our Homeland Security and intelligence agencies. You both have difficult jobs ahead of you. The offices you seek to lead are essential ones for the protection of our homeland. TSA has the visible role of protecting air travel, as well as the less well-known job of securing ground, rail, and maritime security. And the Office of Intelligence and Analysis is a component of the intelligence community that informs the work of all DHS agencies and is charged with sharing intelligence with local, state, and tribal governments. In addition to the challenges you'll face in executing the mission of these organizations, you'll face a serious challenge given the current morale of the workforce in these offices. Both TSA and INA are seen by their employees as being among the worst places to work in the federal government. According to a survey of federal agencies, INA is ranked 304th out of 305th federal agency subcomponents in employee morale. TSA is doing only slightly better, ranked at 303 out of 305. Strong leadership will be necessary to strengthen the workforce at these offices and ensure that these components are recruiting and retaining the most qualified talent. The culture and sentiment in an office enormously contribute to hiring and keeping the best personnel, who in turn are working hard to keep us safe. Mr. Pekoski, with threats to our transportation system on the rise, TSA has an essential role in protecting our homeland. I have made clear several times my concerns about the President's proposed cuts to the TSA budget, particularly when it comes to funds for counterterrorism programs. Once you're confirmed, I expect you to make clear to the administration at the highest levels what you need to do your job, and you should not back down until the administration proposes a budget that works for you. Mr. Glaway, I expect you to ensure that the work of your office remains apolitical and informs decisions at the highest level of the Department and the intelligence community. This administration will be making policy decisions based on intelligence and facts, and it is your office that has the data and the analytic tools to make sure that the policy decisions are sound. I look forward to our conversation today and working with you in the future. Mr. Pekoski, I understand you told the committee staff this week that you would come in to sit down with him once you've been on the job for several months. I really appreciate that offer, and I expect my staff will take you up on it. I hope both of you will remain accessible and responsible to this committee once you are confirmed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator McCaskill. The committee wants to welcome the witnesses, your families. I want to thank you for your past service, your willingness to serve again. Also want to thank your families for their sacrifice, because these are big, important jobs, and you're going to be busy and away from home. So it's certainly going to be a family sacrifice as well. And I know in your opening statements you'll introduce your family members and your friends and supporters during your comments. It is the tradition of this committee to swear in witnesses, so if you both rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated. Our first nominee is Mr. David Glaway. Mr. Glaway has extensive experience in national security and law enforcement. He currently serves as a special assistant to the President, and until recently served as the Assistant Commissioner and Chief Intelligence Officer in the Customs and Border Protection component at the Department of Homeland Security. Mr. Glaway has previously served as an FBI agent and as a federal agent with the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, and started his career in public service as a Houston police officer. Mr. Glaway has a certificate from the John F. Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University and a Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of Northern Iowa. Mr. Glaway, in this role, I think your extensive background in law enforcement across the spectrum, from local, state, and federal, is just going to serve you well. It's just crucial. So, again, we appreciate your willingness to serve and look forward to your testimony.
Chairman Johnson, Ranking Member McCaskill, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be before you today as the President's nominee for the Undersecretary of Intelligence and Analysis at the Department of Homeland Security. I'm honored to have been nominated for this position by President Trump, and I'm humbled to have received the support of Secretary Kelly, Deputy Secretary Duke, and Director of National Intelligence Codes. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to recognize my family. I'm grateful for their support and sacrifices to allow me this opportunity. With us today is the bedrock of my life, my 20-year partner and husband, Perry Gorse, a supervisory special agent at the FBI's Washington Field Office. Foremost in our mind are our two wonderful children, Alexis and Wyatt. I also want to thank the rest of my family and friends and coworkers who have supported me throughout my life. I would not have this opportunity without them. The mission statement of DHS is clear and direct. With honor and integrity, we will safeguard the American people, our homeland, and our values. DHS faces a complex and evolving threat environment and must work across the federal government and in concert with our state, local, tribal, territorial, and private sector partners. As the only member of the U.S. intelligence community charged with statutorily sharing intelligence and information with our state, local, tribal, and private sector partners, INA enables DHS to execute this mission. Secretary Kelly's guidance is clear. He expects INA to provide timely, useful, and operationally relevant intelligence to the DHS enterprise and the intelligence community and our state and local partners. I have over 24 years in law enforcement and intelligence experience, and if confirmed, I will work to apply that knowledge I acquired and the lessons learned to make INA a premier intelligence organization that drives operations and intelligence integration, information sharing, and delivery of unique analysis to operators and decision makers that enables them to identify vulnerabilities, position resources, and ultimately mitigate threats. INA has one of the broadest customer bases in the intelligence community, and meeting the many and varied demands of those customers is a challenge. I intend to focus INA's analytic capacity on areas where they're positioned to add value, areas like trade, travel, cyber, borders, marine, and aviation security, rather than duplicating work done elsewhere. INA's greatest strength, without question, is its people. If confirmed, it will be my honor to lead the Homeland Intelligence professionals at INA as we endeavor to implement Secretary Kelly's vision by meeting the needs of the primary customers, integrating intelligence and operations, and making INA a diverse, mission-focused, and productive environment for the workforce. In closing, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the important role of Congress plays in the success of INA. If confirmed, I pledge to enable the committee to fill that role by keeping you informed on INA activities and developments. I'm committed to transparency and look forward to partnering with you to move the organization forward and best protect the homeland. Mr. Chairman, I will stop there and submit the remainder of my comments for the record. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before you today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Glaway. Our next nominee is Vice Admiral David Pekoski. Vice Admiral Pekoski was Vice Admiral and Chief Operating Officer of the U.S. Coast Guard when he retired in 2010 after 32 years of service, and again, we thank you for that service. Prior to becoming Vice Admiral, he was the commander for the Pacific Area Defense Forces, protecting 73 million square miles of territory throughout the Pacific region. After retiring from the Coast Guard, Vice Admiral Pekoski was Group President for the National Security Group at A&T Solutions and Vice President for National Programs at Pacific Architecture and Engineering. His extensive experience in the Homeland Security field from his time in the Coast Guard in the private sector covering crisis management, strategic operations, financial and risk management, and counterterrorism. Vice Admiral Pekoski received his bachelor's degree from the U.S. Coast Guard Academy and holds two master's degrees, one from Columbia University in economics and one from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in business management. And Vice Admiral, I just have to say, reading your opening statement, which you'll be presenting here, your extensive experience, I can't think of somebody more qualified at this point in time to lead such an important agency. So with that, I look forward to your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Chairman Johnson, Ranking Member McCaskill, and distinguished members of this committee. It is a privilege to appear before you today as the President's nominee to lead the Transportation Security Administration. I am honored to have been nominated by President Trump for this important national security position, and if confirmed, I look forward to the opportunity to work with Secretary Kelly, Deputy Secretary Duke, and the entire team at the Department of Homeland Security. I have always benefited from the strong support of my family, and I'm honored to introduce my wife, Michelle, who's sitting right behind me, who joins me at this hearing today. Together we raised 4 terrific children, all very successful in their own right. They and many members of our family are watching from locations around the country. I thank them for their love and support, and am glad they're able to be present today, in person and virtually, for this important event in my professional life. Let me begin by recognizing the men and women of the Transportation Security Administration. Each and every one contributes to the security of our nation's transportation system and works tirelessly to earn the trust and respect of the American people. Their work is critical to the security of our aviation and surface transportation systems, and they have, in my opinion, done an outstanding job in protecting us from an ever-present and very dynamic threat. It would be my privilege to join them as their administrator and bring my leadership skills and experience directly to the effort of securing our homeland. TSA could not accomplish its mission were it not for the strong partnerships it has with other federal partners, state and local public safety and law enforcement agencies, the airline industry, the government services industry, airport and surface transportation system owners and operators, and international partners. Throughout my professional career, I've seen firsthand the importance and enormous value of strong partnerships and professional relationships. This is the extended TSA team, and it would be my privilege to join them as well in our collective goal of ensuring transportation security in the United States. I had the high honor of serving our country in the United States Coast Guard for most of my adult life. I am forever grateful to my Coast Guard colleagues for their investment in my leadership and professional development. My career in the Coast Guard provided me with the background and experience that are very relevant to the position of TSA Administrator. Specifically, I performed in top leadership positions of a large operating agency with a security and law enforcement mission in the Department of Homeland Security. I have experience in operational risk management and risk mitigation, and I have experience working with other federal, state, and local law enforcement and public safety agencies, industry and interest groups, and international partners and international standards-setting bodies. Following my Coast Guard service, I joined a very successful mid-market company in the government services industry. My experience in the private sector was very valuable, and I learned how government can be a better consumer of private sector expertise and support. Today, as you know, we face a multitude of threats that are persistent and ever-evolving. We know that certain terrorist organizations remain focused on commercial aviation and disrupting the freedoms we enjoy as an open society. Staying ahead of these threats and ensuring that appropriate measures are in place to ensure security effectiveness will continue to be TSA's most significant challenge. If confirmed, it would be my honor to serve in what I consider one of the most challenging jobs in government. My overarching goal would be to lead TSA to an ever stronger position as an effective and efficient provider of security for our transportation systems, especially aviation, with a strong and growing level of public confidence in the agency's mission performance. I will articulate a clear vision for TSA to ensure all of our efforts contribute to its achievement. My full intention is to serve as TSA Administrator, if confirmed, for as long as the President and Secretary wish me to remain in this position. I think leadership continuity at TSA is very important. If confirmed, I would be the 13th Administrator in 16 years when you include those in an acting capacity. I am always reminded of a quote of Alexander Hamilton when he, as our first Secretary of the Treasury, issued instructions to the commanding officers of the Revenue Cutter Service, which is the predecessor to the Coast Guard. Alexander Hamilton issued these instructions in 1791, approximately 226 years ago today. He said in part, they will always keep in mind that their countrymen are freemen, and as such are impatient of everything that bears the least mark of a domineering spirit. They will therefore refrain with the most guarded circumspection from whatever has a semblance of haughtiness, rudeness, or insult. I think this sage guidance from one of our country's founding fathers applies to all federal officials involved in law enforcement and security operations today. It is something that will guide me if I'm so fortunate as to have the opportunity to lead TSA. TSA is the face of the federal government to millions of air travelers every day. These travelers rightfully expect effective and efficient screening with a minimum of delay by government officials who treat them with respect. I will work diligently with the entire TSA workforce to ensure TSA continues to meet this standard. We must balance the demands of security with the imperatives of liberty guaranteed in our Constitution. In closing, I thank President Trump and Secretary Kelly for their confidence in my ability to lead TSA. Chairman Johnson, Ranking Member McCaskill, and distinguished members of this committee, I thank you for your courtesies during this confirmation process and for the opportunity to appear before you today. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Vice Admiral. There are 3 questions the committee asks of every nominee. For the record, I'll ask the question. Each one of you can answer them separately. First, is there anything you are aware of in your background that might present a conflict of interest with the duties of the office to which you have been nominated? Mr. Glaway.
No.
Vice Admiral.
No, sir.
Do you know of anything, personal or otherwise, that would in any way prevent you from fully and honorably discharging the responsibilities of the office to which you have been nominated? Mr. Glaway.
No.
Vice Admiral.
No, sir.
Do you agree without reservation to comply with any request or summons to appear and testify before any duly constituted committee of Congress if you are confirmed? Mr. Glaway.
Yes.
Yes, sir, I do. Again, I want to thank the committee members for showing up in attendance, and out of respect for your time, what I'll do is I'll hold off on my questions and turn it over to Senator McCaskill.
I will do the same since so many of my colleagues are here. I will be happy to defer to their questions and question at the end like you, Mr. Chairman.
Then it'll be Senator Portman.
Great. Thank you. And I thank the Chair and Ranking Member for their allowing us to go because we all got crazy schedules, and I appreciate the way they conduct the business of this committee. Thank you both for your willingness to serve. I appreciate the fact that you both have extensive experience on the intelligence side, and in your case, Admiral, that you've had extensive experience on the security side. I was struck by one thing you said, and that is that there have been 13 people in your position of supervising the TSA operations in 16 years, and you said you hope to be able to stick around for a while.
Yes, sir.
This is one of my concerns at DHS, honestly, and we have the oversight responsibility for this gargantuan agency that I think was necessary. In other words, we needed to have a better response after 9/11 from the federal government level and bring together 23 departments and agencies, but we move people around a lot in that agency. And I'm concerned about the impact that has on morale, on readiness in terms of your responsibilities. you're in a confirmation process here. I know you're not going to be able to say as much as maybe you can tell us once you are confirmed. But could you just for a second talk about that? Are you concerned about the amount of churning, the amount of changes in positions? And I know sometimes within the federal government's system, it's advantageous for an individual to change positions in order to increase compensation. And what can we do to address that? So if you could just talk about that for a second, particularly as it relates to TSA.
Yes, sir. When Secretary Kelly asked me if I would consider the TSA position, one of the things that was important to me is that whatever I agreed to do in the future, that I did it not just for a very short period of time. And I committed to him and committed today at this hearing that I will serve as long as I'm able to serve in that position. I think leadership continuity in an agency like TSA is critically important. Senator McCaskill mentioned the morale issues with the workforce, and I think that's one of my key focuses, should I be confirmed, is to place a lot of attention onto that issue, see if we can't raise job satisfaction across the employee workforce and also reduce attrition. And both will improve security effectiveness and security efficiency. So I am committed to do that, and I'm committed to spending a lot of time with the workforce. Additionally, I think it's important that not just the top leader be in a position for a duration of time, but that the leaders that support that top leadership also have some level of continuity. And if confirmed, I will pay attention to that very carefully in the assignment of senior executive service members inside TSA.
Well, thank you again. I think numbers in this committee would probably like to follow up with you on that once you are confirmed. I think that's a critical management challenge at DHS. And again, thanks for your service. Mr. Glau, your background, again, very impressive, starting as a police officer, working your way up to the top ranks of intelligence gathering. And one of my big concerns about your department and how it operates is how the fusion centers are getting information. I think some fusion centers work pretty well, others not so well. And a constant concern I hear back home in Ohio is the fact that sometimes information is not disseminated in an appropriate way, either not quickly enough or not at the level of detail where it really is effective and helpful. And we do put a lot of focus and resources into fusion centers, not just at the federal government level, but state and local governments and particularly law enforcement spend a lot of time and effort on that. Can you talk to us about that challenge and how you intend to deal with it? I know you've already been in an acting capacity and having to deal with fusion centers, but one, are they working? And two, how could we better disseminate that information?
Senator, thank you for the question. And if confirmed, I look forward to working on the enterprise approach to fusion centers. And I would just start off with your question and answering it. I was fortunate enough to be on the Richmond Joint Terrorism Task Force with the FBI when Virginia started its first fusion center. So I was intimately aware of the relationship with the fusion centers with state and local law enforcement and some of the challenges that occurred then. And then watching it progress over essentially the next 13, 15 years or so. And the relationship with state and locals is coming from those organizations and working with them throughout my career is critical. I've met with all the major chiefs and sheriff's association, the National Fusion Center Association, and I hear a reoccurring theme. They're absolutely necessary, but having a business enterprise approach to how they knit the intelligence on both disseminating intelligence to them and also receiving it from them is critical. The challenge is there's a lot of sheriffs and chiefs out there, and each fusion center operates independently. What I did get, if confirmed, to work with them in an integrated approach to come up with an enterprise that is some consistency in how we're sharing intelligence, recognizing every fusion center is different. But from a federal side and how we disseminate intelligence, it's going to be critical on how we have that enterprise approach. And I had a commitment from all the organizations to start working on that. So if concerned, Senator, I look forward to working on that.
So business enterprise approach in your mind means consistency, reliability. What does it mean in terms of the level of detail that you can provide? In other words, one of the complaints that I hear sometimes is that our fusion centers are not able to get the information that they really find actionable, and they're sometimes told after the fact. And, you know, we've been blessed not to have more terrorist attacks, but certainly we've had some that could possibly have been thwarted had we had a better information flow from the federal level or even the international level, federal level, and right down to the state and local level. So talk to us about that for a minute. How can the business enterprise approach that you're advocating help with regard to getting that information in the right hands?
Sure, Senator, thank you for the question again. The tactical level intelligence that's needed by the fusion centers, so as threats are fluid and dynamic and changing, to to disseminate that intelligence and to have an enterprise starting at DHS INA and getting it out to the fusion centers so it's accurate, correct, but also timely is the critical node. And as we've seen with the other intelligence organizations, a merging of a hybrid of integrating intelligence and operation, infusing that intelligence, vetting it so it's appropriate and correct, but getting it out quickly. So it's got to be tactical, so they can adjust resources, readjust personnel, readjust their posture in their communities, be it from terrorist networks, cyber intrusions, transnational criminal organizations, the opium epidemic that is devastating the United States. We have to produce tactical level, enterprise, timely intelligence downrange. And that's going to be a change of our business model. The INA employees are incredibly dedicated. They want to do this. It's going to be creating a process to do it accurate and timely.
Well, again, once you're confirmed, and I think you will be, both of you, we look forward to working with you on that. I know this committee has a strong interest in how these fusion centers work, and I'm not suggesting there's a cookie-cutter approach. It is different regions, but I do think more continuity with regard to the fusion centers, per the Admiral's comment about continuity, would help too, of, you know, dissemination of information in a reliable way, consistent way, and ensuring that we can thwart these attacks on the homeland. Thank you for your service.
Senator Tester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank you and the ranking member for your courtesy. I very much appreciate that. Mr. Pekoski, first of all, thanks for stopping in. Yesterday we talked a little bit about partnerships with other law enforcement agencies that TSA utilizes. Could you briefly talk about how important those partnerships are? Briefly, please.
Yes, sir, and thank you for your time yesterday. I greatly enjoyed the meeting. As I said yesterday, I think partnerships, and I said it in my opening statement as well, partnerships are absolutely critical to the success of TSA's security mission. There's no easier way to say it. They're absolutely critical, and I greatly appreciate the work that state and local law enforcement agencies, public service agencies have provided in partnering with TSA, and I hope that we have been a good partner. One of the things that, if I'm confirmed, and I get the opportunity to travel out to the workforce, which I will make as the highest priority for me in the first couple of months and then throughout my tenure, is to meet with our state and local law enforcement partners and just reinforce the appreciation we have for the service they provide and the criticality it is to the overall success of our mission.
Okay. As the budget applies, the Law Enforcement Officer Reimbursement Program, LEO program, was zeroed out in the President's budget. That money is used to basically help local law enforcement support your mission. Do you know if there's any other grants out there that could replace the LEO grants, or is that the only game in town when it comes to supporting local law enforcement?
Senator, I don't know if that's the only game in town to support state and local law enforcement, but if confirmed, I will take a very close look at that and get back on your calendar to discuss.
But you would agree that it is really critically important that those partnerships are there, and I can tell you that local government, even state government to a certain extent, really doesn't have the resources to be able to add value to your operation.
Yes, sir. The partnerships are critically important.
I want to talk about, since it was brought up during Senator Portman's question, you said that you wanted to increase job satisfaction and reduce attrition. How much do you think that the pay for your frontline folks has to do with keeping them on the job?
Sir, I think it's certainly a factor. To say otherwise would, I think, be silly. But I have not spent enough time with the TSA workforce. My only time really with the TSA workforce has been as a passenger going through a screening line. But I have read the survey results, and you know, I pledged, if confirmed, to spend a good amount of time early on to really understand what some of the issues are. For me, just from what I've read, some of the issues would pertain to leadership at all levels of the organization, reinforcement of the frontline individual's performance, recognizing good performance when good performance is performed, providing the workforce adequate training, and for those that see a career in TSA, providing them the counseling and the support to pursue that career, but make the expectations realistic.
Well, I would just say leadership's critically important. It is critically important, and you know that coming from your previous job. But I would also hope that as you look at the turnover of your frontline folks, that you take a look at where they're moving to and what that, if pay is a potential problem.
Yes, sir.
You know, I mean, if we're in a mode of continually retraining folks that are on the front lines, that's not healthy for the organization. And I don't think it's healthy for security either, by the way. So what's your perception on that?
Sir, I agree. And one of the things that concerns me in addition to the job satisfaction survey results is the attrition rate, which is, in my view, very high for the workforce. And I have just a macro number as a nominee. What I would like to do, if confirmed, is to look at the attrition rates across each individual airport and really get a handle on that.
I think it's good. And I think the reassignment of people, too, that Senator Portman brought up is also critically important. We're starting to see that in a lot of agencies. If they come out with a decision that maybe the higher-ups don't like, in the White House in particular, they get reassigned. And I think that's that will do more to ruin employee morale than anything. You want people that are able to make decisions and support them in that decision-making. So thank you on that. Mr. Glawe, as far as cybercrime and cyber interference is concerned, which countries do you see as our biggest adversaries?
Senator, thank you for the question.
Yeah.
Clearly, the intelligence community assessment on the Russian intrusion on the cyber elections, I agree with, and that raises significant vulnerability points in our critical infrastructure. In an unclassified setting, maybe I'd take it for the record to have a list of the classified response on the countries at risk. But what I would say in this setting is that did illuminate a vulnerability from active foreign intelligence organizations that are on the homeland. And Russia is not the only game in town, is what I would say. And we being the intelligence and law enforcement and private sector community, are going to have to be cognizant of those threats. And if confirmed, I look forward to working on that problem.
And I appreciate that. And I don't think anybody is saying that Russia is the only game in town. But I do want to touch base, and this isn't to put anybody in conflict with anybody. It's just we got to deal with these issues because they're real. But the president tweeted out on Sunday that he and the Russian President Putin had discussed forming an impenetrable cybersecurity unit so that election hacking and many other negative things will be guarded and safe. I'll give you my opinion. If you want to talk about the epitome of the fox guarding the hen house, this is it. What do you seek as the head of the DHS office when it relates to Russia and cybersecurity? Go ahead.
Senator, if confirmed, I look forward to aggressively working with our intelligence, our law enforcement, our private sector partners to glean the intelligence and our vulnerabilities on our critical infrastructure, especially in the cyber arena. The electoral system is one, but there's others that are vulnerable as well, especially with the private sector. My predecessor, Undersecretary Frank Taylor, had worked for GE, and he's vocalized his concerns about the private sector. So I look at, if confirmed, to really focus on that and what our posture currently is, and maybe where we have some business process and tactical response processes to improve where we're currently postured in the United States.
Thank you. You don't have to answer this, but one of the questions that I also would like you to answer through written or whatever is what you're each going to do to break down silos between your partners, both within the federal government, state government, and local government, because I think it's really critical. You guys are not allowed to make a mistake. You just can't. And so appreciate you guys. I fully intend to vote for your confirmation. I think you're two quality candidates. Thank you very much.
Senator Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for allowing us to be able to move on to questions as well. I want to pick up where Senator Tester left off here on the silo issue. You've been in law enforcement for a long time, Mr. Glawe. You know full well that there are clear lines between jurisdictions and responsibilities, and there are times there are 8 people all show up and they have 8 different jobs there, and you're all standing around waiting for your turn to be on your task. That is especially true when we deal with intelligence operations. Most of our intelligence operations are foreign-facing, trying to be able to figure out what's happening, what's coming at us. You have a very unique responsibility by trying to see what our threats are coming at us at our closest areas. But there's also overlap. You mentioned in your written testimony that you intend to focus on analytical capabilities on areas where we are positioned to add value or that are underserved by other parts of the intelligence community rather than duplicating work done elsewhere. Help us understand that portion of that. Where do you think you can add value first, and where do you think there might be duplication that we can help with? We want to help with both of those.
Senator, thank you for the question. Thank you for meeting with me regarding the nomination. The DHS enterprise is very uniquely posed, I think, in the law enforcement and intelligence community space, in the Marine, the trade, the travel, and the border security environment, and also with the private sector and sharing information with state and locals. No one else, I would.
All right, folks, we are taking you out live to San Jose, California for some live aerials, and unfortunately we're seeing property be destroyed here this evening. We have a brush fire going right now, and it's unfortunately causing some structures to burn. And welcome to all our Fox 10 News Now viewers, especially those of you on Facebook Live as well. You're taking a live look here. Sky Fox aerials, brush fire in San Jose, California. There are structures right now at this moment on fire. This is happening in the eastern foothills right now in San Jose. The fire department and fire crews doing their very best try to save some of these structures, but it combined with the wind right here, the firefighters right now battling the brush fire in San Jose's Alum Rock neighborhood. At least 2 structures are on fire. That's according to fire officials. The fire is burning off McKee Road and Alum Rock Avenue. No other information right now is known. But they're trying their very best to try to defend some of these homes. Obviously, this is always a very hard sight to see for the homeowners here and in this subdivision, especially when they see the flames coming towards their home. It has to be probably the worst sight that you could see. Let us know where you are watching from right now in the Fox 10 and News Now stream. We do have viewers always watching worldwide. We know we are on Facebook Live as well as fox10phoenix.com. Sky Fox up in the air, giving us these aerials that at times can be hard to see, especially when they zoom in here and you see this home on fire. These crews trying to do their very best, as this is a fast-moving fire in East San Jose foothills, burning at least 2 homes at this moment. And thank you once again to all our viewers checking in right now. We do have Fanny from Ohio, Bobby from Minnesota, Betty from Peoria, Arizona. So we do appreciate all our viewers watching worldwide here with us, as we do see these fire crews working their very best to battle this fire. This is a brush fire happening in the area of Clater Way in San Jose. According to the CAL FIRE, 1 structure has already been up in flames, and that's what we've been seeing right here. Firefighters, as we've been seeing as well, using air support to fight the fire as well. Thank you to all our viewers staying here with us and taking a look here at this brush fire. It's always a hard sight to see when you do see homes being threatened, because you do know that there's families living in there, just like you and I. Anyone, really, and a loved one, a friend, can be in that neighborhood. And that's why we always feel for these types of stories. And we do see the air support coming through, laying down that retardant, trying to get a line on these fires to stop the spread right now that we are witnessing here. It's a fast-moving brush fire going up on those east hills of the San Jose, California area. Stay right here with us, folks, on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Going to be working to get you guys the very latest details. And we are also learning, as a precaution, Alum Rock Park will be closed nearby from this brush fire tomorrow as a precaution, as they're going to be needing to work on this fire at all times. We are learning that the fire has already burned at least one home. One family's home is already gone, unfortunately. So we are seeing more air support there as they're trying to douse it as best as they can, laying down that retardant as well. This is happening in San Jose's Alum Rock neighborhood. And for those of you just joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we are covering this brush fire in San Jose. Structures are burning at this moment, unfortunately. If you're just joining us here, we did see some homes up in flames there as Skyfox was able to zoom in and show us the destruction that is happening because of this brush fire that is creeping up on the East Hills there in San Jose in the Alum Rock neighborhood. As always, we do appreciate all our viewers watching worldwide with us here, not only on Facebook Live, but on fox10phoenix.com. So if you're just coming in to the stream, let us know where you are watching from at this moment. Fire crews right now saying at least 2 homes destroyed in this fast-moving grass fire. And we do have Alice checking in from Las Vegas saying, all, please stay safe. And we have Diane checking in, just saying prayers. So many of you offering your prayers and your support. Tina also saying prayers at this moment here. And thank you to some of the viewers here checking in and just reminding me that it is pronounced Rock. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Thanks to Susan Donahue for that message there. Susan also reporting that her husband is reporting thick smoke throughout San Jose. And yeah, as we do see Sky Fox zoom out there, we do see a lot of smoke there in that area. Once again, we also want to think of the fire crews and for their safety as well. They do always a terrific job, and it's never an easy task what they have to deal with, and dealing with such a fast-moving fire as well. They really this evening, and they have their work cut out for them, no doubt. But for the people in that area, they just got to think about this. They got to stay strong at this moment, stay strong for the firefighters, and let the professionals do the work. You never know where life sometimes may lead you. Sometimes your home may be threatened. But you also got to realize that sometimes if it's just your home going down, that's something that can be rebuilt. As long as your family, your friends get out there, they get out of the neighborhood and they go to safety, everything else can be restored. Everything can be rebuilt at that moment. And I know in the short term, you're probably thinking, this is one of the worst things maybe that has ever happened to me or someone that you know, and that could probably be true for the short term. But you got to look at it for the long term. You still got your family, you still got your health, you still got your friends. You could always rebound. You could always battle back. When you got family, when you got health, and you got friends, you got the greatest basis and groundwork and ground support that you can ever have. And that's a foundation. If you have a strong foundation, you could bounce back from anything. I've seen it happen. I've seen people rebuild, sometimes during the worst tornadoes in this country. Spent a lot of time out in the Midwest and covering tornadoes that would come and just rip through neighborhoods. It's amazing, though. If people were able to make it out with their family, weather out that storm, didn't matter if their house was trashed and totally gone and all their property was destroyed. If they had their friends and their family, boy, they were doing good. They were doing real good. So my point is this evening is, in the short term, things might look bad. Your home could be on the verge of going up. But if you have that solid faith and that solid foundation, and you hold it close to your heart, you can rebuild anything. Always stay positive. Always stay strong. And let us always think about those first responders doing their very best to try to stop this fire. We thank all our viewers watching now worldwide here with us on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are learning that neighborhoods right now are being evacuated. We do know of at least 2 homes destroyed right now in this fast-moving San Jose grass fire. Stay here right with us on the Fox 10 News Now stream for the very latest updates. The fire has spread. Working our very best to get you guys the very latest details as well. This is a 20-acre fire right now, happening now in San Jose. Once again, to all our viewers just joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we have been covering this for you for the last 20 minutes, and we always appreciate when our viewers come in and offer such nice, heart-warming messages there in the chat, both on our Facebook Live as well as fox10phoenix.com on our YouTube page as well. We're streaming on so many multiple levels. We're up to three different streams right now on Facebook, on our webpage, and of course on our YouTube page as well. And you can see there the fire retardant has been laid. Fire crews working their very best. We already know of, unfortunately, 2 homes being destroyed. Let's all think of the people out there, the people that had to flee their homes, not even knowing when they come back, will their home be there? That must be the hardest thing that you could do, right? You leave that neighborhood, you got to go to a hotel or check into the Red Cross, or maybe a friend, maybe another family member. You leave and you take what you can. And you don't know when you come back if you're going to have a place to go back to. You don't know when you close that door and run to your car and try to get out of that neighborhood. You don't know when you're pulling out of that driveway. That's going to be the last time you see it. And you don't know. You just hope for the very best, and you hope to try to put things in perspective, and that you're able to get out and you're able to take your pets as well. And that you're not on vacation even. Can you imagine for those, some of them, it's summer. There could be people on vacation that can't defend, and aren't able to get anything out of their home. So our thoughts are with those as well. We're hoping for one word tonight. That's containment. That's containment with a capital C. Let's all have positive thoughts. Please, everyone, please have positive thoughts. You can see how that smoke just stretches out for miles there. And we are learning that the west winds are coming out at about 10 to 20 miles per hour right now, and they're going to keep blowing in East San Jose as this brush fire continues to spread. It is at 20 acres right now and growing. So for those of you just joining us here, the very latest that we have for you, it's at 20 acres and continuing to grow right now. They have winds coming out of the east at 10 to 20 miles per hour. That's going to continue to push this fire. Also, 2 homes already destroyed. We're hoping that they can get some sort of containment here. We do have air attacks as well, trying their very best. So there's a whole group of people doing what they can to help this neighborhood in San Jose. Once again, if you are just joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, we are covering for you right now this San Jose fire, brush fire, 2 homes already destroyed. Helicopters and planes constantly in a cycle right now, dropping water on this East San Jose fire. Once again, folks, we are always here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Right out here on the West Coast. For all our friends out there on the East Coast, we do stream from noon to midnight, Monday through Friday, giving you unparalleled access from all across this country. When there are breaking news alerts, we are there for you, and we provide these updates for you right here on our Facebook page as well. It's fox10phoenix.com and our YouTube page, Fox 10 Phoenix. Why don't you check us out? Why don't you always stay here with us? We are a stream that not only just covers breaking news alerts, but we also cover press conferences, and we have that stream happening all the time, 12 hours a day, no matter what is happening. We are there for you. So we are seeing now more of the air attack here, trying to lay down that retardant there. Provide that line. Provide, hopefully, containment. Hopefully, containment. We are seeing more of that air attack here. We already know that 2 homes, unfortunately, have been destroyed, and we're just hoping that more do not become part of that statistic. Crews working their very best tonight. Let's give it all up for them, guys. Come on, everybody on there. In the chat and everybody, let's be thinking about these first responders, these pilots doing their very best here. Let's be with them, let's be strong for them, and let's think about them as they continue on with their journey and their mission to get some containment here. Please. show your support now in the chat. Let them know. So when they watch this video, maybe in a week, maybe tomorrow, they'll see the support. They'll see that vision that you all had for them. You can see there as we're getting a little bit closer, crews still working on that. 2 structures there that have already been destroyed. We're thinking about the very best for those families. Thanks to all our viewers continuing to watch live here with us on the Fox 10 News Now stream. This is happening in East San Jose. This fire continues this spread. 2 homes already destroyed, others already at risk. Fire crews trying their very best as families have been evacuated from the homes that are being threatened the most. You do see air support there as well. Also, we are getting an update. Park officials are evacuating Alum Rock Park in San Jose as this fast-moving grass fire continues to grow. Seeing some amazing, amazing shots, though, right here of this tanker. And everyone, we have been following this for you for the last 41 minutes here in San Jose, and you can see just how fast this fire there is spreading as it is just going up that hill amazingly fast. And that right there gives you a clear indication of just how fast a fire like this can move and rip through a community. So we're going to see another attack right here. Let's see if they can lay it down. They got a shot where they can lay it down. There it is. There's the lay. Great. Amazing job by that pilot. Amazing concentration, too, to line it up. If he goes behind it, it won't do anything. He has to get right in front of it. Right in front of it. Let's see if that line will work. Let's see if that line will hold. Please. Containment, containment. And it appears that the shot may have frozen up there from that Skyfox up in the air. They've been at it for the last 40 minutes. Let's see if we could reestablish that shot there for you, folks. It looks now that it's back in operating motion. So for our viewers, maybe just joining us here on the stream, we do appreciate you always being with us. 2 homes already destroyed, and you can see many more that are in that subdivision are being threatened at this hour. You're taking a live look here in San Jose. Been covering it for you for the last 45 minutes. This is on the east side of San Jose. Taking a little closer look at that line right there. Is air attack mode is fully on, and they're trying to prevent this from spreading. Please think of containment, everyone. And welcome, everyone, to the Fox FNN News Downstream. If you're just joining us, unfortunately, we've been covering this for the last 50 minutes here. Wish we had better news to give you this evening, but this is happening in East San Jose. 2 homes already destroyed right now because of this fast-moving grass fire that continues to spread here. We are thinking about those families there that the homes are destroyed. We're thinking about the first responders as well, trying to make them put out good vibes for them to have them be safe during this ordeal. All right, everybody, for more news and updates, please always head to fox10phoenix.com. This Facebook Live will be ending.
To streamline our business processes, to make sure there's not duplication where there is. Maybe we will, partner and move our resources in a little bit other areas where there's not as much coverage. So I look forward to looking at the enterprise approach to that, if confirmed.
I would say we would be very eager to be able to help you with that as well. We have a lot of threats. We need to be able to focus our dollars on the areas where we need to be able to deal with those threats. If we're duplicating dollars, that means we're not looking at something else.
And welcome, everyone, to the Fox FNN News Downstream. If you're just joining us, unfortunately, we've been covering this for the last 50 minutes here. Wish we had better news to give you this evening, but this is happening in East San Jose. 2 homes already destroyed right now because of this fast-moving grass fire that continues.
Part of it as well. State Department, DEA,
all
kinds of different groups, FBI, obviously. Where do you see your unique section dealing with transnational criminal organizations?
Senator, thank you for that question. And I'm very passionate about transnational organized crime, as well as the Secretary has spoken about it. The threats that are on the homeland from transnational criminal organizations, by its nature, starts in a foreign space. The overwhelming amount of narcotics flowing into the United States from Mexico and synthetic narcotics from China are devastating us. The deaths are compiling. I view the DHS enterprise as the last line of defense at the borders, repelling these threats that are coming inbound, but also to push the borders 1,500 miles out, as Secretary Kelly has mentioned. How do we create a intelligence and law enforcement enterprise in partnership with foreign countries, with the embassies, on identifying those threats and empowering our foreign partners, empowering our law enforcement partners, empowering intelligence organizations to mitigate those threats. Because it's quite apparent that they are infiltrating with the narcotics coming into the United States. That's one vector of transnational criminal organization. Others are cyber as well, the dark web. Again, Senator, if confirmed, it would be a great opportunity to work with the committee on those threats, have a longer discussion on if we're postured correctly and maybe some potential readjustments that could help us to wage our consolidated war on transnational organized crime together.
I'd welcome that conversation. Senator Harris and I both serve on the Intelligence Committee as well as serving here in the Department of Homeland Security, and so this is essential for us as we're working through this. But we'll see each other often, but we also want to be able to make sure we have right-facing, right agencies, right entities on it. Vice Admiral Prokowski, you have a tough job. You have a lot of folks that are scattered all over the nation. They deal with angry travelers every day. They deal with folks that are sick of standing in line, and your Hamilton quote, I think, is an excellent one to be able to put out there and say they're all free people and they want to be treated with respect on it. I would tell you, as you're traveling after confirmation, I fully expect to be able to affirm both of your confirmations in this. But post-confirmation, we would welcome you to Oklahoma. There's a great team of folks there that work for TSA that treat people with respect, that their head is up, that they're actually engaging with people in a friendly way, very respectful, and have done it exceptionally professional. So we'd welcome you to be able to come to Oklahoma and be able to meet the folks there. I would love to say I see that in every airport. I don't. In the airports that I have the opportunity to be able to travel in, I will occasionally see folks that are in TSA, just the whole organization, head down, not interacting with people, everything's running slow, very different attitude. And so as you're dealing with that from place to place, you have some unique responsibilities. I'm sure you have seen some of the red team testing as well, of people that are working with TSA to be able to help evaluate where we have weaknesses. That is something as our committee will track, we will continue to track and to be able to help with. Some of that boils down to not only training of people, but acquisition. So my specific question for you is, how do we deal with the acquisition issues at TSA? Because we have at times done multi-billion-dollar acquisitions that 2 years later decided that was a bad idea, and you're coming back to the committee to restart again. What can we do to be able to make sure the acquisition process works well while you're also working on the people and the morale issue?
Yes, sir. Well, thank you for your comments on the TSA workforce and for your invitation to travel to Oklahoma. I would really appreciate doing that, and we'll place that as a priority if confirmed. With respect to acquisition, that is one of my highest priorities, and I think it's also Deputy Secretary Duke's highest priority, and hopefully soon to be Undersecretary for Management Claire Grady's highest priority. The three of us have worked together before, and from my perspective, I would really like to see greater technology insertion in what we do in TSA and getting that technology insertion to the workforce faster. And I think that, too, for the workforce will help them do their jobs from a morale perspective, being able to use something that really is much more useful than perhaps what they're using today, and seeing the agency be responsive to what they, I'm sure, have articulated as a need and putting it out in the field and getting it in place. TSA has an innovation task force, which I've been briefed on. I have a lot of experience on innovation. I led the innovation effort for the Coast Guard when I was the Vice Commandant, and so that will be a key priority of mine to do just what you suggest.
Yes, speed is exceptionally important. When we've determined what a threat is, we can't wait 4 years before we actually distribute that out to the locations.
Yes, sir.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Harris.
Thank you. Mr. Glauwe, it's good to see you again. I'm sorry I don't see your beautiful children here today. They were a star of the show in addition to you when you came before Senator Langford and myself in our Intelligence Committee. I appreciate your responses to my questions for the record for you. And Mr. Chairman, I would appreciate if we can submit those answers to the written QFRs in our record. But I appreciate you asserting, Mr. Glauwe, that it, quote, is never appropriate to produce intelligence with the specific intent of supporting a preconceived policy position. I also appreciate your assurance when you wrote that you would resist any attempts by the White House or anyone else to politicize DHS's intelligence analysis. On a different point, Recently, the Supreme Court partially lifted the stay on the implementation of the Muslim ban. However, the court said that individuals with a bona fide connection to the United States could not be subject to the ban and must be allowed to enter the United States. In implementing this, DHS issued guidance defining which family relationships qualify as, quote, close family relationships, and excluded grandparents, aunts, and uncles from that definition of close family. So my question for you is there a rationale for excluding grandparents and aunts and uncles from the definition of close family relationship?
Senator, thank you for the kind words, and thank you for the questions. I am not aware of the rationale that went behind that, so I'd have to take that back for the record on that. So I'm not aware of the criteria that was used for that policy decision.
Thank you. I appreciate you looking at it, and I'd like you to also just consider that even in our country, the definition of what a family is has changed as we move around. Aunts and uncles in many cultures, including our own, grandparents, are really considered almost equal to parent. In many cultures, in fact, depending on birth order of siblings of your parent, you would refer to that aunt as your older mother or younger father, that uncle. So thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Pekoski, is that correct? How to pronounce your name?
Pekoski, close.
Thank you. In March 2014, TSA released a report in the aftermath of a shooting at LAX, where, as you probably know, one TSA officer was killed, and 3 others were wounded. In fact, I went there right after, and it was a tragedy, as you can imagine, for all of us. The report was issued that recommended actions to enhance the presence of law enforcement and local law enforcement at checkpoints, including having TSA officers, and I appreciate Senator Tester bringing up the role of local law enforcement. So in regards to that March 2014 report, in contrast, the President's current budget proposes eliminating the Law Enforcement Officer Reimbursement Grant Program, which helps local law enforcement keep airports safe. What is your perspective on that recommendation as it relates to the budget?
Senator, I was not involved in the build of the fiscal 18 budget. If confirmed, I will get into the details right away to understand the rationale for certain things that are in the budget as additions and some that are subtractions. I would reiterate that I think the partnership with state and local law enforcement is absolutely critical to TSA's mission. And the incident in Los Angeles in March of 2014 really illustrated the risks that TSA officers and state and local officers face nearly every day. So that would be a very high priority for me, and I will take a close look at that.
I appreciate that, and I would emphasize a point that I think you know, which is it also that tragedy highlighted also the courage that TSA officers display every day in the work that they do, and their readiness to actually stand in the face of fire and protect civilians. Another recommendation made in that 2014 report following the LAX shooting was to, quote, extend the redeployment of additional visible intermodal prevention and response teams, also known as Viper teams, that had been temporarily redeployed in the aftermath of that tragic incident. However, again, in the budget, there's a recommendation that the number of Viper teams nationally be reduced from 31 to 8. Are you familiar with that recommendation?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell me whether you support that, and if so, why?
Senator, what I can tell you is that I have worked with Viper teams in my past. I have found them to be very effective as a deterrent, and I'm a strong supporter of the Viper team effort.
So will you commit to this committee that, if confirmed, you will work to actually improve that recommendation and not reduce that number from 31 to 8?
Senator, what I will commit is that I will look carefully at the rationale for that number and the deployment of Viper teams, and I will further commit that I don't want the folks that operate on the Viper teams to feel like they're underappreciated at all, because the work they perform is critical to our security, and I will reinforce that with them.
I appreciate that. And I'd like to now talk about TSA wait times, which is, I think, something we all appreciate that folks, it is frustrating for folks who are trying to travel for a variety of reasons, for business, for family relationships. DHS recently announced new screening rules, which require additional screening for safety reasons. And there's no doubt that the security of all travelers is the highest priority. But we can also expect that these new rules will add to wait times or not.
Senator, I would think that they might slightly add to wait times, but wait time is, from what I understand, something that's very carefully watched by TSA across the entire enterprise. And TSA, in my view, did a superb job last summer in responding to the wait time issues across the country by redeploying assets from one airport to the other based on expected passenger throughput. The other thing that I would mention to you is I think it's very important to encourage more travelers to go into the Trusted Traveler programs because that should reduce their wait times. That also increases, in my opinion, security effectiveness and very much so efficiency. So one of my priorities as well, if confirmed, would be to see what we can do to encourage more participation in Trusted Traveler programs like Global Entry, like TSA PreCheck.
That would be great. I have in my state, two of the largest airports in the country, as you probably know, SFO and LAX, and it continues to be a concern for travelers through those airports. I hope Senator Langford wasn't thinking of one of them when he was recalling frustrations he's had at airports around the country. But I appreciate that, and you've earlier in your testimony made a commitment to innovation, and clearly have some innovative ideas. Thank you. I have nothing else.
Senator Hassan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and good morning to you both. Thank you for being here.
All right, everybody, we are going to take you now live images out here in Phoenix where police are responding to a shooting. Our shot is going a little bit in and out. Just stay right here with us on the stream as that shot usually does come back for us in just a little bit. That's happening at 35th Avenue and Thomas. What we know is it is a serious injury, one victim. That's all we know at this time. Stay right here with us as we try to reestablish that connection. And welcome to all our viewers right now on Facebook Live. We're taking a live look here near 35th Avenue and Thomas. Police responding to a shooting. Do have a serious injury. One victim at this time. That is all the details that we have for you at this moment. But you're taking a look of where it happened in a strip mall type area. As we do see more police arriving to the scene here. It's a very limited information at this time. Thank you to all our viewers watching worldwide right now on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. You can also see that police tape is set up as well. And folks, sometimes that shot will go just a little bit in and out for us. We're working always to reestablish that connection with our Skyfox in the area. But we'll continue to update you on that breaking news alert that we are first bringing to you right here, not only on fox10phoenix.com, but as well as our Facebook Live. So thanks to all more than 1.1 of you guys, 1,100 of you guys, either in the stream, and you can see investigators now, detectives there. We don't know if there's a suspect in custody. We don't know what led up to the shooting. Obviously, a very fluid situation here. Stay right here with us. Mary Kate, she's going to come up next. She's going to be with you during this breaking news alert. Hope you guys all have a great evening. Stay right here with us. Mary Kate's going to be with you for the next 2 hours here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Breaking news out of 35th Avenue and Thomas. Shooting.
Bear with us here, guys. It does look like we have lost the feed there. Give me just a few seconds while I'm working to pull this back up for you guys. I do have another channel that I can grab this chopper feed on. Let me make sure the volume is good to go. Let's take you back to the scene of this shooting here right now. Shooting in Phoenix tonight, 35th Avenue and Thomas. Serious injury, one victim. We're keeping you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. You can see several emergency vehicles are at the scene right now. Still getting more information into the newsroom here. We'll keep you updated. All right, everybody, looks like Chopper is leaving the scene. Head to fox10phoenix.com for more information on this story. Thanks for choosing us live here on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. All right, everybody. Well, as you can see, Chopper leaving the scene. Stick with us, taking you to the next top story here in the show. All right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I want to discuss this story with you guys, and I have the emails here, and I don't know if you guys have heard about this story, so let me actually pull up for you some more information here. Get this ready. Let me give you another live look of the Capitol building right now. Okay. Well, yet another controversy relating to the Russian involvement in the 2016 election, and this time it involves President Trump's son. I sat down with legal expert James Goodnow to answer some of our questions. So first, let's break down for everybody what exactly happened in case people don't know about this story, which is Trump Jr. received an email from a friend saying, I can set up this interview with you with a lawyer, a Russian lawyer that has information about Hillary Clinton, right? And then he writes back, love it, it would work better in the summer, copies Jared Kushner on the email as well as another advisor. They have this meeting. No information is really given out as we're told, and now this today, he could get in big trouble. So what do you think about this? Could he really get in trouble for exchanging emails and having this meeting?
Yeah, this is bad for Don Jr. He absolutely could get in legal hot water over this, and here's why. There's a federal law that governs this situation, and it says that if you're working in a campaign, which Don Jr. was, you can't accept help from a foreign national. And the technical language is you can't take anything of value. And we know that this opposition research certainly has value to the campaign. It's broadly construed in the statute. So that's a real problem for Don Jr., and it's part of the reason he's lawyered up now, and he has to try and navigate his way through a very complex legal process.
So he's not part of the administration, but he was helping out on the campaign, right? So that's how it can be looped in as, you know, since he was part of the campaign, asking for help. But she's not technically involved with the Russian government, right? So is that a leeway of him not exactly colluding with the Russian government if she's not involved with the Russian government?
Great question. So the fact that this lawyer, although identified as being a government agent, is not in fact associated with the Russian government, if that's true, makes no difference in the law. Because the statute doesn't say you need to be speaking with a government official or a government agent. The actual language is a foreign national. And certainly this lawyer was identified as a foreign national, whether or not she worked for the government. It's a nice talking point. We hear people using that, but it's really a red herring under the law.
Okay, so that doesn't even matter that she wasn't really part of the Russian government. They're still getting information. So, you know, obviously, as I said, Jared Kushner and Paul Manafort were copied on the email and went to the meeting. Can they get in trouble?
They can. So in the law, we have a doctrine known as conspiracy. And if Paul Manafort and Jared Kushner realized that this meeting was potentially against the law, which at a minimum Paul Manafort should, because he's a seasoned veteran, he's been around the block more than a few times, and they agree to take this meeting, and they act on that meeting, that is the crime of conspiracy. So we still need to take a step back. We need to hear from Jared Kushner. We need to hear from Paul Manafort. We know that Don Jr. has given an interview with Sean Hannity. We need to hear a more formal response from him. But right now, certainly troubling signs.
And the New York Post, as I was telling you earlier, calling this a crime of stupidity, if anything. You're a lawyer. Do you think this was stupid of him to not only tweet out the whole email thread, but also to have the meeting in the first place? Would you think it was not a good idea, or would you think, well, he was just having a meeting? What would you advise if you were his lawyer?
Well, let's take those in order. I think that the tweet was a good idea. Donald Trump Jr. realized that this story was about to break. According to reports, the New York Times was going to release this email chain, so it's better always to get out in front of the story and air your dirty laundry yourself. The problem, of course, is It's still dirty laundry. It's really dirty right now, and it's hanging on the clothesline and looks bad for him. In terms of going back to the meeting, should he have taken it? No. He shouldn't have, and in fact, he's acknowledged that himself. Now, really, the defense you're seeing from the White House and Trump supporters is, well, look, this was a rookie mistake. Don Jr. was naive. He didn't understand the political process. And what we know is ignorance of the law is not a defense. You can't go 150 miles an hour down the street and tell the officer, I didn't know what the speed limit was. You'll still get arrested and you can still get convicted. So that really isn't going to cut it. I think it may play well in the court of public opinion, but it's not going to make a bit of difference in a courtroom.
And now they say that he might have to testify or at least have an interview with the Senate Judiciary Committee. So what do you think could happen if he testifies? I mean, he's basically just going to say what we already know, right? He had the emails, he had this interview with this Russian lawyer, no information was given out. What could come of the testimony? Do you know?
Sure. Well, there are two parts to it. First of all, it's what we don't know that's interesting, because this is one email chain, but what else is out there? We know the last sentence of what Don Jr. tweeted out talked about information potentially going to his father. That would be President Trump. At this point, we have no reason to believe that this email chain did go to Donald Trump, but we do know that there were suggestions there, and there may be more emails. So when Don Jr. testifies, it's important to hear what he says about other facts, and it's also important because he's going to go on the record. And if it turns out he's not truthful, if he makes a misstatement, that could be grounds for perjury. Don Jr. is already in a bad spot right now because he's had an evolving story here over the last several days. It's like he's moving through quicksand, and every step he comes up with a new version of events. Not good for his credibility. But he hasn't been under oath yet, so there's no perjury that could have taken place. Once he goes in front of the Senate Intel Committee or the Judiciary Committee, it's a game changer.
Okay, I think that's good. So first, all right, everybody. Well, for more information on this story, tune into Fox News Tonight, where Trump Jr. sits down with Sean Hannity. Moving on to the next top story for you here in the show. And of course, I want to hear from you guys. Let me know what you think about this. If you haven't heard of this story, Trump Jr. tweeted out an email thread today. He tweeted it out because he knew this story was going to break from the New York Times. So he just sort of tried to get ahead of the game here. Tweeted out the whole email thread that he had with a friend who said that he could set him up with an interview with a Russian lawyer who had information about Hillary Clinton. They have the meeting. Apparently no information was exchanged, and now he could be under fire. This email chain was released to the New York Times. He could be under fire because technically you cannot collude with the Russian government. Now, technically she's not involved with the Russian government, but he's still meeting with somebody of a foreign nature, getting information that could affect the election. So we'll see what happens going forward. If he, testifies, that'll be something we will absolutely stream live for you here on Fox News Now. If he has an interview, anything, we'll be sure to stream it for you here on the show. But he is having an interview with Sean Hannity tonight. So I'll be interested to hear what he has to say about this situation. That legal expert, James Goodnow, he's great. I always have him on the show here whenever there's a legal question. And I was walking him out tonight after we did the interview, and he said, it's interesting to me because emails come up as the issue with so many different cases that I cover. This is what the legal expert was telling me, is that emails seem to be what get people in trouble the most. So it just goes to show you, A, don't do anything bad, and B, if you are, email is probably not the best way to go about it. So we'll see what happens going forward, but I want to take you guys to the next top story here in the show. Let me pull this up for you guys. Give me just a second here. A couple things I want to cover for you. And if we get any live streams, we'll be sure to take you there. You never know if we're going to get a police chase or a fire or anything that comes up, but we'll be sure to stream that for you. We were showing you a little bit earlier a shooting here in Phoenix. So that's what it's like up here on the live stream. You just never know what you're going to get. But I do want to take you to this press conference here. So let me get this up for you guys. This coming out of our sister station in Los Angeles. this. We cover politics and breaking news here the majority of the time, but just to keep you guys updated on entertainment news, I do want to take you to our sister station in LA, where they're discussing the controversy of Blac Chyna and Rob Kardashian, as well as a new Bond movie, The Bachelorette, and so much more. And again, if you're wondering, what's the controversy with Rob Kardashian and Blac Chyna? Well, they have a baby together, they were together, and now she has a restraining order filed against him. She says that he has physically abused her and that she had nude photos of her posted online. She says that he posted those photos. So she wants to sue him for full custody of their kid, and she has filed a restraining order. So that's been kind of the main story in entertainment news recently. I know a lot of you have opinions about, oh, come on, not the Kardashians. Don't worry. This whole interview is not about the Kardashians. There's a lot more, about a new Bond movie, The Bachelorette, and a lot of other things. So let's take you to this, and let's see what's going on in entertainment. False alarm. I have to make sure that the video works first. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, here we go.
And variety. Yeah, the crowd goes wild. We got lots of topics to talk about today, but first of all, happy 7-Eleven Day.
Happy 7-Eleven Day. So you guys, if you don't know this, the date 7-Eleven, in case you didn't get that, there's free Slurpees, and we were just talking about it. I don't think I've had a Slurpee for 10 years. I'm going today. I'm so excited. And it's so hot in LA.
Yeah, and it's humid right now, too.
I know. It's like, I'm getting ready to move to New York for Page 6 TV, and I'm so excited, but I'm dreading the humidity, and it came early.
Well, I was going to say, you're getting a taste of it now, so it's like a preview.
I'm getting ready.
So go get your Slurpees. I mean, I guess we're going to go after this to get them, so.
Yes.
The lines will probably be around the corner, though.
I think so. But, it's tough because it ends at 7 p.m., and people like us, we're working all day, people like you working all day, and I don't really want a Slurpee at 10 a.m.
Yeah, it's like a middle of the day type thing.
Middle of the day, yeah, so it may be tough, but I'm really, really going to try to get there.
So the first hot topic we're going to talk about, Blac Chyna, obviously all over the news. It seems like even news stations have been going crazy over what's going on with her and Rob.
Right.
I mean, what makes it about their, their fight and drama so appealing?
Well, I think, first of all, anything with the Kardashians makes news. People are just obsessed with them. Unfortunately, in this case, it's actually really sad. Now, this started at the beginning of last week, so right after July 4th. And what happened is, Blac Chyna and Rob Kardashian, they have a daughter together, they were engaged, they had their own show together on E! And then they broke up, I believe, in December is what Blac Chyna said.
Right.
And,
which is a shocker.
Right. And now, though, they have this huge public messy fight where Rob claimed infidelity, and Blac Chyna allegedly sent him this video, which I'm sure you all saw, of
with
her,
Ferrari, the guy that she was supposedly sleeping with.
Yes, and he was very upset, rightfully so. But then he did something pretty crazy. He went to his social media and he posted pornographic images that were exchanged between them. His Instagram account was shut down. Then he took to Twitter, posted things there.
He's still up on Twitter, though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And Blac Chyna, she retained a lawyer, Lisa Bloom, who was on Good Day LA this morning, and they filed a restraining order against him.
And who did Rob get as his lawyer?
Rob Shapiro.
Rob
So we're going back to the OJ days. It's all full circle, guys. When I read that, I'm like, okay. It's a really serious situation.
Right.
They have a daughter, and I think that's what we have to put out there first and foremost because it's really sad.
Yeah,
but then when I see that, when I said the Kardashians, everybody, they're obsessed with them, they know how to make headlines. Come on. This is you can't make up that headline, right? It's insane.
I know.
It's insane.
But that, like you were saying, the poor kid, Dream is the kid. And basically Kris Jenner is saying, she wants what's best for the kid in the situation, and it's really kind of messy between the two parents. But it just all around, it is a sad situation.
Right. I mean, Dream, she's, I believe, 7 months old, and it's sad that her parents' fight is being played out in the public eye. Now, I do have to tell you, I have some scoops. So last week, I reported on Variety an update on their show on E. So obviously, if they're broken up, it's going to make it a little bit hard to film, especially if she has a restraining order against him. But I did speak with some sources, and they did say the show is completely off the schedule.
Really?
Usually drama is a good thing for these shows, but
not too much drama.
Not too much drama. So the show is effectively pulled off the schedule. It's not officially canceled, but I would think it's a safe thing to say you're not going to see any more Rob and China. That being said, Keeping Up with the Kardashians, which of course is the flagship show, E declined to comment on whether they have film scenes together, but they have wrapped the season. It wrapped production on, I believe it was June 13th. So at that point, they could have still been seeing each other. They do have a daughter together. So we may see some scenes of them on that show, but their show is wiped off the schedule right now.
And talking about shows, last night was Bachelorette.
Yes.
I think the main thing people were talking about last night was not the show itself, but the preview for next week.
Oh my gosh, I know. Okay, so I have to tell you, I have viewing parties most Mondays with my roommates, and we have a girls' night. And we had a friend over last night who has never seen an episode of The Bachelor or Bachelorette, which that doesn't even make sense to me, to be honest. I don't know how that's possible. But
and it's only on like every month of the year.
I know. But she was watching with us, and she's like, I'm kind of bored. Like, I don't understand this. And then the preview came on for next week, but since she wasn't familiar with how they tease up the previews, she's like, wait, it's over? What do you mean? I need to watch this. We're like, that's next week.
Yeah.
She's like, you made me sit through boring 2 hours.
It was. Last night was so boring.
It was pretty boring. But, okay, I think after last night, we know who's going to win, right? Peter has to win.
The first guy, Brian, too.
Yeah,
it's going to be down between one of them.
And what did I tell you before the fourth? I said, they are twins, and I can't tell them apart. And now they're both in the final four, and I still can't tell them apart.
Well, they might be down to the final two, and like either way, it's like...
I know. Who do you think is
I think
going
Brian's going to win it.
Yeah.
Because he was the first guy to actually like make out with her on the first date. And then...
And she seemed really into him last night. I mean, last night you could tell it was not... I mean, she was smitten. This was not just made for TV. I feel like you can't really fake those emotions, and you could tell she was into him. But next week is the Hometowns, which is my favorite episode.
Because the parents are crazy.
They're insane. I know. And
everyone's talking about one of the guys, Dean, his dad is seen in the preview like cussing and swearing, and then everyone's like, who is his dad?
I know, and it's kind of sad because last night, Dean, he opened up to Rachel.
Right.
He was saying, I'm kind of scared to bring you home because I don't have
well,
this...
wouldn't you?
Right. He's like, I don't have this relationship with... And then it showed him in the preview, and we're like, oh, wow. Like,
that's why.
He's very eccentric, so I think it'll make for some good TV. But yeah, I love the hometown dates. It's my favorite. So I can't wait. But...
I can't remember, do they end up meeting her parents too?
I think next week, I think they tease that next week they do. I'm trying to remember the teaser, but I think that we will see her parents next week.
So it's all winding down and leading into Bachelor in Paradise.
I cannot believe that it's already at the final four. Like, where did the summer go? Where did the season go? But I will be at the taping of Men Tell All.
Oh, really?
Which is also one of the best
And they're supposed to bring DeMario back for that?
Yes, and you know who exclusively broke that news,
Yep.
right?
Exactly. You're looking at her right now.
There you go. So if you guys remember this whole Bachelor in Paradise scandal and DeMario and Corinne, and DeMario was on Rachel's season. Well, now he's obviously not in the season anymore, but he is going to be back at Men Tell All for his sit-down. That's where he's going to clear his name, and Chris Harrison will grill him with the most dramatic episode ever.
And he'll tease it as that.
Yes, but I'll be there, so I'll
Question that came in?
Well, any predictions on who might be the choice for the next Bachelor?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Either Brian or Peter.
I was going to say, whichever twin. They're not actually twins, you guys. We don't want to start a rumor. But yeah, whichever. I would say that one of them is definitely a safe. I don't think it would be Dean. I think he's too young. He's 25 or 26.
He is, yeah.
And Brian's 37. He's a chiropractor. He has it together. So I could see it being him. I could also see it being Peter, but I think he's winning, so.
So whoever loses out of them two will be the Bachelor for next season.
And by the way, I will watch either one of them. So
yeah,
I'm ready.
It's pretty safe.
I'm ready.
Kendall and Kylie, we were just talking about the Kardashians earlier. More drama involving them, doing something with T-shirts and their Instagram and combining it. What's going on with them?
Yeah. Wait, we need all the names here, right? Okay, so they use iconic photos of Tupac, Ozzy Osbourne, the Notorious B.I.G., and now the photographer is suing them, saying, you can't put my images on any of your property because
Right.
you need to license it. So this is actually really interesting because I think the first time that this came up was about a year ago, and if I recall correctly, I believe it was with Khloe Kardashian, that she
That's
posted
right.
a photo of herself that was taken by a photographer, but she had not bought the photo, even though it's of her. Now, this is actually a really big legal issue now because these photographers, that's how they make their living.
And not even the photographers. Even also, like Sharon Osbourne is coming after them, and you don't want Sharon coming after you.
No. I wouldn't want her. She's a tough one. I love her. I have been on the talk. She's great, but she's tough. I would not want her coming after me.
You don't want to get on her bad side.
Right.
Well, in question, why didn't they vet this before they started that whole venture? Like, they're so calculated with
Right.
everything that they do and very on top of things legally. How did this slip, do you think?
Right. I mean, that's a really good question. I'm thinking since they are such iconic photographs that maybe they thought, oh, I've seen these before. They're out there. We can use them. It's fine. But you're right that they're so vetted. They have this whole team. I don't know how this slipped through the cracks, but the reason why it's so serious is because these girls have hundreds of millions of followers across their social accounts. I think that Kylie is close to 100 million. Kendall's around 80 something just on Instagram. That's not even taking Twitter or Snapchat or anything into account. So they are the best marketing tool out there. When they post something, when they wear something, that's there. And now the public wants to buy or do whatever they're doing. So this photographer and Sharon, they're saying, you can't do this. You're basically selling this to hundreds of millions of people, and we're not getting anything from it.
And they're selling it for like $120 too.
Exactly.
They're taking the photo, literally putting their Instagram thing over it, and like $120. It's like,
exactly.
Who would buy that though?
Right. Exactly.
Would you buy one of those?
No, I wouldn't. But I know some people that would.
You rocking out one of those?
I would not. But one of my good friends, she does have a Tupac shirt, and she loves it. So I think maybe she would. But no, I mean, it's really a serious problem, and it's just interesting with the rise of social media, all these new legal rules that need to be taken into play because you just think, it's my own Instagram. I could do whatever I want. When you have 80 million followers, you really can.
Yeah, that's a huge following.
Yeah.
Other big news. I love James Bond personally. I don't know about you and the Bond movies.
Who doesn't?
Who's your favorite Bond?
Okay, so sorry, Daniel Craig, but I have to go with Pierce.
Pierce Brosnan.
But how could you not?
I'm a Roger Moore, so
Okay, yes.
we both.
Yes.
But anyways, what's going on with Daniel Craig?
Okay, so Daniel Craig, for over a year now, there's been rumors that he would not be returning to Bond. And the reason why this started is because in an interview, if you guys remember, he had a shocking interview where he said he'd rather slash his wrist than return to a James Bond movie.
And if you were like the people making those movies, why would you want him back after saying that?
Well, because let me tell you, because he's a huge moneymaker. So the past two films, he's done 4. So if he returned, it would be his 5th. And the past 2 films that he did were the top grossing movies in the entire Bond franchise. One of them made over $1 billion, and the other one was pretty close to $1 billion. So, of course, they want him back. The fans clearly love him. Now, after that slash wrist interview, he did say when he was on some sort of panel that he would miss the character dearly if he did not return.
Well, that's because they were offering to pay him probably by then.
Exactly. But I
Money
also
talks.
think what happened is other names started circulating. So there was rumors that Tom Hiddleston or Idris Elba may be Bond. And I think when he started hearing that, I think maybe that's when he said, shoot, maybe I should clear up what I said. Anyway, though, there's a ton of reports this week that he is confirmed to come back. Now, I will tell you guys, my sources say not 100% confirmed. There's no deal in place, but this is going to happen. There's no way that Daniel Craig is not returning. My sources say he is going to be Bond. And there's also rumors that Adele, who had the theme song for
Skyfall.
Yes, that she's going to be back as well.
Yeah, that was a question about Adele. Obviously that power combo of the Bond who's successful, and then she won a Grammy for that, correct?
Yes, and the Academy Award. So Adele won the Oscar for that song, and it was the first time in years, I believe over a decade, that a Bond song was even nominated.
Right.
So, of course, the studio wants them back. It's this power couple. They make money. They win awards. How could you not want? I mean, it's also Adele.
Yeah, I know. Who wouldn't want Adele?
Exactly. But our sources at Variety, her team, they're not responding to anything right now. So MGM, who distributes James Bond, they said, we do not report on speculation, and Adele's team is remaining silent. But again, we do have sources who say you can 100% bet on this, but it's not signed on the dotted line.
Well, if they have enough money to pay Daniel Craig, who said that, to come back, I'm sure they have enough money for Adele to come
Exactly.
back on.
I think so too. And money talks, guys, right?
And we're going to go to Shia LaBeouf. What's going on with him? Obviously, Shia LaBeouf's one of the people that you can tell he has some sort of problems. What's going on now with him?
Yeah, so he was arrested again for being drunk in public, and I don't know what count this is of his arrest, but it seems like every few months we are hearing some report of him getting into trouble with the law.
Fights and everything.
Now, he also, one of the things that I kind of love about him is his taste in art. So I don't know if you guys
He did the bag over his head.
The bag over his head. My favorite installation in the world of Shia LaBeouf is when he sat in a movie theater for, I think it was 48 hours straight.
And live streamed the whole thing.
Live streamed the entire thing and watched every single piece of work that he's created, including even Stevens, which is the best. And people actually sat with him, and then there was a live stream of it. So he is just an eccentric character. I remember it was in 2014 that he was also arrested for being intoxicated after leaving a cabaret show. And it sounds like this is just keeps happening for him. So I hope that he, finds the help that he needs. I hope he's okay and he doesn't keep getting in trouble with the law. But just say he doesn't fail to keep making some headlines.
That's for sure. He's always in for something. Even like you said, even his art is always really kind of out there.
It is. And though, I'd say he is such a great actor, and I feel like
he's great in Fury.
Yes, and I feel like these headlines just overshadow him, but he was on the cover of Variety about a year ago, and he opened up about all of his troubles, and he really is a really talented actor. So.
We won't talk about Indiana Jones because that's like a soft spot I have in my heart for that movie. We'll forget that movie that it ever happened.
And he spoke about that in the Variety story. So if you read that. But yeah, I hope that he, really bounces back and hopefully lets his legal troubles go away and just focuses on acting.
And one question that came in.
This is kind of a wild question, but people were saying, could there be any truth to The Rock running for president?
Oh, well, this is a topic that I'm very well versed on.
Because you said last time that, you're best friends with The Rock. So.
Yeah, well, maybe best friends is a stretch, but yeah, we're tight. So, I have to say, first of all, this is the best PR in the world to say that you're perhaps running for president.
He's got my vote.
Yeah, he has my vote, 100%. I actually got a tweet yesterday that said, is the world ready for Elizabeth Wagmeister, press secretary? I think I'm going to be a little occupied with Page 6 TV, but I may have second thoughts. But no, so I'm sure you all saw the SNL finale when him and Tom Hanks came out, and of course it was a skit and a spoof, but, they dropped the...
Right.
Whatever you want to call it, the big poster that said Hanks and Johnson 2020. So he's spoken about it. He has not shut the rumors down. Again, I think it's an excellent PR strategy. Yeah. But I also think that the country right now needs someone that's unifying. And who does not love Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson?
I mean...
He has our vote. He has 2 votes at least.
He's got 2 votes.
Yep.
That's already good enough.
Yep.
One last topic, and again, you can see Elizabeth Wagmeister coming to Page 6 TV this fall to Fox 11. We're going to talk about Patti Stanger. She's in the news.
Yes.
We haven't heard about millionaire matchmaking for a long time.
Quite some time, yes. So Patti Stanger, as you said, y'all know her from Millionaire Matchmaker. Well, she actually has a very similar show, but it's called $1 Million Matchmaker. And it's on WeTV rather than Bravo now. But she was shooting scenes for her season, which comes out this summer. And she was at a hotel right here in LA on Sunset Boulevard. And she was robbed. So she was not in the room, so she's okay. But $300,000 of her belongings were stolen. Clothing, jewelry, accessories. The cops did confirm this, but Patti has not said anything yet. And I think that is so weird because I have talked to this woman so many times. I've interviewed her. She's so fun. If you know anything about her, she always has something to say. And I can't believe that she hasn't tweeted about this at all. So I'm just waiting to see when she breaks her silence. But if anything, I mean, I want to say I'm glad she's okay and she wasn't in the room. But if anything, it's good press. Because like you said, we haven't heard her name, and now there's some awareness for her before her show comes out.
And also amid this, like, what's up with all these celebrity robberies? Do you think it's like what they're posting to Instagram? People are seeing it. They're going, oh, they're there.
Yeah.
With social media, everyone's sharing where they're at all times. With the new Snapchat thing, you can see where they're at. So it's like, are they targeting them specifically?
I mean, I think absolutely, because everybody knows that these celebrities, they have money, they have expensive items, they have things that everybody wants, and they're not home a lot because they're on set, they're filming, they're on location. And you're absolutely right that posting everything on social media, it's kind of this double-edged sword because you want your fans to know everything about you and you want to engage with them, but at what cost? You know, we saw it with Kim Kardashian when she was robbed at gunpoint in Paris. So, I mean, at Variety, we've spoken with social media experts who said you really do need to be careful with oversharing because, like we said, when you have hundreds of millions of followers, and now they know where you're at and they know when you're not in your hotel room because you're
leaving now.
Exactly.
40 miles away, can't make it home in time.
Exactly. So it's kind of an open invitation, but again, there hasn't been any comment from Patty, from her team, so we don't know many details about how this happened other than the fact that she was robbed.
Right. More topics we'll be talking about next Tuesday, right here, but also Page 6 TV coming this fall to Fox 11. Catch Elizabeth there and on Variety, all over the place.
Yep.
All right, thank you guys.
Bye.
All right, everybody, we're getting a live look of the Capitol building right now, pulling up the next top story for you here in the show. This story now coming from the Department of Defense, where they held a briefing at the Pentagon today. So let's hear what they have to say.
All right, good afternoon. In general, we just want to make sure we can hear you and you can hear us.
I have you loud and clear. How me?
Great, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to be joined today by General Stephen Townsend, the commander of Operation Inherent Resolve, coming to us live today. Sir, I think you're in Baghdad, is that right?
That's right.
Turn it over to you, sir, for some opening comments and then take questions from here.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, from Baghdad. As you all know, yesterday evening, the Iraqi Prime Minister, Dr. Haider al-Abadi, announced the liberation of Mosul. The global coalition fighting ISIS again congratulates Prime Minister Abadi and the Iraqi security forces on this historic victory against an evil enemy. The Iraqis prevailed in the most extended and brutal combat I have ever witnessed, while making extraordinary efforts to safeguard civilian lives, even at the cost of their own. The list of martyrs is painfully long. So now ISIS has lost its capital in Iraq and the largest population center they held anywhere in the world. Iraqi militia forces, Kurdish Peshmerga fighters, and the global coalition also deserve a share of the credit for their sacrifices to achieve this hard-won victory. Make no mistake, this victory alone does not eliminate ISIS, and there's still tough fighting ahead. There are still pockets of resistance in Mosul, holdouts and hidden IEDs that will take weeks to clear, as well as the remaining ISIS enclaves in Hawija and western Anbar. There are also humanitarian and stabilization efforts desperately needed to ease the suffering of Mosul's citizens and start the city on the road to recovery. Though the Moslawis have suffered greatly, the east side is already springing back to life less than 6 months after its liberation. And Moslawis have already started to return to their neighborhoods in the west. But still, the loss of one of its twin capitals and a jewel of their so-called caliphate is a decisive blow to ISIS and certainly something for the Iraqis to celebrate. They can also celebrate the remarkable turnaround their security forces have made in the course of the past 3 years. Turning to Syria, our Syrian Democratic Force partners, mostly Arabs, began their assault to liberate Raqqa on the 5th of June. 37 days later, they have completely surrounded the city and achieved good progress on both their eastern and western axes of attack. About 1 week ago, with coalition assistance, the SDF breached into the ancient citadel of Old Raqqa in the central part of the city. We should not forget that ISIS has had more than 3 years to prepare the defense of Raqqa. While SDF operations are off to a good start, resistance has been stiffening,
and we know this is not going to be an easy fight. We said that about Mosul, but many seemed to be surprised when it turned out to be true. Finally, there's been a lot of media interest in the whereabouts and status of ISIS leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. Despite all the helpful reports to us from every source imaginable, I'm unable to confirm or deny where he is or whether he is alive or dead. Let me just say for the record, my fervent hope is it is the latter. In closing, ISIS is an evil enemy who will resort to any lengths to maintain their hold on the territory they claim as their caliphate. But make no mistake, it is a losing cause. Our partners in the international coalition against ISIS will stand side by side against ISIS until they're defeated in both Iraq and Syria. And with that, I'll take your questions.
Start with Lita Baldor from the Associated Press.
Hi, General. It's Lita Baldor with AP. Two things. Can you yesterday you talked about Raqqa formerly being number 2 and now being the number 1 effort. Can you give us a sense of what the U.S. forces may do to expand their effort there and what that means for the fight for Tal Afar? And then secondly, can you just address the charges about massive civilian casualties in Mosul and suggestions that there was a lot of imprecise bombing?
Lita, can you say just the last part? I got the question about Raqqa and what it means for our efforts there in Tal Afar, and then the second part was about, can you address the charges about massive civilian casualties in Mosul? And I couldn't quite make out the second part.
Sure. And suggestions that there were imprecise bombings by the U.S. and the coalition.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so your first question there, what does it mean for the campaign ahead? I don't really think you'll see a great expansion of our efforts against Raqqa. We already have a very robust effort to support our Syrian partners in their assault on Raqqa. I think what we'll probably see, it would be a greater level of resourcing, possibly some more ISR and strike resources, but I don't think there'll be a significant change in the weight of effort. It will become more of a priority now that Mosul is concluded. I think that's right, being as how it's the global capital of the Islamic State's caliphate. Then what does that mean for Tal Afar? I think that, I think the Iraqis will need a little bit of time to reset and reposture. I think they probably, well, first of all, they got to finish the fight in Mosul. There's a lot of mopping up and back clearing to be done. There, as I mentioned in my opening statement, there are holdouts and hideouts that have to be found and run to ground. So that'll take a bit of time. I think they'll take a bit of a rest, a well-deserved rest. They've already got a plan in the works for Tal Afar, and I think here in the coming few weeks you'll see that plan unfold. The resource will not be affected by our operations in Raqqa. I think that's the first question you asked. Then the second question, can I address the charges of massive civilian casualties in Mosul? Certainly there are civilian casualties in Mosul, no doubt about it. I reject any notion that coalition fires were in any way imprecise, unlawful, or excessively targeted civilians. I would challenge the people from Amnesty International or anyone else out there who makes these charges to first research their facts and make sure they're speaking from a position of authority. I would argue that this is, I believe, the most precise campaign in the history of warfare. And we have gone to extraordinary measures to safeguard civilian lives. measuring every single time how many civilians we think may or may not be in the target area, and what munition to employ, and how can we strike that building and take out only that room and not the entire floor or the entire building. All these things are factored
It's a
into
game changer.
every single strike, that number in the tens
For the
of
Judiciary
thousands
Committee,
now.
it's a game changer.
Okay. I think that's
And all these factors are weighed for every single strike. So I reject the notion that we've inordinately targeted civilians. In fact, make no mistake about it, there are civilians that have been killed and injured in the Battle of Mosul. It's a horrible part of war. And we've done everything we can, and the Iraqis have done also everything they can to prevent civilian casualties. I watched a remarkable video a couple of days ago. The Federal Police Emergency Response Division, as these soldiers were crawling out under sniper fire into a rubble field to pull two injured civilians, one who had already been wounded, and both were shot by ISIS, and they were laying in the open, and these Iraqi soldiers were crawling out under fire to pull them to safety. This scene played out hundreds of times over the nearly 9 months of combat in Mosul.
Okay, Idris Ali from Reuters.
Sure. General, I understand that while Mosul has been retaken, there are obviously a few other cities that have to be retaken. So in terms of sort of the future of U.S. forces in Iraq, do you foresee the same amount remaining in Iraq, or do you think that number is going to go down now that Mosul's been retaken? And the second part is obviously Prime Minister Abadi has sort of dealt with some of the issues that led to the Islamic State rising, but do you think he's sort of allayed all the concerns that led to the rise of Islamic State, or is more left to be done from a sort of political standpoint to make sure that Islamic State or some other organization by another name doesn't arise in the future, requiring you to come back or deal with them again?
Okay, thanks for the question. I didn't get your name, but I appreciate the question. So regarding future U.S. forces, will they go down now that Mosul is concluded? I don't anticipate they'll go down, mainly because of what I said in my opening statement. Mosul is just a major, certainly a significant accomplishment. But the rest of Nineveh province, to include the population center of Tel Afar, still has yet to be cleared. Hawija still has yet to be cleared. Western Anbar still has yet to be cleared. So this fight is far from over. So I wouldn't expect to see any significant change in our troop levels in the immediate future, because there's still hard work to be done by the Iraqis and the coalition. And now, as far as post-ISIS, the Iraqi government has expressed an interest in having the U.S. forces and coalition forces remain after the defeat of ISIS. Our government is equally interested in that, as are several coalition governments have expressed an interest in joining in that effort. That's still in the decision-making stages. I think it's in the final decision-making stages. And I don't want to intrude on the decision space of my leaders, but I would anticipate that there will be a coalition presence here after the defeat of ISIS. Certainly, I'm reasonably sure it'll be smaller, and the roles will be a bit different, more in the train and equip line of effort that we're doing now. But I think we'll be doing that after the defeat of ISIS. So I think that's going in a right direction, and I think all of us can look back to the end of 2011, when U.S. and coalition forces left Iraq the last time, and saw what played out in the intervening 3 years. So I don't think we want to replay that. As far as the political way ahead, I think that the Prime Minister of Iraq, Dr. al-Abadi, has done a remarkable job in, leading. He's a wartime commander-in-chief, a head of state who's a commander-in-chief. He's done a remarkable job, I think, leading the military effort. as well as trying to reach out to all stakeholders to start a political reconciliation. There's still a lot of work to be done on that, and I think you've hit on the central issue there. What will happen after the defeat of ISIS rides not whether there's a coalition presence here or not, in my view, but predominantly it rides on whether there's a political reconciliation. I think the primary condition that caused the rise of ISIS was the fact that a significant portion of the Iraqi population, in this case the Sunnis, felt disaffected. They felt like Baghdad was not their government, didn't represent their interests. And we've got to make sure, the Iraqis have to make sure, after ISIS is defeated, that all Iraqis view the government in Baghdad as their government. And I think that's probably the most important thing. There's a lot of work to be done in that area.
Okay. Courtney Hibby from NBC News.
Thanks. Thank you, General. Two things from two follow-ons. The pockets of resistance left in Mosul, can you just give us any sense of, I know it's hard to say, but how many ISIS fighters you think may still be in Mosul? And then projecting out a little bit, Hawija and Tal Afar and the other areas you mentioned that need attention next. Do you have any sense, do you think it's fair to say that ISIS will be expelled from the country of Iraq by the end of the year? Can you give us any timeline like that? And then I know you mentioned Baghdadi in your opening statement, but I just have to ask, do you have any reason to believe that he may still be alive? Have you seen any proof of life recently? Thank you, and I'm sorry for that last question.
Okay, thanks, Courtney. As far as the number of fighters remaining in Mosul, no one really knows. My own staff today suggested to me it could be as many as a couple of hundred. I really kind of hesitate to even put out that number there because, like I said, I don't think anybody really knows. I do know this. This afternoon, there were some ISIS offers to negotiate surrender. And I was pleased to hear that the Iraqi commander's response was one familiar to Americans who've studied our own Civil War. The Iraqi commander responded, unconditional surrender is his position. So there are fighters still there, hidden in these pockets. Some are not hidden. We know where they are, and they're holdouts. And I think that clearly the Iraqi security forces control the city. There are buildings here and there and parts of blocks here and there that we know have fighters in them, and they have to be very deliberately cleared, and it's going to be painstaking and dangerous. We also know that there are bypassed holdouts. We haven't cleared every building in this city the size of Philadelphia. That's going to have to be done, and there are also hidden IEDs, and there's still going to be losses from the Iraqi security forces as they continue to secure Mosul. As far as the timeline for expelling ISIS from the rest of Iraq, I think it was Yogi Berra said making predictions are tough, especially if you're talking about the future. My track record's not great. I thought it would take about 6 months to clear Mosul. That was my conservative estimate. It took right up almost to the day 9 months to do it. So I don't have a good record. I wouldn't hazard a guess. I just know that there are enemy enclaves in Hawija, enemy enclaves in western Anbar. The Iraqi security forces and the coalition have a plan to get after them, and we'll move with all due speed to do that. And however long that takes, I wouldn't guess. We'll be at it till it's done. Then your question about Baghdadi, alive or dead, I really don't know. I don't have a reason to believe that he's alive, don't have proof of life. The Russians some weeks ago claimed to have killed him in an airstrike. I think it was in the latter half of May or last week of May, somewhere between Raqqa and Deir ez-Zor, I think they said. I received some reporting since then that suggested he was not killed there by the Russians, but I don't know. Since then, we've heard all kinds of reporting that he's alive, that he's dead. Quite honestly, don't know. Hope he's deader than a doornail. If he's not, as soon as we find out where he is, he will be.
Okay, Lori Milroy from Kurdistan 24.
Thank you, General Townsend, very much for doing this. I have one question and one follow-up. You emphasize the importance of the political situation after ISIS and reconciliation and stabilization. As you know, the Kurdish regional government will hold a referendum on independence on September 25. Do you think that will affect one way or another the fight against ISIS?
Yep. So we're following the Kurdish regional government's announcements that they'll hold a referendum on independence in September. You know, I think the position of our government is that this is not helpful for the campaign right now, certainly. It's not helpful in the coalition's fight, the world's fight against ISIS. I think I agree with that. I think there probably will be some impact on the counter-ISIS campaign. I don't know fully what that impact might be. I just know that there are frictions enough with our current situation. This is really hard, and we probably don't need any members of the team here doing things that make it harder. And I would, my own view is that this effort by the KRG to have this independence referendum, whether it's the right thing to do or not, is not my position to judge. But I do think it'll have some kind of impact and apply additional friction to the campaign. You said you had a follow-up.
Now, I have two follow-ups now, if I could. Do you think that it could contribute to political stability after ISIS is defeated?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite make that out. Could you say that again?
Do you think that after ISIS is defeated, that a referendum on independence could contribute to stability in the region?
You know, ma'am, I'm a military leader, and I think I'll just confine myself to that. I'm not going to go down the rat hole of trying to judge whether or not the Kurds should have a vote or be independent or not. I just know that having the vote here this fall probably is going to apply friction that we don't need on our counter-ISIS campaign. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
I follow up to the other questions. Regarding Baghdadi, whether he's alive or dead, it kind of reminds me of Mullah Omar, the Taliban leader, who was dead for like a year before anyone realized it. Does it matter?
Well, I don't know. It'd make me feel better to know that he was dead. I suppose it probably doesn't really matter. If no one knows if he's alive or dead, someone is guiding ISIS, the organization. And what we've seen with all these paramount leaders is you take them out and someone else steps up. So if he is dead, that means someone's running ISIS, and I think that they're trying to keep his death quiet for their own morale. I think it would be a blow to the enemy's morale. It would probably uplift, I think, our partners. So in that way, I think it probably does matter. As far as the prosecution of the enemy's plans, I'm not so sure that it does matter. I mean, they're like any bureaucratic organization, to include our own forces. We have a succession of command. They have a succession of command, and I think they would implement it. So I just know it would make me feel a lot better if he were dead.
Thank you.
All right, Sagar Enjeti from the Daily Caller.
Thank you, General. Can you tell us whether there's any OIR participation or assistance in implementing the current ceasefire in western Syria? And then, per any of your monitoring efforts, can you tell us whether the ceasefire has been holding, as the President has claimed?
Okay. So there is not CJTF OIR participation in the ceasefire in southwestern Syria. That's not our charter, and I appreciate the fact that my leaders in Tampa and in Washington have kept that off our plate. And I don't know any more about it than probably you all do, getting the reports that you're getting back there and reading the press. That's how I would get information about the ceasefire holding or not holding. I've got a full plate of stuff to do here, and so I don't spend a lot of time delving into things that are not my responsibility. So sorry about that.
Next to sir. Yes, Wyatt Goolsby with EWTN, the Catholic Network. General, you had mentioned the importance of protecting civilians, but we know that ISIS, even nowadays, continues to use innocent civilians, women and children, as human shields. How do Iraqi troops and coalition forces go about ridding the rest of Mosul from ISIS militants and still protecting those who are being used as human shields?
Well, protecting civilians is a very high priority concern, but it's not a commander's only concern. A commander, first of all, must accomplish their mission and must defeat the enemy. They also must protect their own forces. And despite the requirement to protect their own forces will risk their own lives to protect Iraqi citizens. And we saw that time and time again. So they're going to do their level best, and we always do. They do. We try to help them. We do our level best when we're supporting them in combat operations. The whole team tries to determine whether civilians are present or not, and if there are, is there a way to accomplish the objective without bringing harm to those civilians. Despite all those efforts, civilians will get caught in the crossfire, civilians will get hurt, civilians will get killed. And that's sad, and it's a unavoidable part of war. And commanders have to press on despite that. So I think they'll continue as they clear Mosul to do what they've done up to this point and try to avoid additional civilian casualties. And I think I would urge everyone to kind of look at where the responsibility for civilian casualties really lies. It lies with ISIS. ISIS took an entire city of 1 million people hostage and held them for nearly 3 years under brutal conditions. And as they tried to escape to safety, shot them, cut them down with machine gun fire and sniper fire. Men, women, and children trying to flee in the latter stages of the assault on Mosul, West Mosul, killing them by the hundreds. I think the day, I think it's June the 1st. It's somewhere in the first few days of June. Ranks right up there with the worst we've seen of civilian casualties, where ISIS machine gunners and snipers from the 11-story high Al-Jamuri hospital shot civilians as they tried to flee to safety. So that's where we ought to keep the focus of civilian casualties, right where it belongs, squarely on the shoulders of ISIS.
Kassim Malari from Honolulu Agency.
Yeah, hi, General. Thanks for doing this. There are some reports that a coalition strike mistakenly hit SDF position near Raqqa, killing nearly 40 SDF fighters. Could you comment on that? Because there are a lot of reports out in the Middle East.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know what strike you're talking about. We do probably in the neighborhood of 100 aerial engagements a day, plus or minus 10 or 20. and I don't know which one you're referring to, so I wouldn't hazard a guess.
Also, just a follow on Mosul, there are some pictures of Western Mosul coming out, and most of the mosques had been hit from their domes, like as if it's coming from the air strikes. Could you comment on the collateral damage while attacking ISIS targets inside the Mosul city and the destruction of the infrastructure or the building historical relics in the old city?
Yep. So there's a significant amount of destruction on the west side. I think probably double the destruction from the east side. We had 100 days of combat on the east side, and towards the end of that 100 days, the FLOT advanced, the friendly forces advanced very rapidly. And what we've learned is that the faster the friendly troops advance, the less destruction of infrastructure there is, and the fewer civilian lives are lost. When fronts become stationary, and you have two relatively modern forces with high explosives slugging it out for a period of days on a stationary front, the destruction just skyrockets, and so do civilian casualties and casualties on both sides of the fight. And this is the kind of fighting we saw on the west side. We knew that from the very start. I've addressed this body before, and I've said that we started on the east side because we thought the fight would be easier there. We knew that the fight on the west side was going to be tougher, and we knew that the fight in Old Mosul, the central part, that was the enemy's citadel, their final fallback position. We knew that it was going to be tough there as well, even tougher. And so we saw that. It took about 142 days of combat, more than a third more days of fighting on the west side to clear the west side of the city. And the FLOT was stationary for weeks on end in some places. So I'm not surprised at the level of destruction from all means. Enemy, Iraqi, and coalition is significant on the west side. What we see is generally a broad distribution of about 25% heavy destruction, probably another 25% of moderate destruction, and then another 25% of lighter destruction. Lighter damage. So that's sort of a rule of thumb that I could roughly characterize it. But there are parts, certainly there are parts of West Mosul that are heavily damaged, and where the fighting was hardest and longest, the most damaged.
Thank you.
Thomas Watkins from Agence France Presse.
Hello, General. Just a quick follow and then one question. When you were talking to Idris's question earlier about, you said that you anticipate that there will be a coalition presence in Iraq after the defeat of ISIS. Would you personally be advocating for something akin to like a permanent US presence in the country? And my question is, can you tell me what specific attempts there have been by foreign fighters to leave not just Mosul but Iraq and Syria, and how you're stopping them, and if you're seeing any significant numbers going back to Europe or Southeast Asia?
Okay, so on the first question, I'll reserve my my advice to my chain of command. There is a proposal that our government's looking at, and I alluded to the fact that all the governments seem to be in favor of having a continuing presence here after ISIS is defeated, and coalition members as well. So I think the leaders need to now decide that, and that's where that decision lies. As to your second question about preventing the escape of foreign fighters, you may have heard our Secretary of Defense talk about annihilation tactics, or an emphasis on annihilation, and that's one of the things he's talking about there, is not allowing foreign fighters to escape. So we don't control the battlefield across all of Iraq, so the enemy can come and go in places. He's largely contained in the Hawija pocket, contained to the east by the Kurdish defensive line, and contained to the west by an Iraqi defensive line. That's still fairly permeable, and folks that really want to get in and out of there can. There are few restrictions on the enemy's movement in the Anbar area. But in Mosul and in Tal Afar, there are deliberate rings, isolation rings put in there, belts of soldiers that have cut off those two cities from ingress and egress. And Mosul is pretty well locked down. And as an example, ISIS fighters have been resorting to jumping into the Tigris and trying to float or swim downriver to escape. That's fairly desperate, especially when the riverbanks on both sides are held by the Iraqi security forces, and American aircraft are overhead. So there's not a good way in and out of Mosul for the enemy. Same thing with Tal Afar. And as the Iraqi security force, it's already isolated from both Mosul and westward escape to Syria, or reinforcement from Syria. And as the operation progresses towards Tal Afar, that isolation will become stiffer, stronger, thicker. Now, Raqqa is likewise isolated. When we started the assault on the 5th of June, we did not have a complete physical isolation on the ground, but we did have the Euphrates River there that cut off the city to the south. All the bridges are down. All the dams are held by our Syrian partners, and every time we found a boat, we sunk it. So there was not a good way to get out of Raqqa since the start of the operation, and now the Syrian Democratic Forces have actually linked up on the south side of the city. So there's a physical band around Raqqa now, preventing escape or reinforcement. And this is our tactic here. We're not trying to let anybody out. I already mentioned the surrender offer of some of the remaining fighters in Mosul, and they were turned away and told that there's no negotiation. If you want to surrender, then come out with your hands up. I think we'll pursue a similar outcome in Raqqa. Their options are to surrender or be killed.
Okay. Jack Detch.
Thanks for doing this, General. Can you talk a little bit about your basing and facility needs and how they might change post-Mosul? I mean, will you need, or has the coalition asked for any more temporary facilities?
A basing, basing, you said. Well, I don't think that we will need more facilities. We have a fairly robust footprint here that's fairly well distributed around the country, mainly for the purpose of defeating ISIS. I think that a future footprint would be smaller and probably use a subset of the bases that we have today. So I'm not anticipating I'm not anticipating needing more bases for post-ISIS. There may be temporary facilities that we need to prosecute the rest of this campaign against ISIS, and if we need those, we'll put those bases up to finish the fight against ISIS.
Yeah, and just to quickly follow up, I mean, as you're finishing the campaign towards ISIS post-Mosul, do you assess that there are any changes you'll see from ISIS on the battlefield just in the way they conduct themselves strategically or tactically?
Yes. We certainly do. In fact, the enemy has been conveniently fighting us in the way that a standing conventional army might fight us, other than using suicide bombers and vests and things like that. They've chosen to take and hold ground and defend that ground. And that is something that our partners are well designed to counter. I think that what we'll see is as the ISIS comes under greater and greater pressure, they will devolve into a more insurgents-like method of operation. They'll try to hide with the population. Their cells will get smaller. They'll instead of companies and platoons, they'll go to squads and cells, much smaller elements hiding in the population. They'll disperse. They'll be smaller. They'll be more covert. In some ways, that's an easier security problem for the security forces to handle. In other ways, it's more difficult, and there are challenges with that. So that we'll have to adapt our security force partners over time to deal with something less than the conventional force threat that they're facing now, and something that looks more like an insurgency in the future.
Carlo Munoz from the Washington Times. Hey, sir, thanks for doing this. Two quick questions. One, you mentioned earlier that you don't anticipate any troop numbers within the U.S. or coalition forces going down. With the offensives coming up in Hawija, Western Anbar, Talafar, do you anticipate possibly needing in the short-term, mid-term additional troops to support those offensives? And I have a follow-up, sir.
Okay. I'm not going to really talk about what our needs are to the resources that we might need to prosecute the campaign here in the next stages. I think that's probably information that the enemy would want as well. So I'm going to take a pass on that. And here's what I believe. If we need a resource, I'll ask my chain of command, and they've been really responsive in hearing us out and answering the needs that we can clearly communicate to them. So I'm confident that if we do need something, that our chain of command will respond, but I prefer to keep that in those channels. Thanks.
And just a quick follow-up. You talked about the Secretary Mattis's sort of annihilation strategy, where an encirclement of cities and then the assault begins to ensure foreign fighters don't flow out. But you also mentioned, too, that the Hawija pocket and areas in Western Anbar, there's more freedom of movement for IS fighters there. Given that it seems you can't apply the same strategy that you're going to in Talafar to places like Hawija and Western Anbar, and given the fact that IS will sort of devolve into this insurgency-type approach, can we expect to see a counterinsurgency-type offensive in Hawija and Western Anbar? And if so, that seems to be a very, in the past, manpower-heavy type operation.
Okay. So I didn't really mean to imply that we wouldn't apply the same isolation and annihilation tactics in Hawija and Al-Anbar that we're doing in Mosul and Talafar. It's simply a matter of priorities. We haven't got there yet. So there's enough forces down there now to fix, is the tactical term, contain the enemy in Hawija. But containing a military force is different than preventing the flow of small groups of individuals or individuals coming and going. It's a much, much harder problem. Now that's really that's an isolation there. And so we will get to that in Hawija. I didn't mean to imply that we wouldn't. It's just that the Army's focus, the security forces' focus is in Nineveh today. And we have that type of very solid isolation in Mosul, and we will emplace that, we will achieve that in Talafar as we begin operations towards Talafar. Hawija and Al-Anbar will apply that as we can when the time comes. It's just not in place now, and it's just not possible it takes a lot of resources to be able to do that. So I'm not sure that we'll see a counterinsurgency type of fight in Hawija. I think that there's a fairly straightforward enemy problem set in Hawija, for example. But we do know that our Iraqi security force partners will have to engage in counterinsurgency style operations at some point. And we're already making efforts now to start shaping their training towards that next ISIS tactic that I talked about a few minutes ago. But what we're seeing right now is that the Iraqi security forces are well prepared to fight the fight that they're in. And just because they're implementing a counterinsurgency strategy, I don't think has implications for our own troop levels, if that's what you're getting at.
Okay, Ryan, I'm sorry, Corey Dixie, Sergeant Stripes.
Thanks, General. I'm wondering, in the immediacy as things in West Mosul shift toward the stabilization efforts, what role, if any, do American forces have in that capacity? Could you use engineers or anything like that? Have the Iraqis asked for anything like that? And do you see any reason why U.S. forces might stay in Mosul past clearing these last few pockets of ISIS?
Yeah, I don't really see a significant role for U.S. or coalition forces in the stabilization effort. The Iraqis really aren't asking us to do that, and there are folks here. I mean, there's a government of Iraq with ministries that are capable, and the United Nations and various non-governmental organizations are here to help them. So the stabilization effort that I think we'll be involved in is to continue to advise Iraqi security forces in the consolidation of the liberation of Mosul and into the initial stages of the hold. So an attack like this progresses in stages. You have seize, and you still have pockets of resistance that have to be mopped up or cleared out. We're just now coming to that conclusion of the seize phase. We're entering into what's called consolidation. So during consolidation, you expand your security, mop up, clear out the holdouts and the hideouts, and establish a security posture, a hold force. So we'll continue to advise during that phase. That's still really part of seizing the objective. At some point, the Iraqi security forces will transition to a hold effort. And so using Fallujah as a model, Ramadi as a model, we did not leave forces in there very long after the security situation transitioned to the Iraqi government's responsibility. I would anticipate something similar in Mosul. I think Mosul's big enough that we'll be there probably longer than those previous examples. And just as an example, on the east side, we left a very small advisory team there for military advisors and police advisors to help the Iraqi security force leaders establish security on the east side. That also is a direct supporting effort to our assault on the west side. So I think we'll have something similar to that. There's going to be a large, complex operation to establish this hold over Mosul. And even while Tal Afar is underway, there'll probably be some advisors that will remain in Mosul advising their Iraqi counterparts on the security part of the hold. But I don't think you'll see coalition forces significantly involved in the stabilization efforts. It's not required. It's not our charter, and it's also they're not asking us to do that.
Hello, General. Thank you for doing this. As kind of Mosul now has been recaptured, have you seen any evidence that there were foreign external terror plots being plotted by ISIS in Mosul? Have you collected any information that would kind of point you that those kind of operations were still being planned out of Mosul? Or is that kind of all since gone towards the Euphrates River Valley area, kind of out in the Mayadeen area?
Yeah. It's been some time since Mosul was the site where a lot of external operations plotting was taking place. In fact, Mosul has been cut off largely from ingress and egress since about late November, early December. And then another line of isolation was in place by the Iraqi army in March. It got really difficult. It started getting hard to get in and out of Mosul in the winter, and it got really hard in March. So the folks the ISIS fighters whose job it was to do external operations, plotting and planning, probably exfiltrated before that. That's our assessment. And they went into they either went into Syria or they went into the middle Euphrates River Valley that you referred to. We think that there are some individuals who are associated with external operations plotting that remained in Mosul. We're not sure why. We don't think they remained there to do their external operations plotting. That just got really hard to do as the assault on Mosul unfolded. But these guys are multi-role individuals, so I think some of them either didn't get out when the getting was good, or they had another role, which was they were also tasked with leading the ISIS defense of Mosul. That's my gut to that. I don't think they failed to see the door closing in time. I think they probably were external operations planners, but also military leaders, and they were told you've been selected to defend Mosul to the end. So we're still trying to chase down a couple of those individuals that we think are out there.
Zach Biggs from James Defense Division. Thank you. General, I wanted to ask you, twice now you've referenced this offer of surrender from either an ISIS commander or commanders. Can you provide us with any further details about what that involved, when exactly it happened, were there any demands that they wanted in exchange for surrender, and were there any threats if some surrender agreement wasn't reached?
Well, I don't have a lot of details on it, but I'll tell you what I know. Yesterday, prior to the Prime Minister's announcement of the liberation, an ISIS commander communicated to the Iraqi security forces that he wanted to surrender a group of fighters. And the Iraqi security force commander sensed that something was amiss, and he said, okay, fine, but you have to come out in small elements. And they wanted to come out as a group, and he told them, nope, you come out with your hands up, leave your weapons behind, come out with your hands up in small elements. And they declined to do that. Our assessment was, we saw then, later in the day, a wave of suicide attacks come out. And we assessed that that actually was a ploy, a desperate ploy by an Iraqi, by an ISIS leader to actually get the Iraqi security force to allow a large group of fighters to come out and allow them to get close before they sprung an attack. That's our assessment of yesterday's activities. Today I got a report, and I don't have a lot of details, but I got a report that they communicated that they're interested in seriously surrendering now. And that was playing out as I was making my way over here for this conference. So I don't know what's become of that. I just know that the Iraqi security force leaders are making those decisions. We're advising them. Our advice is that you're in a position of great strength. There's absolutely no reason to entertain any demands by these ISIS fighters. And the Iraqis took that on board and replied that unconditional surrender is the only option.
Okay, almost out of time. Two real quick ones, Barbara Starr and then Kevin Barron.
General Townsend, I want to go back to Baghdadi because you said several things I don't think I've heard you say before. First of all, if I'm recalling from several minutes ago, you said you don't have any reason to believe he's alive. You then said, after the Russian reports, you received information he wasn't killed, where those reports indicated he was killed, and then you went on to talk in detail about your assessment of how ISIS could be running right now by someone else if he was dead. But let's go back to the first thing you said. You have no reason to believe he's alive. Plus the rest of this. Candidly, is your increasing assessment that he's no longer alive? It seems to be what you're telling us here. It's not fact, is it your assessment?
Is this Barbara? Is this Barbara Starr? I didn't quite catch the name, but I'm recognizing the voice. Is this Barbara? I can't see y'all, by the way, so.
Yes, it's Barbara.
Okay, Barbara, I think you're reading between the lines here a little bit. I don't know how to say it any other way. Y'all keep asking me, so I try to keep coming up with another way of saying it. I don't have a clue. Simple as that. So, don't know if he's alive. Don't know if he's dead. I don't know where he's alive. I don't know where his dead body is. I don't have a clue. I'm not trying to message anything. If y'all keep asking me, I'll try to come up with another artful way of saying it, but that's the bottom line. Don't have a clue.
You have no reason to believe he's alive. That doesn't indicate anything.
Nope, don't have a reason to believe he's alive. Don't have a reason to believe he's dead.
Cool.
Okay, Kevin Barron, Defense One.
On Baghdadi, no, I'm just kidding. Hi, General. Two things. One, last week we heard Tillerson say, he wanted to start seeing the groundwork laid for cooperation with the Russians for post-ISIS and possible no-fly zones, all sorts of things. Has any of that reached down to you? Any planning, any requests for plans, anything? Is there anything happening with that at your level? Secondly, you mentioned some of this before, but if you could talk about the effort for building partner capacity was really the foundation for the American participation in this conflict there and for laying the security for Iraq this second time around, I guess, if you will. Why should Americans think it should be different? What have you seen that leads you to believe this Iraqi security force is different than the last one?
Okay, on your first question, I didn't quite get the connection there. You talked about Secretary Tillerson seeking planning guidance. I didn't quite get what you were referring to. Were you referring to Iraq or were you referring to Syria?
In Syria, for that one, for cooperation with the Russians, beyond just this confliction line, it was thrown out there that even no-fly zones, anything in the future that leads toward greater cooperation with the Russians. Has any of that filtered to you? Ask for plans? Do you have plans? Things in the work?
Right now what we're doing is working. I haven't been tasked to provide input or new ideas about how to do more with the Russians. What we're doing with the Russians now, it seems to be working fairly well. Those channels have been quietly working despite some tensions and the diplomatic tensions out there. The military mill-to-mill channel here in theater has continued to work quietly and professionally and helpfully. And so we do deconfliction with the Russians, and that is working for now. And I think we'll continue to find ways to keep that effective. On the building partner capacity question, you're absolutely right. And I mentioned in my opening statement that this Iraqi force has made a remarkable turnaround in less than 3 years. And what it shows the value of what good training can do for an army and what good leadership can do. The Iraqis have, by necessity, promoted leaders who are effective, and they have been eager to attend the training that the coalition has provided. We have trained some 12 brigades of Iraqi Army, CTS brigades, a couple of those, a couple of built and trained a couple of brigades of Peshmerga fighters. So that's taken a long time, but the Iraqis have been good partners in all of that, and I think they see the value in all of that, and thus the interest in keeping that capability here after the defeat of ISIS. So is the army that's on the field now, and I'm using army in a broad sense there, the Iraqi army, the counterterrorism services, the federal police, emergency response divisions, etc., is that army different than the one that was struggling to hold their capital 3 years ago? Most certainly it is different. Far more capable, far more effective. Now, the question is, can they maintain that? I think the answer to that is what's their willingness to promote leaders by merit rather than political affiliation in the future? What's their willingness to continue to train? And right now they're expressing a desire to do all those things, and they're expressing a desire for the coalition to stay after ISIS is defeated and help them do those things. So I'm optimistic about it, but if any of those conditions don't hold, if we don't stay to do that, or if we stay but they're not interested in training anymore, or if we stay but they want to make security force leaders political leadership positions a political prize, then I think then we don't maintain the security forces that have just achieved victory in Mosul.
Thank you, General.
And General, with that, we're out of time. Did you have any closing words for us before we sign off, sir?
Yeah, I'd like to thank you all for letting me address you today, and thank you for your questions. You know, I talked a lot about the Iraqi security forces and our Syrian partners who are out there doing this fight. I think I'd want to convey to you all and the American people that not only are our partner forces doing what's good for them, ridding their countries of this evil scourge ISIS, but they're also doing a humanitarian service to the region and to the world, and fighting and killing these fighters here in Iraq and Syria, chasing down these foreign fighters and killing them here is doing the entire world a service. And we should remember that. And then the last thing I would say is I haven't placed much emphasis on the contributions of our coalition troops. But our coalition troops are working their tails off. Fortunately, they're not engaged in direct ground combat themselves. But our airmen are fighting every day. Our seamen are out there launching aircraft from aircraft carriers every day. Our General Purpose Force, ground troops, and SOF, Special Operations Forces ground troops, are forward. They're advising, they're firing artillery and rockets, and they're advising their partners, and sometimes they're living in incredibly austere conditions. I have visited our troops in Mosul, and our troops were living in rubbled buildings, sleeping on the ground or sleeping in their trucks, living out of their trucks and their rucksacks, forward on the battlefield in rubbled buildings next to an Iraqi command post so they could be there to support them and advise them and help them. And I think people don't really have a good view of what our troops are doing. Our troops are doing remarkable service out there in very austere and risky conditions. And though they are not engaged in ground combat, direct ground combat, they're still, I think, doing a great service at risk to themselves. And I'd like the American people to know how important it is that this victory, this victory in Mosul and the ultimate victory against ISIS in Iraq and Syria is being borne also on the shoulders of American and coalition troops. Thanks.
Thank you, General. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, everybody, you're getting a live look of the Capitol building right now. I'm pulling up the next top story for you here in the show. Taking you now to the United Nations.
Ago, he told council members that it was more necessary than ever for the national political parties and international partners to be mobilized in order to put the 31st December 2016 agreement back on track. On the security front, he noted that instability persists in a number of areas in the east and the west, with the violence in the Kasai provinces reaching disturbing levels. In response to these developments in the Kasai provinces, the UN mission has established a small and mobile presence in various locations to help protect civilians. However, despite these efforts, disturbing reports of human rights violations and abuses continue to be received on a daily basis. Mr. Lacroix said in the current financial context, it will be critical to ensure that the mission makes the best possible use of the resources placed at its disposal by focusing on a limited set of key priorities. The strategic review of the mission is underway, and the Council will be presented with options as requested by the 30th of September. And you will have seen we issued a statement last night in which the Secretary General welcomed the establishment of a new political mission in Colombia. The mission is tasked with verifying the commitments in the peace agreement relating to the reintegration of the FARC-EP and the implementation of security guarantees for the group and conflict-affected communities. The UN verification mission in Colombia will begin its activities on September 26th. And today marks the 22nd anniversary of the Srebrenica massacre, the largest atrocity on European soil since the founding of the United Nations. In a statement by the Secretary General that was issued to mark the day, we remember and honor the thousands of men and boys who were slaughtered and express our solidarity with the families and friends of those whose lives were taken. The terrible events that occurred in Srebrenica in July of 1995 are historical facts that have been documented extensively. Both the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia and the International Court of Justice have concluded that the acts committed at Srebrenica constituted genocide. To help prevent future atrocities, we must look honestly at the past and acknowledge that these crimes occurred and our roles in allowing them to occur. The Secretary General's statement is online. And regarding Iraq, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Zaid Rad al-Hussein, said today that the retaking of Mosul from Daesh by Iraqi government forces, supported by their international coalition partners, marks a significant turning point in the conflict. But he added that Iraq faces a series of human rights challenges which, if left unaddressed, are likely to spark further violence and civilian suffering. With Mosul now reclaimed, the extent of Daesh violations and abuses have become even more evident. Information gathered by the UN Human Rights Office strongly suggests that international crimes may have been perpetrated by Daesh during the 3 years that the group was in control, not only of Mosul, but in large areas of Iraq. Horrific though the group's crimes are, there is no place for vengeance, the High Commissioner said. As soon as practicable after the retaking of areas from Daesh, he added that the Iraqi government should ensure that their responsibility for law and order is restored to civilian control and that human rights and basic humanitarian needs of civilians in those areas are met. And from the humanitarian side, we are told that over the last 3 days, the water situation in the, this concerning Syria, the water situation in the Syrian city of Menbij and the surrounding areas has improved after the water department managed to finalize some maintenance work, found a new temporary system for water distribution. Throughout Syria, 51% of the population does not have access to the public water network, with high regional variations. Meanwhile, we continue to be deeply concerned for the safety and protection of thousands of civilians who are trapped in Raqqa as fighting and military operations in the area continue. As the fighting intensifies, airstrikes are reportedly resulting in the deaths and injuries of civilians and hindering civilian movements out of the city. Turning to Gaza, the UN country team in the occupied Palestinian territory released a report today that says the real GDP per capita in Gaza has decreased over the past decade, while the provision of health services has continued to decline and the demand for additional health clinics, doctors, and hospital beds have not been met. Thanks in large part to the scale of services provided by the UN Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, Gaza has maintained high education standards, but average daily classroom time for students remains as low as 4 hours per day. The report calls on Israel, the Palestinian Authority, Hamas, and the international community to take action towards more sustainable development investments, reinvigoration of Gaza's productive sectors, improvement of freedom of movement for both people and goods, as well as respect for human rights and international humanitarian law. Humanitarian coordinator Robert Piper warns that the alternative will be a Gaza that is more isolated and more desperate. More in the report and a press release online. And according to information released today by the UN Migration Agency, IOM, only 23 million people, representing less than 0.5% of adults worldwide, are actively preparing to migrate abroad. The countries with the highest number of adults planning to migrate abroad are Nigeria, India, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and the most popular destination for those planning to migrate is the U.S., followed by the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, France, Canada, Germany, and South Africa. Adults planning to migrate are generally male, young, single, living in urban areas, and more likely to have completed at least secondary level education. And our friends at UNEP have launched a partnership with 11 of the world's leading banks to promote climate transparency in the financial markets. The banks have committed to develop analytical tools and indicators to strengthen their assessment and disclosure of climate-related risks as well as opportunities. The data obtained will be made available to companies, investors, lenders, and insurers with the aim of boosting climate-friendly investment. More information from UNEP. And today is, what is today besides Tuesday? It's World Population Day. And this year's theme is family planning, empowering people and developing nations. In London, representatives of 37 countries, as well as businesses and civil society, are gathered at the Family Planning Summit, which is being co-hosted by UNFPA, and the Deputy Secretary General is also there. In a statement, the Acting Executive Director of UNFPA, Natalia Kanem, noted that since its creation 50 years ago, UNFPA has contributed to near doubling the use of modern contraceptives worldwide, from 36% in 1970 to 64% in 2016. She added that despite the dramatic progress, enormous challenges remain. Some 214 million women in developing countries lack modern family planning. Fulfilling their demand would save lives by averting 67 million unintended pregnancies and reducing by 1/3 the estimated 303,000 maternal deaths that occur every year. And I was asked earlier today by one of your colleagues about new settlements, the plans for new settlements that are being planned in East Jerusalem. And I can say that we have seen these reports about the advancement of plans for a large number of housing units in settlements in occupied East Jerusalem, which is alarming. We are deeply concerned that the Jerusalem District Planning Committee is reportedly set to discuss plans for additional units in the Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood, some of which may entail evicting current Palestinian residents. Once again, we condemn all unilateral action that threaten peace and undermine the two-state solution. Mr. Klein.
Thank you. You mentioned the in-country Gaza report, and while I haven't gone through the whole thing, I noted one item in particular, the reference throughout the report to Gaza as still occupied territory, even though it's run day to day by Hamas. But in a footnote explaining that characterization, the author cites a report of the Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Palestinian territories. And you've said from the podium numerous times that the opinion of the Special Rapporteur is that of an independent individual, not necessarily that of the United Nations. So what I want to ask you is the Secretary General himself of the view that Gaza remains part of the quote occupied territories occupied by Israel?
That is the view. That is the view of the United Nations. Mr. Lee.
I wanted to ask you on Cyprus, since the whatever collapse, failure, or suspension of the talks, Cyprus has announced that they intend to go forward this week with natural gas drilling with Total and ENI, and Turkey has made a statement that this would be an irresponsible move. I guess the threat is against the companies, not Cyprus itself, but does the UN or the special envoy have a view of whether this should go forward this week?
I don't have anything on that for you. I will try to get you an answer later today.
And I wanted to, you may or may not have a comment on this, but maybe you could get one. Since you were talking, I wasn't about World Population Day and the DSG is there. You may have seen that there was a speech by French President Emmanuel Macron at the G20 in which he said other things. It's more complicated than this, but he definitely did say that one of the things holding Africa back is women having, quote, 7 children apiece. He called it civilizational. So there's a lot of controversy online that you can find. But what I wanted to ask you is, what does the UN, given it's a P5 member, was a major speech and a major conference where the Secretary General took part, either do you have a view of this speech, or can you ask if the Deputy Secretary General that works on these very issues
We're not
has a
going
view?
to, I haven't particularly seen the speech. We're not going to comment on it, but obviously it's clear from our point of view that women everywhere should have access to family planning services, to maternal health, and that families as a whole should have access to family planning services in the best and safest possible way.
Thank you. Stefan, yesterday there was a terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir targeting pilgrims, and 7 pilgrims were killed, including women, 5 women, and police authorities in Kashmir have said that Pakistan-based Lashkar-e-Taiba was behind the attack and a Pakistani terrorist was the mastermind of the attack. Does the SG have a comment on this?
We have, I mean, you know, I would only comment on the deaths of civilians, which is to be condemned in any situation. We're obviously looking a little closer to exactly what happened. Mr. Abadi.
Thank you, Stefan. As you indicated, the new peace mission in Colombia will begin in a couple of months. Are there any candidates to head the mission?
As you know, when staffing announcements are ready to be made, they are made, but we're not going to comment beforehand. Yeah.
Stefan, do you have any information about ISIS leader Baghdadi's fate? Because some reports that he's dead. And then another question on Syria. There was some ceasefire agreement in the south, and there's still some violations reports. Do you have any information?
No, I think, as Mr. Demirstros said it himself best, there is always some teething problems when ceasefires or cessation of hostilities comes into a place. I think that's to be expected in any situation. We obviously very much hope it will hold. We welcome the agreement, and we also hope that not only will it lead to a reduction of violence for the sake of those people still living in the area, but also enable the UN and its Syrian partners, humanitarian partners, to deliver as much humanitarian aid as possible. Yeah. And nothing on al-Baghdadi. I have no way of knowing one way or another.
Thank you. As you know, the Political Forum on Sustainable Development has begun this week, and I just wanted to know, which goal does the SG feel the most worried or concerned about accomplishing, and which goal he feels the most optimistic about?
I think we have to wait for the forum to finish. Mr. Hu Hongbo, I think, gave a pretty extensive briefing yesterday. Let's wait to see how the forum goes and what the conclusions are, so that countries will be presenting their own progress. Obviously, we would like to see progress